It is feature time in Tulsa. Let's go green.
He's got the run, but is it enough? It's a drag race to the finish. Culver goes from third to first in the last quarter.
Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races such as the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR calendar, such as the Daytona 500 and the Coke 600. We have races from disciplines across the racing world, from the Indy 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events use iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against everyone taking part. As every race progresses, watch and feel the track change, with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline, or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
It's that time of year once again where we turn our attention to the iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours, twice around the clock at one of the toughest challenges in global motorsports, and to do it in teams across 5 different classes. We're in for a treat on the iRacing Esports Network and live on RaceSpotTV. Arjuna Kayapati alongside of Lewis McLeod as we kick off the action here. And Lewis, you and I, we've called our fair share of races here at the Nordschleife together, but I think this one's going to be quite an interesting one. 24 hours, but it's always more of a sprint in the iRacing special events.
Yeah, but still, you got to keep your nose clean across the 24-hour race, obviously, especially that opening portion where so much drama happens. You've got an insanely high strength of field. The GT3s have already finished their qualifying session, and they're separated by around 3 seconds from front to back of that field, which around here is insane.
Let's take a look at the 2025 special event schedule. We'll get back into the race in just a moment's time. 3 endurance special events in June, all building to another 24-hour special event in July as well. We'll head out of the Green Hell and make our way over to Watkins Glen for the 6-hour for next month, as mentioned, Spa 24, but also 2 oval special events, the Firecracker 400 and the Brickyard 400. Lewis really showcasing the special events. It's all about the different things you can do on iRacing across the world of motorsport.
Yeah, I do like myself a little bit of the Brickyard 400, taking to the iconic Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but in NASCAR instead of IndyCar. Those that have done it over in May with the 500, I'm pretty sure will be heading back over for the 400 also later on in the year. Bathurst 1000, you know, for me that's a big highlight. Do like that one. There's obviously those oddities, though, that are in there. That obviously things like the Chili Bowl and the Winter Derby later on in the year. You've got the Formula Ford Festival as well, making its return again for the 3rd year. We had a good fun on that last year, didn't we?
Yeah, no, there's a few that came in last year that returned for a second go-around that I'm hoping maybe I'll even jump behind the wheel of. That's a scary proposition, not for me, but those that would be in my respective splits, because let's not forget that's what makes these races so special. Not just the top split which we're broadcasting, but every other split. I saw 6,000 plus drivers ready to go this morning as we take a look at BOP, and changes are plenty, except in the 2 classes where there's only one choice of car. The Cup and M2 machines are unchanged, but GT3 has a raft of weight, power, and fuel adjustments, as to GT4 and TCR, Lewis, all looking to balance the cars out.
And if you can't make sense of any of this, we cannot explain it to you because there's a lot of stuff going on in there. Obviously, yeah, you can read it. Power being taken down, fuel being changed there, pit stops are changed. Obviously, waypoints being added. It's a very complicated system that a lot of people have worked hard for.
And it's something we'll touch on, I'm sure, as we get into the night hours. Let's run you down through the starting grid. It's Redline that lock out the front row, looking to try and replicate victories in the past. It's Ariel and Koiter, a tenth and a bit between them. Tight margins, given that we're talking about an 8-minute lap time. Sanchez and Kalpanen. It's Mustangs and Porsches at the front with Apex and Drago row 2. And then BMW M Team BS Plus competition alongside of Williams Sim Racing and Sammy Matty Trogan. BMW M Team Redline, not just Mustangs, rather Porsches, but it's a BMW entered for Redline too. They're alongside of the Williams Gaming Club and Sotomuto. Shezzy Esports, Falcon Sim Racing make up the rest of the top 10. It's Scherer and Veloce Thrustmaster 11th and 12th positions, with Drago, Scuderia Ferrari, HP Esports team, the Mahler Racing team, and SDR Sim Racing Lewis making up a 16-car GT3 field.
Into the Porsche Cups, and it's the Coanda team starting from pole position alongside Grid and Go in their 001 Cup. Impulse will be starting on the second row alongside Lewis Bilicki in the Apex Racing Team car. The second of, I think, 3 Coanda cars will be starting from the 5th position alongside Martin Kadlachik in 6th position. Then we get the third of those Coanda cars starting from 7th spot. Drago Racing starting from 8th. And we've got Grid and Go, we've got Shezzy Esports, and of course the Team 75 burn up by SimRC.
GT4 strip even more downforce, make these even more like the road-going counterparts that you'd see on the everyday. Gridandgo.com up front with an 843.414, 6/10 over to Was Cooking Racing Adventures, hoping to get back to the front of the field. Williams Sim Racing Placey and Grid and Go 3rd and 4th position, with TC Esports, a debut for them in the iRacing special events. Thibaut Courtois' esports team alongside of Door. Fiercely Forward, Effect, Hydrarace Geodesic, Arctic Sim Sport by Drop, and Maniti Lewis as we head to the TCRs.
Yep, indeed, still 2 categories left to go. The GeForce Racing WSR Esports car, Ross McFarlane starting from pole position with Sherra Esports alongside Luke Manska Racing Esports starting from 3rd position with one of the many fiercely forward cars we've got out on circuit. Then it's Delta, then it's Spin and Tow starting on that 3rd row of the grid. Sim Racing Grid will be starting from 7th position with the TSRC Esports team. Then SAR XMC, I can read, it's fine. We're starting from 9th position with the Bike 500 Black car, and then SimCity starting from 11th.
Quickly through the M2s because we're getting ready to go. Maniti Racing Purple and Simufy on the front row. Grid and Go and BS Plus behind them. FTW and Delatraz Automotive by Majors row 3. And Team RSO, GDC, WSR Esports, and the Nürburgring Esports team alongside of Sheza round out the 11 cars. Some of these faster than the TCRs. Lewis, I want some closing thoughts from you, though, because there's already been some drama. We've seen the pole sitter, and in fact, a whole raft of cars, both Redline machines, towing to pit lane. I'm pretty sure they've selected wet setups and didn't change back onto the dry tires, and so a whole new front row as we get ready to go.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure as to how that's going to work for them, but clearly they will be starting from the pit lane. Maybe they can find... Having all 3 cars have the same, in air quotes, mistake? I don't buy that. There's something going on there.
Something fishy, says Lewis McLeod. Well, let's throw the 24 hours onto the clock. It is the Nordschleife. These drivers know the challenge. 170 odd corners to memorize and to try to perfect. Have Redline cooked up some sort of master strategy? Who knows? What we do know, all 5 classes will go racing at the same time. Once the green flag drops, as soon as the BMW M2 pace car is off and away, it is now Alejandro Sanchez left in control of the field. We're green for the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours presented by Thrustmaster, and an odd sight with Redline sitting on the pit lane. Ford Mustangs 1 and 2, but the challenge instantly from BMW M Team BS Plus competition. Felix Quirnbach now on the outside, down through the chicane, as here come the Porsche Cup cars, already single file, albeit with Coanda Sable under pressure from Grid and Go and Adrian Greiker. The GT3s work through the Grand Prix loop for the first time though, Lewis. And again, remember, all 5 classes underway. Here come the GT4s to the line.
Yeah, exactly. It's thick and fast as we're going racing. And once again, those Cup cars got single file pretty quickly. Let's see what's going to happen with the GT4s. And then, of course, with these TCRs, there was a bit of battling in the GT4s a little bit further back with TC Sports that were going side by side slightly with, I think, the fiercely forward pink car. Dura Esports now the one that are left side by side in the background with them. The TCRs beginning their race down into the first and very, very awkward section of corners.
Update on Redline, by the way, they have still not been released from pit lane, and I can see them up on the jack. So maybe this was intentional, but this is going to cost them at least, I would say, a minute or two, remembering they're going to have to carve their way through the traffic as well, while the rest of the field is going to have an opportunity to avoid that situation. The BMW M Team Redline machine is off and away, Lewis. The Porsches are still there. I don't think this was planned.
Look, all 3 of them being returned to pit lane, there was definitely some form of plan. You wouldn't have all 3 cars come back into pit lane from one team and no one else on the grid. So there has been some form of plan or attempt of something from Team Redline there that is clearly at this point not worked out. Whether it'll work out in 24 hours time, we'll have to wait and see. Look, clearly they were attempting something, and clearly we're in the dark about it, but they are right at the back.
I've sent a message to Eduardo Leo. Let's see if he'll get back to me. Adnan Grozdanic in the DC 93. Now, some of these BMWs are faster than the TCRs. It's just the nature of how the slower classes sometimes work. So we'll have to keep an eye, especially in the first stint of the race, how that overlap plays out. If the TCRs that are slower recognize that the BMWs want to make their way through, up to the chicane for the first time, they'll hook the left, dive down into the Sabine Schmidt curve, and onto the Nordschleife for the very first time.
That, I'm going to say, that Delatraz automotive by Major Garage Car, that livery has never looked better than it does now. Bit of, very, very shiny, almost like green chrome. I'll take it. It looks different. That's the important bit. It is standing out in that field right now. And we've seen the Delatraz automotive cars many a times in special events here on iRacing. I can't recall them ever using shiny, very, very shiny green.
No, that spec map has been turned up, I think, just a little bit. I'm still waiting for word on what's happened with Redline, by the way. So this is still an open request for people to send us information if you have it, or ideas in the chat as well, because that would be a good speculation. Also, let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering for. Here's a look at, well, Coanda Esports, who, Lewis, debut their brand new hub inside of the Cabina Racing facility, the Purple Room, as we're calling it now.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of Coanda, in air quotes, facilities for racing and such. Obviously, we had them in the Coanda house, we had them in their little Porsche factory bit, wherever they're all racing from over the last couple of years. They've moved out of that, and they've got like a couple of little spaces as well, including this one here. Cabina, someone they've been teamed up with, I think it's for a year now, isn't it? Because I'm pretty sure it was for the Nürburgring 24 hour last year, might be slightly before that. They started their partnership with Cabina. Actually, might have been earlier than that, because I think it was actually February last year, because I remember being in Cologne when it happened.
I'll trust you on the timeline.
February, we'll go with that.
There you go. They've worked out of one of the slowest points on the track right now. These cars rocket ships in a straight line. They have no downforce, effectively, though, compared to their bigger GT3 counterparts. No downforce is maybe not fair. These cars are as quick as a GT3 machine in the hands of some of the amateur drivers when a professional's in one of these cars. So they're very capable. No ABS, no traction control, although in the real world you can enable them for endurance races. Lewis, I did get word as to what happened, and so thanks to the person that sent it to me, they will remain anonymous for the time being. But Redline did switch. They gridded up on wet tires, came to pit lane and put on the dry tires, and the reason is that allows you to set the car up slightly lower. The wet tires, for some reason, just allow you a lower ride height, and so they intentionally have taken a 90-second penalty plus to now have to work their way through traffic, return to pit lane on the start, because they think it's worth it over the course of the 24 hours.
Yeah, so clearly they think they're going to be able to go a lot quicker on it. I will say, regardless as to how, like, whether you think, like, whatever, like, if that setup wasn't allowed in the car on dry tyres, like normally, then you shouldn't be able to run it in this. Obviously, there's some form of exploitation in there. Now, we've had a little bit of that back in the Daytona 24-hour, right at the start of the year with the Scuderia Ferrari HPE Sports team. And they were they disqualified from the race?
Yes, they were.
Yeah, right. So it's a straight-up disqualification in my books for Team Redline then.
We'll let the iRacing steward deal with it post-race, but that means 23 hours and 54 minutes of speculation, so we'll do our best not to feed into it. GT4 is looking pretty feisty right now. I think riding on board with Maltha Roma in the Arctic Sim Sport by Drop DK machine. He's got that fiercely forward, I believe, in front of him in the 412. Dylan Becky Shrivens, who's come out of retirement and back into some iRacing special events. Now, through the carousel, most people will know this corner from their various laps around it, no matter what sim that you have driven around the Nordschleife in. But climbing up the hill, head to the one of the highest points on the track. Lewis, this is where, in my opinion, the Nordschleife just becomes the most fun. It's flowing, and it just invites you to try and find the speed.
Yeah, it's a very exciting part of the circuit, isn't it? Once you come up here, which is the highest point of the circuit, Hezker, and then you start this basically the drop all the way down into the S section. This is the part where you can almost get a little bit lost, you know, especially when you're lapping around here for the first time, because quite a lot of this looks similar. But when you get into the flow of the circuit, once you really get into like the rhythm and start hooking it up, this part of the circuit almost requires the least thinking, because you let it all happen. You go with the flow. Probably one of the most iconic corners in the world of motorsport. Doesn't look like much, but that was the YouTube corner, Brunchen. Obviously one of the most famous corners where everyone's seen various BMWs and stuff dropped it straight into barriers.
It's so famous that, again, like you say, it's now YouTube corner. It's where everyone has just watched enough videos that you kind of know what happens. Here's the BMW M2 BS Plus competition machine, gives a bump to the back of Ate Kauppinen in the Drago Racing number 2. Alejandro Sanchez has broken the toe at the front of the field, and this is, in some ways, I'd say a worrying sign for those behind, because, Lewis, you and I, we've commentated on a couple of seasons of the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, and we've seen some flying drives from Sanchez in the past. You let him break away, he will take the advantage. Here's the trio, though, bumping in the Cup class.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, for Alejandro Sanchez, things are looking very good at the moment for his Apex Racing team car. We ride on board with the Apex Racing team car in that lead battle in the Porsche Cup category. This is first, second, and third. The one missing from that were in the opening Porsche race that qualified in third is Impulse. They've dropped back a few spots in the race. They did qualify in third position in that category. They are behind the Coanda 81 car, so not 100% sure as to what happened with Impulse there on the opening lap, but they have dropped back regardless.
Let's see if we can grab some replays in a few moments. The first lap's coming to an end, and we've burned about 10 minutes off the clock or so. Redline have now carved through the majority of the TCR and BMW pack. They've just got a little bit more to pick their way through, out through the Tiergarten and the GT4's bounce. Again, remember, these machines are a lot more similar to the road-going counterparts than the GT3s that you see at the very front of the field. They still have ABS and traction control, but much more simple in many ways. More like a road car, just with a roll cage strapped into it as well. Waskirchen Racing Adventures. That's pressure, and Jack Sedgwick's really going to have to be careful, because David Bosco wants to fight his way forward. Abel Torres not going to join. He's just watching from behind, and they'll slot in. Is Sedgwick going to try and cut back underneath?
Well, we'll see. At the moment, having to remain behind at present here in the GT4 category. Of course, Waskirchen Racing Adventures, someone who we do actually expect to run quite strong around this circuit later on in the race. We know that they're a very solid team. They are a mean team, as you can tell by number 1, the livery, and number 2, the name. But it's a team that we always see taking part in these special events. They are not a slow team. They might be a mean team, but they're a team that can genuinely win.
Hey, they're not a meme team. They've got some very serious drivers, okay?
They're a meme team.
I've got to be careful. Mike Spangler holds my career in literally his hands, Lewis, okay? So, yeah, just got to be careful.
It doesn't hold mine's meme team.
Fair. A little bit of a slip up behind as the BMW on the inside has got TCRs on the outside. This is the crossover that we're talking about. Grid and go, bang doors with Simufy. And now the TCR behind just watching as the PS Plus M2 sneaks its way on forward. This is where it's so difficult, Lewis. A slow TCR just trying to stay out of the way, and BMW's trying to take advantage.
Yeah, of course, these are two different classes. There was definitely a little bit of contact there between the Simufy and the Grid and Go car going through the Dunlop curve. And so it's Grid and Go and the 003 car that will hang on. That is second position in this category in the M2s. The M2s and the TCRs run pretty much roughly the same speed around here, but the way they get that speed is very different, and how they are over the stints is very different, and how long they can look after their tyres for, how long their fuel mileage is. All those things are very different, but speed-wise they're pretty similar around the circuit, as was proven in qualifying, to the point where I was almost looking at it being like, those two classes should have really started within themselves. That's not, you can't do that. Like, it's either all the classes are separate, or you're starting in full qualifying order. But from that, for those TCRs and the BMW M2s, they're that close on paper. They should have started amongst each other.
It's what makes actually the real racing at the Nordschleife so different than what we kind of have in regards to the start here, because they have starting groups which kind of mix up the classes. And oh, there's Alexander Voss going around. Be careful, don't hit the wall, don't beach the car as well. Does a decent job, all things considered, and we'll figure out what led to this in a few moments' time. But yeah, in the real world, they have starting groups separated out a little bit more as well by minutes, which means that the traffic is a bit more early to present itself in the race. We're not going to have traffic until late in this opening stint of the race. Back over to the Porsche Cup cars, still pressure at the front of the field, although the choo-choo train now running, 4 cars deep, with a couple hoping to try and loiter their way in as well if there's any slip-ups here.
Yeah, I mean, you say late in the race. Realistically, I think we're seeing that was the spin for Voss then. So it was actually a solo spin, really clobbered the curb on the inside there at the Sabine Schmitz curve. But the GTs run roughly about a minute and a bit faster than the TCRs and the M2s, a lap, potentially even faster in race pace. Which it's kind of one of those, like, yeah, we'll see lapping happening maybe on about really sort of like lap 6, which does feel like, obviously that's very soon then, isn't it? Oh, that's ages away. Lap 6 is still so long away.
Yes. I actually did one of the Nürburgring Endurance Championship races on iRacing, a 4-hour race, totally solo. And boy, did I find that more physical than I remember it being. It was tough, so tough that I actually had to quit 20 minutes left to go, because I was destroyed physically, mentally, and every other way that you possibly could. The Nordschleife beats you up when you aren't ready for it. Hopefully these drivers are. Most of them will be doing this as 3- and 4-driver teams. Some brave souls might do this as a 2-driver lineup. We have seen, on rare occasion, this race done solo, but your reward for doing this race solo is you cross the line, see the checkered flag, and instantly get disqualified. There is Tristan Iglesias. The cool thing about Coanda launching their new purple room, although it's not very purple from this particular angle, so they have to work on that, Lewis, is that the drivers have flown in from around the world. I saw Michael Jani's flown in from the US, so it's nice for them to be able to get together. And you were seeing it yesterday. They were cheering on their Porsche Coanda teammates in the world of ESL R1.
Yep, it's just R1 these days, don't worry about it. I will say also, yeah, right, yeah, you're getting in big trouble. Obviously, they've also announced a couple of new partnerships as well, Subout being one of them, obviously, with the Command team. But yeah, no, it's always good to get everyone, like, in person. We always say this with endurance races. The perfect way to have an endurance race is have all your teammates basically in one place. You get that camaraderie, you go through it. We see this a lot with the Apex Racing team. There are a few teams as well that still race in person also, but Coanda and Apex, generally speaking, were the more like obvious ones of those, but there are still the odd team that kind of does it. I've had a few races where we've done it all in person and not necessarily at like a LAN event. You're still doing like an online race of this, but you're kind of in the same area, same room, same house, whatever. It does make a difference. It means, when you have one of those big crashes, which we normally would have because we're not very good. You have one of those big crashes, but you're all in the same house. And you're like, well, obviously we're going to keep going. Whereas if we're online, I'm like, mate, I'm bidding this off. I want to go and watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
That's actually a good point. By the way, update on Ate Kauppinen in the Drago Racing. It's the number 2 in the sim, but the name of the team has the 69 in it, so I think they made a mistake there. But anyway, they run off the track, so they are going slow. We'll see if they come down to pit lane sometime soon. Yeah, that car does not look healthy, does it?
That has had some biffing happening to it, so they'll return that one to the pit lane. Meanwhile, we get a little bit of battling here. It is Scherer Esports in the 15 have taken over 5th position from David Toth.
It might also now lead to a fight down to turn 1. Not sure if second is up for grabs, but Felix Kornbach is in front of Sami-Matti Trojan. Behind them, you got Rafael Renhofer, David Toth, and Daniel Lafuente as no move offered. Sami-Matti Trojan, a driver that started effectively a bit more in the sim racing world. He won the iRacing as Kauppinen comes in. You can see that in the right side of the screen. Nice new graphic that the team at RaceSpotTV has, courtesy of the partners at ATVO. But yes, Sami-Matti Trojan won the iRacing Rallycross World Championship, Lewis, and then ended up actually signing with Walkenhorst Motorsports, who, of course, for many a year have campaigned BMWs at the Nordschleife. So he's done his fair share of racing around the ring in the real world in the last handful of years. And you and I, we've seen him in the DNLS as well.
Yep, indeed, very fast driver, as we know. This is the top of the Porsche Cup category. I've just seen, by the way, whilst looking at that battle between Scherer Esports and Scherer, of course, don't get those two mixed up, completely different teams. Obviously, the Scherer Esports have a new livery. At least I've not really seen, because I know normally I've mistaken them for, sometimes from a distance, I'm like, is it Italy, is it Mexico, or is it Hungary? Sometimes it can be quite difficult. They have changed livery. It does look quite good. However, for some, I'm assuming there is a good reason for it. The stripes over the top of the car, you can actually see it from there. The stripes over the top of the car, from the front of the car and then onto the top, it's in the order of, from what you can see here, it's red, then white, then green. It flips over on the rear of the car. Now I've pointed that out. Good luck.
Oh no!
Yeah, watch it. What's it coming out here?
No, I'm not looking. I'm not looking.
Compared to the top of the car, it's the other way around. No idea why.
I'm not looking. We're 20 minutes in, and Lewis has already gone and fixated on something. Yep. Hopefully, not going to be that sort of a race. What we do know right now is Adnan Grozdanic brings in the GDC Racing BMW M2. That was another car that actually had a biff boff at turn 1 at the start of lap 2 and had to nurse it all the way around. Scherer Esports in the 85, that's one of their M2 entries, also sitting in pit lane. So a couple of early, it seems as though, victims in the slowest of our classes. Story of attrition definitely going to be one to watch. Or front ends up in the air as they get some airtime up at the top of Flugplatz.
Yeah, obviously absolutely pinned as they come across the crest there at Flugplatz, now into Schwedenkreuz, into Arenberg. And yes, if you are German, we will be ruining corner names.
Oh, we will.
At least between me and our junior for the next hour and 40 minutes. As there is a look at the Drago in pit lane. Obviously getting those damage repairs, been stationary for quite a while. You can see there on the right hand side of your screen, the one that's got Nicholas Rubel up into the pit lane, 2 minutes and 20 seconds at present. Not great.
Yeah, that is not ideal. We saw the car crabbing, didn't quite see exactly why, but suboptimal, as Lewis would often say. And for any Germans out there, by the way, if you have an accurate track map, do send it my way.
It's not the corner names. I know
it's the corner sequence names is the problem. I just want to make sure I've got the right ones. You know what I mean?
When I went to the Nürburgring, which is something that you haven't done yet, Arjuna, because I know you like to
make me jealous, aren't you?
Yeah, I've been there a couple of times. It's fine. When I went there in 2018, I made a comprehensive track map by doing a lot of research, talking to a lot of people, and I have all the correct corner names. Absolutely no idea where I saved that, by the way.
Oh, come on!
But I have all the corner names. It's not having the corner names that's the problem. It's the pronunciation of the corner names that's the problem. How do you say Schwabelschwanz? You know?
Well, this is where having a German friend comes in handy, right? You and I, we've had our share of pronunciation challenges with the nature of broadcasting, right? We've done our share of broadcasting around the world. This is what happened.
Oh, dear, no.
Okay, now, can we rewind that a little bit further? Is there a technical issue that blends in with contact here? It seems like as though there's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was any form of well, it certainly wasn't intentional, but even accidental conduct. I think there was a technical issue in there that unfortunately, I mean, see, that's brutal. Obviously, you know, you've got a 24-hour race ahead of you, and then within the first 2 laps, there's been a technical issue which has sent you effectively into the barrier. But you know, disconnections, lag, screen freezes, wheel failures, pedal failures, whatever, they can happen at any time. It doesn't matter whether it's the first lap, first corner, last lap, last corner. God, that would be painful.
It would be. Here comes the run out of the Mut curve. Translates to bravery, and it's quite apt because that is a scary corner well, maybe not in a GT3 nowadays with the level of downforce they have, but those Porsche Cup cars, boy, that's certainly experience. +6 for Daniel Lafuente, +7 for Scherer Esports. Now, technically, are we removing 3 from these numbers, Lewis, because red line towed?
Well,
everyone move forward.
Let's put it this way. Everyone did move forward, so I guess you can chuck it in that way. But I'll touch very quickly on the red line thing. If red line were to win this race, it would leave a very uncomfortable feeling in the stomach, wouldn't it?
I mean, I think you've said it, right? iRacing's race control will take a look post-race, and
yeah, I don't see those 3 cars.
Yeah, it's not often you and I agree, right? Let's be real. But I think I definitely agree with you on that one. The thing about the Nordschleife, and I don't want to get into it, but I'm going to because our chats are going wild, so it makes sense for us to discuss it at least. The thing about the Nordschleife is it's so bumpy that both in the real world and recently in iRacing as well, they have minimum ride height requirements that are enforced, and it's quite significant, as well as the additives racing by WSR machine almost loses at the top of her act.
Yeah, that was a little bit sketchy, and once again with the high curbs, right, they've seen a really good reason as to why that ride height is quite high.
Yes, but yeah. Anyway, it's forced to be slightly higher. So, but in effect, by circumventing that regulation, doing whatever they can to lower the ride height, I agree with Lewis. That seems like a pretty slam dunk DQ to me. Although I'm not a steward, and I'm glad I'm not this weekend, because boy, Lewis, are they going to be slammed between the multiple time slots and all the different splits of this iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour presented by Thrustmaster.
But we got to say, whether you agree with race control decisions or not, or whatever, we all know, obviously, from our years of racing and stuff, race control actually getting involved in changing results and being able to throw out some penalties for events like this. This is something that is new to iRacing, relatively speaking. I think it is a good addition, and considering how they were with Daytona, which had more drivers and more splits, I'm thinking more drama, I don't know. They dealt with the instance relatively quickly. We got a decision on the Ferrari matter pretty quick, relatively speaking. Yeah, there was a lot of hard work being put in behind the scenes. The Veloce Thrustmaster car there, Daniel Lafuente into the battle, trying to get around the outside of David Toff of that Chesed Esports car. Did not quite do it. This is the battle for 4th place.
That would have taken a bit more bravery than I think is warranted this early into the race. We haven't even completed 30 minutes, so to go for that sort of a move, I know they've done it in the real world. There's no shortage of passes on the grass at the Nordschleife, especially down to that final corner, but Lafuente looking feisty. The driver, Lewis, that you and I, we've seen him charge his way through, GT3 fields and sprint races before, but it's a different situation. Behind them, or popping out of line, these Cup cars are feeling feisty. I would have thought more of them would be thinking fuel saving right now, Lewis, but no such thoughts running through their minds.
Well, they still might be, but there is that whole thing of, like, from the camera angle that we're looking at there, we're looking head on to them. a lot of the time, especially heading into that final complex of corners, and even like, basically any heavy braking zone, you'll almost see them all like fan out and go all over the circuit. A lot of the time, that's just making sure that if you get your braking zone wrong, you're kind of like, you got a little bit of margin for error. See, like what we just saw there from the grid and go car, it pulled out to one side and then got on the brakes still even earlier than our race leader. So sometimes that's just a tactical move, just to control things in the braking zone, whilst you're still kind of fuel saving, you're still looking after it, you're still playing the long game, which we will see a lot during this race across all 5 of our categories. Once things settle down in the race, especially with those TCRs and M2s, once things settle down, fuel saving is a big part of this style of endurance racing. Less so tyre saving, definitely reaching those fuel numbers. Even though obviously around here, you can't save a full lap, but you can save stationary time in the pit lane.
Exactly. It's all about optimizing your stint. And the thing about the Nordschleife, everyone talks about the 170 corners, but the straights that are between those corners are significant as well. So every little bit of fuel saving that you do, which in iRacing is just a simple lift and coast, it does add up. And so those are things that the teams, the drivers, someone will have an Excel spreadsheet back on the pit wall at the Coanda hub. I have no doubt about that. And lap by lap, they'll be tracking where they are relative to the targets that they have in mind. A lot of curb usage there for the GT4s as us cooking racing adventures on the back of David Bosga. These two, though, have lost 3 seconds to your race leaders, Lewis. Vasquez and Jasir in the Grid and Go and Williams sim racing machines. They're probably pretty happy at this fighting. Bosga defends the inside. Long way around for Sedgwick.
Yeah, he's not going to do it here down at the first corner. We'll go out wide here and then flick it back over to the left-hand side, straight in the rear end of the Grid and Go car. That could have worked out an overtake had the Aston Martin not been kind of lumbering in the middle of the road where it's so awkward. I say it every year, and I will continue to say it every year. Absolutely hate that corner. Turn 2. Turn 1, I'm fine. I'm fine with going around the Mercedes Arena section, right? I'm fine with that part of the circuit, which obviously we don't do in this. But turns 1 and 2, man, like removing the Yokohama hairpin and then making that S section to open up the lap. That second corner sucks.
I prefer the VLN layout personally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I prefer the arena and the shortcut. I don't know. I don't like the hairpin that much, Lewis. And
well, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, no, we'll cut it out. Let's just run with the VL. Anyway, that's neither here nor there.
I agree.
Yeah. So, weather, Lewis. I haven't actually looked too much at the weather for this, but I do know, at least for the next couple of hours, there is absolutely no chance of rain in the forecast.
Yeah, it is mostly cloudy, is as bad as it'll get. And that is between now and 8:45 in game time. And of course, at the moment, it is 4:50 in the game time. So that's over the next 4 hours. We're not expecting anything major. So everyone can keep the tyres on. And then, yeah, obviously, we'll see what happens with the weather later on in the race and whether maybe the right height has been selected for Redline.
They have
shots fired. I don't know. I guess whatever.
They have passed, by the way, Redline, the entirety of the GT4 pack now. So we will get a representative lap time. I think this time by. We'll see what their pace is relative to those up front. There's Silly Lully, who, yes, he's never living that nickname down. But after last year's adventures for Chris in the Haggerty Radical UK Cup, he's made the step up to the GT World Challenge Europe and having some good success as well in the Verstappen.com colored machines. Both. Is it an Aston Martin in one and a Ford Mustang in the other? I forget off the top of my head.
I think so. I mean, look, it's great to see Lulham racing up there. Did see him racing a fair amount last year as well in those radicals. But no, honestly, it is great to see because he is a very good talent for the world, not only of sim racing but in motorsport as well. And it's kind of one of those ones where we get to see drivers kind of build their way up, move their way forward, and you know, have a little bit of a show in real world racing. Quite a jump though, isn't it? going for some radicals straight into GT. He made the jump very well. He was very quick at the start of the season at Paul Ricard, I remember.
I mean, just to go straight, he had done some real racing before, but
yes.
he basically went straight into the radical as well, right? And not into the base SR1. I think it was into like the SR3 or the SR8, so a little bit faster machinery as well. So, you know, he's made those steps, and you know, we know that sim racing can be a good platform to just continue developing your skills. One of the youngest competitors at the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring in the real world is Harley Horton, who is someone that we've commentated on in the sim racing world a fair bit. He'll be back out for the 24 Hours coming up. And Lewis, as we watch the GT4s, this is the leaders. Beckham Jasir right behind Aaron Vasquez, who has a ludicrous 12,772 I rating. We're heading into a very, very busy period in the real world, and that means busy for iRacers as well, both because they want to sim race, but also watch that real world racing as well. 3 consecutive weekends with 24-hour racing. It's going to be wild.
Yeah, which, you know, I remember when I first started in the world of sim racing, I didn't really like 24-hour races at all. I didn't like the idea because I like to sleep. I'll be completely honest. Even as a driver, I don't gel so well with a 24-hour race as a driver. Watching those commentating on that, it's always good. It's a very different experience. Drivers, there's a real juxtaposition between the seriousness and level of focus, and then like because that almost gets turned up to 11 on a 24-hour race, but then also, as is the fun and banter, they both rise at the same level on an endurance race. It's very bizarre, but it is it's interesting.
Marcos Saavedra is at the tail end of the GT3 pack as they run right now. I sometimes stumble when I say GT3 because my mind wants to say SP9 as they refer to it in the real world. SP9 just being the designation of the class in the racing, but not really closing up right now, indicating he's got a fair bit of downforce. Veloce Thrustmaster have passed Sheza further up the queue, and wheel to wheel, you can see them run. It's Falcon Sim Racing and the Mahler Racing team all squeezing one another. Lucas Herman has to give up, and it's Damon Woods that grabs 9th.
Yeah, indeed. We are half hour into the race, so yeah, we'll be closing in on those pit stops. One thing around here that's kind of been alluded to a couple of times, whilst there is a lot of corners around the Nordschleife, there's also a lot of very fast bits as well, where fuel saving can be a little bit difficult. There's plenty of places to save fuel around here, but because of that, you don't typically see super long stints around here. It's very hard to get them because the average speed is so high. The more you're on throttle, the more you burn the fuel. Crazy that. Also, a little bit of undulation. The hills around here really don't help that either. You know, you're climbing for such a long part around the back end of the circuit. You burn so much fuel in doing so that fuel save can be rather tricky. So I wonder if anyone's going to be able to go much further. Typically speaking, around here, everyone's going to pit on the same lap. You won't see someone going a lap longer. That does not happen really around here.
No, at least these drivers didn't have to do a full formation lap like they do in the real world. They started on the Dodinger Hoa, less time to burn fuel, which is going to help them slightly with the number in this first stint. We're on board with the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. Wasn't sure if we were going to see them in too many of the non-prototype events, but I'm glad to be proven wrong as they jump into the Ferrari 296 that did win this race in the real world a couple of years ago, partially because of the ability to quickly change the rear end. Went on fire at one point, and what was it, a 2-minute rear end change, Lewis, which is quite remarkable. And it shows why when manufacturers are building GT3 cars nowadays, there's so many things that they're thinking about, right? It's not just speed, because they know BOP is going to help them slightly. It's about fuel economy, how quick it is for the mechanics to be able to work on, how easy it is for the amateur driver to drive, how expensive it is to run. All these things are things that the teams are weighing when they pick their GT3 cars a lot of the time.
Yeah, and I remember being with Peter Mackay and Paul Smith, and we were out in Monza a couple of years ago for the 24-hour series Creventic, and it was the first time that I'd seen a 296 drive round in person. Of course, do get to see the odd one now with British GT and likes, but They are like, they're built more like a prototype than your typical GT3, and part of that comes down to things like how the rear assembly is. If you want to change parts on the rear end, say for example on the BMW M4, if they had a similar problem, that is a far larger problem on the BMW M4. Change the rear wing, for example. Like if you get a broken like rear wing part and you need to change the rear wing on the M4, that's actually hard. That can be hard work depending on how it's broken. On the Ferrari, you can literally just take off the whole rear end and just put a whole new one back on, much closer to like what you would see in the prototypes, like in hypercars. What we saw, it was an LMP1. It was one of the Audis back in the day. I think it might have been Loic Duval, might have been driving it. Had a whopping crash coming into Indianapolis, and I remember being sat in a chat with a load of people. We were like, "That car's out of the race." Within 4 minutes, they'd put the front back on, they'd put the rear back on, and sent it back out. And lost one lap. I was like, that is crazy.
It was back in the day when a lot of what Audi was doing was just unbelievable. And I mean that in a good way, right? Can see top right, we have confirmation that at least Adnan Grozdanic in the GDC Racing BMW is maybe done for the day. That's the only seemingly retirement that we have inside of the opening 40 minutes. Alexander Voss, who we are on board with right now, started up in, what was it, 4th position or so. He slid back to 9th. I'm not sure if this was partially Lewis because of that TCR overlap. He's right now in a pack which is slower, or rather stuck behind, I should say, a group of around 5 TCRs. The way it's shuffled out is 2 TCRs run at the front of the queue, then the leading BMW M2 Maniti Racing Purple are flying, 2 more TCRs, 3 more BMWs, and it's then mix matching from there on back.
Yeah, you can effectively, at least at this point, once before we get into the pit stops and how that's all going to work out, a little bit of bump drafting attempt there happening a little bit further down here in our BMWs, which was very close to a big crash. This is between RSO, who are at the front of this. You've got WSR Esports, you've got BS Competition on their rise back up with Alexander Voss, and you've got the Nürburgring Esports Whipperman car, which is sat behind. So all switching and changing in that. But effectively, you could think of those TCRs and M2s before the pit stops, depending on how long their pit stop's going to be. They're effectively like one big class. So that's cool.
And so that's BS that went from 9th to 6th on the Dottinger, right?
Yeah,
3 positions.
Yeah, just flew past. The problem is now is they're going to be maybe a sitting duck down in the first corner. However, Voss driving as quick as he can to this opening sector of the racetrack might be able to close up on the Delatraz Automotive car, which is the one that is currently sat in 5th position in the category. Bit deep at the first corner. I think it was more defensively to keep Voss ahead of the WSR Esports car behind.
So the draft's clearly powerful in these machines. There's no question there. It's now 2 TCRs, 4 BMWs, and then 7 TCRs. So again, we are starting to see those BMWs slowly chip their way forward. Team RSO have been successful in years past in the slowest categories, going back to the MX5 days, hoping to try and recapture some of the past glories they've had in this particular event.
A bit of damage on the front end though, does that RSO car. You can see that it's dented. That might have been why their straight line speed was not so great going on to the Dottinger Hoher. You can see this is what the typical front end is supposed to look like, and you can see in the background there is a bit of a dent in the middle, as if I've sat on the front end of that car. Unfortunately, not so great for RSA. Hopefully they'll get that damage repaired in the pit stops, and it's just about surviving until that point. So frustrating to get damage that early, especially damage on the front end where it does affect the drag, it does affect the aero, it does slow you down on the straights, and in doing so around here costs you a relatively large amount of time around a lap.
Again, the runs between all the corners are quite significant, both for speed, fuel saving as well. So it's a unique challenge, that is for sure. It's why so many manufacturers, both car, tire, and everything in between, often come here to test new components, and often the ultimate sort of a test. Although I know, Lewis, you don't think this is one of the best tracks in the world. You think Mount Panorama is the best track in the world.
Whoa. Just to clarify, you said I don't think this is one of the best tracks in the world. I do think this is one of the best tracks in the world. This is in my top 5. It isn't the best track in the world. It's the second best.
Okay, it's second on your list, okay.
But yeah, it's always been second on my list. Bathurst is number one. It's Bathurst, then this, and then it's a little bit controversial past that point, so we're not going to go into it.
Fair enough. I've seen lots of chat support for Ayrton Routman, so in the Bike 500, number 500, that caught me for a second. Say hello to chat. Apparently the best name in the grid right now, Lewis. It's a solid name, that's for sure.
What, the team name? Bike 500?
No. Driver name.
Oh, well, I mean, it's a name, isn't it? I don't know what more they want. But
I'm waiting for chat right now, just so I can
I see.
Respond to them.
I see. Well, whilst you're doing that, we'll give you the mid-race red line update. Mid-race in 40 minutes. Yeah. So clearly, they're dropping into pit lane has really helped their lap times, because they're going way faster than race leaders, and by that I mean they're not. Race leader Alejandro Sanchez just done an 8:09.8 across the line. Team Redline, the BMW M Team Redline is 90 seconds off of that race lead at the moment, just set an 8:11.1, so over a second slower, good sign. The Porsches behind that need to close up the number 71 is 100 seconds off of the race lead, just on an 8:10.5, so that's nearly a second slower. Cool. And then the 69 car, which needs to make up 112 seconds, has just done an 8:11.1, which is, again, more than a second slower. So the gamble's paid off brilliantly. Well done.
Sarcasm dripping from Lewis.
Thank you.
Luke McEwen.
I don't like teams taking the mick like that.
Luke McEwen has rejoined Team Redline after a brief stint a couple of years ago, left the Apex Racing team. His first appearance. He's actually going to be racing a bit more for Oracle Red Bull Sim Racing, but that's neither here nor there. It is interesting, though, that Lewis, they've gone for the Porsche, which I was wondering this looking at the choice during practice. We've got a couple of Ford Mustangs, a decent number of BMWs, obviously one Ferrari in the GT3 class. But Porsches, especially in the real world, you usually would talk about them being specialists often when there's rain expected, right? So did Redline also expect a bit of rain in the forecast to favor the rear engine, putting some weight over the rear tires and getting them some more traction?
Look, there's potential. I don't know what the forecast is looking like for the rest of the 23 hours, but of course we know over the next 4 there's no rain. But you know the weather forecast around here changes pretty rapidly and dramatically, so the chance of there being rain over the 24-hour race would surely be relatively high. Maybe they've gone for that. Maybe they're playing a long game. Maybe they're going better on fuel. Who knows? I will say one thing though. Livery does look good on the Porsche. That I can't like that. I'm more than happy to. It does look damn nice on that Porsche. Maybe trying to work out if it's my favourite of the red.
Oh! Mini carousel almost catches grid and go out, but they tuck back into line behind TC Esports after almost being tossed off the track. It's a track, Lewis, that bites you back if you ever let your guard down.
Yeah, I know. Obviously, the Klein's carousel, the mini carousel, there certainly not a corner that you want to get tossed off into the barrier. But right now, for grid and go, I say that was probably more of a wake-up call than anything else, and they'll be refocusing themselves back into the race. The 01 TC Esports car was able to work its way through on that one. Very curious to see how the TC Esports car actually gets on during this race. Of course, Thibaut Courtois, team owner. They've got Abel Torres behind the wheel, who we've seen race quite a lot in years prior for teams like Fordzilla. Obviously, a very young driver is Abel Torres. Teamed up in this race, I believe it's just a two-driver lineup there between Abel Torres and Agustin Canapino, who obviously joined the team, was it a couple of weeks ago?
Wow. I'm not saying wow because of Canapino. It's more the wow because of the two drivers, which I think is a bold call for a race here at the Nordschleife, because all it takes is one driver having a technical issue, their internet dropping out, and the other driver's in for a long day or night, whatever comes, right? So that's a bold call, if you ask me, but maybe that's how the iRatings kind of fared out to drop them into this particular top split. Lewis has been seeing some of the black and gold racing in R1. Yeah, I caught myself. Caught myself. I also got to see the team racing out in the real world. They've been racing in Formula 4, Prodigy Racing League stuff as well. So it's really nice to see them venture out a little bit more into iRacing, and expecting Thibaut Courtois, who you don't know, goalkeeper for Real Madrid, to maybe do some streams on iRacing. That would be quite cool as well. Jump into an official lobby with him. Lewis, there's another driver that we saw in some official lobbies on iRacing earlier this week.
Yeah, obviously all this talk of, I know a lot of people have been talking about Max Verstappen being a part of Team Redline, of course, and maybe he would appear in this race. He's not appearing in this race, nor is Oscar Piastri, who also has been driving on iRacing over the week. Maybe you could say he's a better driver at the moment. He was certainly doing a very good job at his causing some banner in iRacing, and I did enjoy watching him race. I'll keep my opinions as to who I think's better at the off the table. That's fine. Moving on before I dig a hole for myself and everyone gets really angry in chat. How many cars do you reckon on this grid, this 60-odd car grid, are going to be racing with just 2 drivers? Any guesses?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm not looking. Obviously 1. That's for sure.
Obviously 1.
Obviously 1. Well, the other question I have now is there any team that's brave, silly, bold? There's some other adjectives to use as well. Crazy enough to do this race with just 1 driver. I'm maybe not in this top split. I'm going to go 3, Lewis. 3 of the 60. 4.
It's 4, and none of them are in the GT3 category. So you've got Chesa Esports number 26 car. That one is running around in just 2 drivers. Of course, that would be Porsche Cup. You've got TC Esports, as we just discussed. You've got the legendary Byte 500 Black and the FTW Motorsports car, which is in the M2s, all racing with just 2 drivers. That is yucky. 3, what's it? How many teams are racing with 5 though? I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are racing with 5. As there's a little look at what happened to Nicholas Rubelar.
Well, this is actually one of the things that happened to Nicholas Rubelar. It doesn't actually show an incident where he took out a BMW M2, the Chesa Esports number 85 BMW M2 as well. So it's not been an easy race for that Drago Racing machine, has it? Also an update, Was Cooking Racing Adventures. They had a bobble on the exit of the Hudson back. This is what happened with the BMW. Can we watch this once more from a little bit further behind, on board with the Ford Mustang, Mr. Producer, please? Because, Lewis, I'd love your opinion on this one.
Poor Hugo, he's getting all of the... He's literally sat there being like, fine, go on then, 1 second, give me a moment. Poor guy. Getting instructions mid-broadcast. I'm very curious as to what you've seen. Yeah, right, well, let's see. So we're on board with Rubelar now. We're coming up the hill. Let's see how things... Oh, well, obviously, this is kind of a little bit awkward because obviously you've got a car there that's in the middle of the road, and that's fine. I mean, it's a tough one. It happens very quickly.
That's traffic at the Nordschleife, right? Yeah. Which direction do you go? Like, yeah. I don't know. I don't think there's a right answer in that situation.
It's kind of one of those ones. Neither driver realistically is at fault because that is part of what happens when racing around here. You've got to be aware that there's kinks. So if you are going to blame anyway, it would generally lean towards Rubelar. He's the one that has to lap cleanly, and if you're coming up to those kinks, better to lift off slightly before it, get back on the throttle and get past them afterwards, right? And there's a lot of things. How patient do you have to be? And if you're in a battle like this, for example, how patient can you be when there is a car directly behind you?
We're on to the 7th lap, by the way, of the race at the front of the field. So we are probably on to the lap where GT3s will come down to pit lane. I still remember when I started doing a lot of racing at the Nordschleife on iRacing, someone once told me, you need to be thinking about traffic and how it's going to be working 4 or 5 corners ahead, because by the time you're in the corner, it's too late. You've already kind of lost your chance to make a decision, and now you're just reacting. So traffic management here, we always say it's a skill that you learn by doing. Well, if you need to do thousands of laps at the Nordschleife to learn traffic, well, you only have limited opportunities to do so, and that's why in the real world, the licensing system, even if you are a Max Verstappen, is strict. You're not going to be allowed to just jump into a GT3 car and go out and race. No, you've got to do effectively around 14 laps, I think it is, I think it can be a GT4 car, but in one of those machines, just about squeeze it into one race if you want to. And so if a certain Formula One World Champion were to get suspended before the end of end of this current month, we're already into June, well, then there is an opportunity, Lewis, on the British Grand Prix weekend for Max to go off and do his laps at the Nordschleife during the NLS Lights weekend.
Yeah, but I mean, look, who knows? Never say never. But look, it would be interesting. I'd say that. But it is, the main thing that's very interesting is, like you say, there is a very kind of strict approach for drivers when it comes into this race that you've got to have, like say, that mandated amount of practice around the circuit when it comes to that lap travel, because it is, I wouldn't say it's so different to every circuit that we'd visit, right? Because it's not mind-blowingly different, but it's subtle enough. And it's the thing is, especially when it comes to the real race around here, or even here in this, where you got to imagine the pace differential between the GT3s and the M2s is obviously insanely high. Now in real life, it's even more so. That pace differential is even higher. That is courtesy of having much larger discrepancies in driving ability, and then just the different classes stuff. You get so much more variety in real life, that doing the practice and actually working out and actually doing laps of Nordschleife in racing conditions where you are having to navigate and prove that you're safe, prove this, it is a necessity, because the circuit is far too dangerous to not have those precautions being taken by every single driver on the grid.
It's a pretty good video. Martin Brundle had to go through the process a handful of years ago, so Sky Sports F1 followed him around. You can go and check out that experience. We're on board with 8th position, Spin and Tow. Haven't towed yet, so not living up to the name, but have they?
I don't know, I was going to say they've not done either.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so they're definitely not living up to the name. They're fighting for 6th position on the run-up towards Bravery to the Mutkörper. Change at the front to GT4 Lewis. Williams Sim Racing placing Beckham Jasir. It's taken over the point from Aaron Vasquez, so I think enough fuel savings being done. It's time to drop the hammer.
Yeah, indeed. So we're 7 minutes from the top of the hour. These two drivers here have switched. Well, they switched over once, they're going to switch over once more, and they have pulled out a decent gap over those behind. Jack Sedgwick's not had a particularly good lap behind, because he's dropped from 3rd to 5th spot. There's a big gap that's appeared between the 3rd place and then these two here. Are they going to be pitting this lap? Surely not. I think they've got at least one more in them. But of course, if you're close on numbers, this is not a circuit that you want to be pushing to the absolute limit around to when it comes to getting close to your numbers. If it says, oh, you can do 0.9 of a lap, this ain't the lap to go, oh yeah, I can set that 0.1. No.
And many have found out the hard way, and the tow times around here.
Yeah, not sure.
At least, well, they're not short, but at least they're more reasonable than sometimes what they are in the real world, where some places you ain't getting the car back to pit lane. So
yeah,
it is a lot more brutal. Porsche Cup class, by the way, Coanda Sabo, Elliot Veyron has broken clear of those behind. It's still a melee 2nd through 5th, another melee 6th through 9th as well. There you can see visually, not quite draft broken, I think, but this is looking good if you're Coanda and Sabo.
Yeah, indeed. I don't know as to which of the cars, but I did see that one of their other drivers from the World of Sim Race, obviously taking part in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, Bryn Collins, joined the session earlier. I think he's spotting for one of these, one of their 3 cars. Of course, his brother had a good night last night, taking a few victories. I think Bryn Collins is working with the 81. At least that's what he is in game. So the one that's a little bit further off of the rear end of the train.
Trying to look through my timing screen, trying to figure out where all of these Porsche Cup cars are. Manuel Trancoso in the heart of all of this, seemingly working through some traffic as well. So we are starting to see maybe the first signs of a little bit of traffic, but again, by no means is it fast and frequent for these machines to work their way through. I also highly recommend, if you've never driven this car around the Nordschleife before, give it a go. You're going to crash a lot, but you'll learn a lot as well.
I've never been more determined to take this car around the circuit and not crash on a lap.
Just to prove me wrong.
Just to prove you wrong. Yeah, absolutely right. I'm only here to prove you wrong, Arjun. That's all I mean.
I never said how fast you had to be fair.
That is true, yeah. And I can tell you something. I won't be. That's something I can't do these days in the world of sim racing. Be fast. It's not in my portfolio.
Was it ever in your portfolio or mine?
No, relatively speaking, the thing is, I'll talk to Ewan has a lot more faith in my driving ability than I do, because he watched sim racing when I was all right, and so I think he's got this clear vision that I used to be all right in sim racing. I wasn't. I had really good teammates. If you ever are bad at sim racing and you want to look good, get good teammates, do endurance racing. You will look way better than you are.
Not a bad strategy. The three wide
advice, yeah.
The three wide single files itself out behind them. I think that's the TCR machines battling as well, but into the final corner. Once more, all good. These cars should be able to go a little bit longer in terms of their fuel. They sip rather than chug. Yeah, it's probably an analogy to compare GT3 fuel mileage versus these BMW M2s. And again, Porsche Cup class, the BMW M2 class, they are identical. In the real world, yes, they roll off the factory quote-unquote identically, but no two cars will ever be exactly the same. Here on iRacing, Lewis, they are guaranteed to be the same, so you've got no excuses. You can't say, well, this one feels a little bit more lethargic or whatever. No, if you've done something to the car, it's your fault.
Yeah, it's one of the things where I kind of have... I always used to have this opinion of real race cars, that everything was equal in the world of motorsport, and you get take for example, you take two BMW M4 GT3s. You obviously in real life, you're well, they'll produce the same amount of power and be exactly the same. No. They are all very slightly differently. By the way, whilst we're talking about that, race leader Apex Racing Team Alejandro Sanchez has just worked his way onto pit lane as we're seeing this battle unfold. There is confirmation on the right hand side of your screen. So having come in from a 5.2 second lead, who else will join the battle for track position, potentially coming into pit lane here from Marla and from the Scuderia Ferrari HD Esports team? It's going to be a big train onto pit lane. I don't think anyone has stayed out.
I think the klaxon's going to be going off constantly for these GT3s. That was brave from Lucas Herrmann to pass Ollie Steinbraten heading into the pit window, but I guess he wanted to have a little bit more clean air in front of him as they head on to the pit limiter. I say onto the limiter, down to pit limits, or the pit speed limit. Many of them will not actually use the limiter. Interesting here, Lewis, that I don't think... No, maybe that's just the Drago machine that's towed that's in the way, and the rest of the cars have gone up on the jacks, but it seems as though for a second there was no tires at play, at least for one car.
So you said there about the some drivers, quite a lot of drivers will not be using the pit limiter. Explain to our fine audience as to why.
Because they are just more, they trust themselves to be able to hold it at the limit, and they don't feel like they need the limiter.
Yeah, because obviously if you come in for if the speed limit in pit lane, which I'm pretty sure for this is 80.
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. 60. Let's say it is 60. There you go. So when you go onto the pit limiter, you'll basically be driving down there at 59 kilometers per hour, and obviously that sounds close enough to 60. But you can kind of get away with a little bit above 60 as well. Not much, but a tiny, tiny bit. And the drivers are all well aware of that and have practiced that. And if they can sit at 60, 61, they'll take that.
I take it. I just don't have the ability to measure my right foot so accurately, right? So, yeah, 60 seconds left and we will have crossed over the first hour. And a first hour that has flown on by. And I will just remind you, we had one quote-unquote DNF. GDC Racing are back out on track. So now I think Drago Racing's GT3 machine is the only car that has retired with about 1 hour going to be complete. The Red Line Trio hit the lane. I'm not sure if the strategies really works looking at the lap times, Lewis, but there's a long way left to go.
Yeah, it's obviously still too early to tell whether it'll work for Redline or not. It's pure speculation at the moment, but either way, they're having to deal with it. I have just seen an instant though for our race leader in the Cup category. It's just absolutely slapped the side of the SD Sim Racing car, Marcus Saavedra, going out onto the backstretch here on the Grand Prix loop. So the car's fine, but just really unbalanced the rear end. I quite like this livery, but what team does it remind you of? Because I know it'll be the same as me.
Arnage.
Yeah, straight up. I thought it was Arnage for a bit.
So this is also interesting, right? Because the GT3 Cup car is 1 hour officially complete, 23 hours left to go in the iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour presented by Thrustmaster. The GT3 Cup cars haven't pitted yet, and so the GT3s have dropped directly into them in some cases after coming out of pit lane, and this is difficult. GT3 Cup cars, less downforce, Lewis, but they are rocket ships in a straight line. So watch here. This BMW's in a very tricky situation heading out of the Hatzenbach section towards Flugplatz, because he's not really going to have enough time to really pass any of these machines, and now he's going to lose a second or so, I would say, just having to be patient and braking through a corner that would be a lift at best normally.
Yeah, so obviously these Cup cars have to go slower through the top of Flugplatz than obviously you'd want to go in a BMW M4 GT3, but you can see you've exited Flugplatz. The gap is now growing between this GT3 and those Cup cars, and the problem is he's staring at all four of those thinking, how am I going to clear all four of those before the Duttinger Hoa and maybe work my way through? Because that climb up the hill is a bit off the road. Goes one of the Apex, or goes the Apex Racing Team car in this battle. So the 199 going off the road ever so slightly. But yeah, if you're sat behind, how do you get past? You're going up, like, rise up towards Mutko, and they're just going to get back through on you. So you kind of have to just sit behind and go, right, well, I guess I'll just save some fuel then.
Maybe not the worst thing in the world at the end of the day. It's an endurance race on board with the 915. This is going to be an incident for a Porsche Cup car at the second, the mini of the carousel. And wow, that spat him out and ate him up quicker than he could even think.
Yeah, have another moment down here at Dunlop as well. Going for the slide, getting onto the brakes, allowing the M2 to pass before getting back going again. As we can see, into the pit lane then comes our GT4 runners. We had GT3's last lap. We're getting GT4's this lap. I assume we're going to get our Cup runners as well in this time by. Maybe not, actually. Their fuel tank's quite big, isn't it?
Yeah, depends. They could go a lap longer, but it might be a bit more tire dependent at this point. The track temperature, just quickly look that up, 30 degrees Celsius. So by no means is it balmy, but maybe the Cup cars, no traction control. I mentioned that a few times. Maybe that's something they'll be thinking about as well. GT4s, there's a couple of differences between pit stop times here, and so it's a big lead for Aaron Vasquez. He's going to be clear of the draft, and David Bolska is now going to make it a grid and go 1 and 2 with Beckham Jasir looking up the rear bumper of an Aston Martin grid and go machine, but a slightly different one now in third position.
Yeah, so Beckham Jasir and the Williams Sim Racing plate seat car has dropped back into third spot. Interesting the different methodologies and approaches here, but again, what will work out for some won't work out for others. I don't know how. I'm trying to think. So they do fuel and tire at the same time, don't they? Do they still do that in? Do they do that in GT4s as well? Surely.
I believe yes, but I'm almost 100% sure that it takes more time to put the fuel in than to change the tires, right? The same thing with GT3. So you can do the tires and still have a good 20-second buffer left to just sit there and add the fuel. Yeah. It's got to be a fuel gambit. It's got to be a track position play. They know they're going to end up all putting in the same amount of fuel over the course of the race distance. They just clearly feel that running 1 and 2, and with a 6-second advantage between the teammates, that is a big gap as well. So we're watching the M2s onto the Dottinger Hoa. This is second, third, and fourth because they are 9.5 seconds behind Jaden Ladick in the Maniti Racing number 13. Grid and go, Simufy, and FTW trying to get the double toe. Will they take it 3 wide?
Let's see. Is there going to be the opportunity for them? going to lift out of it, I think, will Florian Durkop, and so will sit behind the other two. So he wasn't going to try and make it 3 wide. Strike Matter will drop in then behind Gary Montoro in the semi-fi car, which now takes over the lead of this battle. Will they head their way into pit lane? Maniti do not, so I'm assuming these lot will not be either. As you said, they don't really drink too much fuel around here. One thing maybe with the GT4s, if, say, for example, you take around a full stint is 6.7 laps of fuel, right? That's how much a full tank will do, like 6.6, 6.7, whatever, something like that, right? It's quite hard to save 0.3 of a lap around here, at least on a consistent basis. And so at that point, what is the point in taking that extra 0.6? And that around here will be quite a few litres as well. So maybe removing that from the fuel tank and just making it the even, say, 6 laps, 5, 7 laps, whatever it is.
Right.
Maybe that is where you get the save. That save will only happen once. It will only happen on this first stop. It won't happen later on because you'll be more in tune of what everyone else is filling. You're not saving that amount of fuel over the stop. It's just that first stop. You don't put that extra bit in.
And if you're curious about GT3s, they're about 3 seconds shorter in the pit lane than a traditional full service. So they're still putting 4 tires on, but it's about 3 seconds less fuel that they're putting into the car. So these are some of those strategic elements that, you know, they optimize for it at this top split level. You know, they're counting every 10th of a second that they can find. I will just say as well, there was a really fun fight between Door Esports and Fiercely Forward in the GT4 category and on cold tires as well. That GT4 class often delivers some really exciting racing, some exciting stuff at the front of the Cup class. Expecting them to pit lane this time by, I think. And Elliot Veyron has been caught by Adrian Greiger, who thought about popping to the outside. Veyron, the Frenchman, covered it off, saying not right now. And Lewis, I think that is the sign. They're coming to pit lane this time by.
Well, I almost wouldn't classify that as covering it off. That looks a little bit naughty for the Commander car there at the front end of the field. Either way, you're absolutely right. Straight onto pit lane comes the lot of them as they'll all work their way in. Who stayed out? Oh, it was just the SDR Sim Racing car, of course, that stayed out of the pit lane. So all of the Cup cars are onto pit lane, as we'd expect. There's a look into the purple room.
We're going to need a better nickname. By the way, even from this camera angle, I can tell you Tristan Iglesias hit his marks better than I ever have.
Well, yeah, Don't say it's a low bar. Don't say it's a low bar. It is a low bar. In all of my time in sim racing, I don't think I've ever come into a box, right? You know, where you like, it's never like brake on to whatever percentage it needs, and then I come to the stop in the exact right place. And that never happens. I mean, onto the brakes and have to lift off a little bit because I'm either going to stop miles too early, or I'm onto the brakes and then I lock up and go straight past the box. There's always a little bit of controlling it in there. And in that control, you lose quite a lot of time.
Agree. This, I should point out, by the way, as the Cup cars roll off and away, is the last week before a brand new iRacing build. So there's lots of excitement. Lewis and I will talk about that in the next 50 minutes in terms of new content. But most significantly, a new GT3 tire model. That's the thing that's going to shake things up the most. Speaking of GT3s, hello, Chris Lullum. Inserts himself into the Porsche Cup pack as they exit pit lane, and there has been a change. So Apex Racing, with the shortest time of them all, they've left the box first, then Grid and Go, then Coanda, and then former race leaders Coanda and Sabot down in 4th position.
Yeah, so a bit of time being lost there, but you know, again, I still suspect this group will potentially come back together again. It's going to be really important now for Apex at the front of the field to basically set some very good lap times, and the Grid and Go kart will be wise to catch up but not pass, or maybe just pass obviously on the dotting as that's probably what would happen anyway, but sit behind bump draft, basically try and build that gap to the group behind, because if you can kind of like pull a bit of a gap early doors to that group behind, maybe then you're starting to split apart this category in the same way that we've seen a few of the other categories be split apart. There comes a look to the inside as the number 20 of the BMW M Team Redline. Silly Lully makes his move to the inside. One more car and he'll be at the head of the Cup field. And then the only thing for him is a long wait up to the rear end of those GT3s.
Does David Addison know about the nickname Silly Lully?
I don't think so.
I think we need to.
So.
I think we need to educate David about the correct nickname.
I think I'll be seeing him for a few months, sadly.
Well, David's done his fair share of sim racing commentary, including on the Porsche Carrera Cup Esports Great Britain alongside Paul Smith. He'll be jumping into the booth in a couple of hours' time, and he'll be here at the end as well to walk you through to the checkered flag. So, yeah, we have to get Chris Lullum referred to as Silly Lully on a GT World Challenge Europe broadcast before the end of the year. This is... Oh! That would have been Silly Lully. Yeah, that would have been a really silly lolly. He's going to go for it here as well. He's patient. Good for you, Chris. Thank you.
I mean, I don't know if I'd say patient, but he's not passing just yet. And now he's going to have the big struggle because effectively that Apex Racing car should be a little bit quicker. He's so far under the rear wing, though. He might be able to do it here into Flugplatz. He's going to look to the inside. He's going to send it. He's going to make that move. Bit sketchy indeed. The Apex car goes out wide. He's going to be slow here. This could cost him the race lead in the Cup category. Does indeed do so, as there goes the Grid and Go car. I could see that coming from a little while ago from Lullum, but that was aggressive to say the least.
I mean, you called it. I said maybe being patient. No, patient was the wrong word. Had no choice but to sit back, and you can only imagine the words going over the radio right now if you are behind the wheel of the 199. But the only thing you can do, calm down, relax. It's not the worst thing in the world. You weren't breaking away from those behind necessarily. You were still having to contend with draft. So all you can do now is sit back and save your fuel. So 48 and a bit minutes left to go in this hour. We're just waiting for the TCRs and the BMW M2s to make their way to the pit lane for the very first time before first pit stop cycle will be in the books across of the field. These Porsche Cup cars, though, Lewis, very intriguing, that pit window about the change-up, the mix-up in the strategy.
Yeah, but like you say there, for the 199 Apex Racing car, effectively, anger, frustration, being annoyed, like driving like that will gain you nothing. It will only cost you lap time, it will cost you fuel, it will cost you tyres. The only thing that you can be now is calm and collected. So obviously, yeah, that's happened with the Team Redline car. It's cost the race lead in the category. Doesn't matter who's leading now. It doesn't matter who's leading for the next 22 hours and 47 minutes. That's the reality here. And so you kind of just have to sit there and be like, that's fine. Move on. Like, just get on with it. I mean, the thing is, I think all he'll be looking at is being like, right, well, that was kind of close to a whopping crash, actually. So I'd like to avoid that in future because that was very close.
I mean, I thought it, Lewis, I thought it was over. I genuinely, the second I saw I bet you did. A change of underwear required there. As soon as I saw the car drift out wide, he got lucky that he didn't dip his actual left side into the grass. There's a bit of AstroTurf there that I think saved him. That could have been a big one. The first of the Porsches is now making its way through. Gustavo Ariel behind the wheel. Luke McEwen's going to be following a few seconds down the road. But yeah, give it a bit more time before you see that machine. And this is where as well that top speed from the Porsche Cup cars is really most evident. Gustavo's going nowhere. He's stuck. In fact, if anything, he's losing ground to the three in front of him. Gets very close up towards the curve.
Yeah, we ride on board with Gustavo Ariel, basically in disguise in this Porsche Cup category, being in a Porsche, but obviously very different speeds around this circuit. There's one, there's two. He's navigating his way through this quite nicely indeed. It was well read by both the Apex Racing team and the Kalana car. That next one to tick off, which he'll desperately want to do before he gets to Hoa Act, is of course that Grid and Go car, because after that is all corners, and from that point on you're just going to lose a whole host of time around this part of the circuit. So straight over the left hand side before we get the little dab on the brakes and the little flick through these double left-handers, and then basically to the highest point of the circuit. He has already cleared all of the Cup category. So that was actually a solid few positions gained then from Gustavo Ariel, and they were actual positions in the race.
Technically, yeah, this is overall positions for him. Luke McEwen might not be as lucky. I think he's just about to catch the tail end of another group of machinery. And there he is, in fact, yep. Heading down out of Hoa Act. This is going to be interesting how he navigates his way through. There's a section of the track where you can use the curb. And a lot of people, they'll often say, I can't ever get my head around what corner is what at the Nordschleife. But when you do enough laps, it just comes together. You're in the flow. You're not thinking about which corner is next. You're just driving. It's like a rally driver not needing a pace note. He just knows where to go instinctively. This must be frustrating. What's that on the rear wing? Luke McEwen gets close enough to try and read it and finally gets past one down to Flansgaard, and there's a jump incoming here as well. He's going to get even closer to the, is it 3 remaining in the queue? Let's see how patient he's going to be down to the Beloff S's.
It said follow Cheza Esports this close, so I'm assuming that is there in case Cheza Esports does have anyone right up the rear end, so anyone can see who and where to follow. It doesn't even say their twitch.tv URL and stuff in the rear end of that car. They've thought this one out. They knew they were going to be dealing with a little bit of traffic, and we're going to have some onboards on the broadcast so they can get some viewers in, I'm sure. Here's Luke McEwen then straight to the inside. Redline versus Coanda. Seen that one a few times over the last few months and last few years, but obviously 2 different categories here, and the move was made. Will he be able to get the next 2 though on the Dettinger Hoa? Potentially not.
Out of Galgenkopf, kicks up a bit of grass. He's closing, but this is where the top end really starts to kick into gear for the Cup cars. The other problem is they're actually fighting, right? So Manuel Troncoso and Marcus Deck might not want to let Redline through until they get to turn 1. Easy pass, it would seem. Trying to use the draft to his advantage. Now fight back is the Drago Racing 169. You can see top right, more takers onto pit lane. Andrew Pikes in that 19. He's been in a couple of times, I think, at the start of this race. McEwen gets closer. He's going to have a lunge. No, he thought about it.
Kind of needs to get this done at T1. Grid and Go's gone out wide. Might get the up and under here on the pair of them if he can nail this final corner. Of course, Luke McEwen on his return to Redline. Obviously, the more on the Oracle Red Bull Racing esports side of things, but still, as you mentioned earlier, obviously it is a return to him for Team Redline, straight down the inside, and he has made up those positions. The 2-time British Formula 4 esports champion, now passing this gaggle of Cup cars, and got very close there between Grid and Go and between the Coanda 81.
Samulta Johansson, who thought he could take advantage of all of this.
Well, goodbye.
And they come to blows. Around goes Marcus Deck. Does a good job of being able to hang on to it and bringing it back into terra firma in a straight line. But yeah, it was just a bit too physical. And we're only an hour and a half or so into this race.
Yeah, just an awkward bit of contact there, I think, between Deck in the Grid and Go car and Troncoso in the Drago. I don't think there's any blame really to be led. I think it was just that super awkward front left, rear right, where you've not really got enough of an overlap, and so the contact becomes more painful in a sense because it's going to spin you around. It's the only thing we can do. So you can see Troncoso here in the Drago going straight into the slipstream, and basically just get locked together, a bit of that glue, and around she goes. Marcus Deck probably won't know that inside the car and will probably think he's turned me intentionally. Now I'm going to catch back up to him and dish some out myself.
Or he's a calmer driver than you and I behind the wheel, and he's just going to get behind.
I come from touring cars. I got an excuse.
That's true. You think this is a contact sport racing?
100%. Me and Paul Smith get us on a track. There'll be no parts left in the car.
Well, Paul's the one that doesn't think that racing is a contact sport. So you know,
racing is a non-contact sport.
just technically sometimes has yes, plenty of contact.
Excuse me, Arjun. I did 7.5 years in one touring car championship, which is a lot. Drivers like Kevin Siggy, Gergo Baldi, they all took part in this. They beat me, it's fine, we don't talk about it. Rudy Van Buren, he won it once. We were all doing this touring car. In the 7.5 years, you get a license point, a penalty point for every instant or every thing that's penalised on by race control. Right. Pretty common system. In that 7.5 years, I had like 6 license points. So I think you need to have a little rain check on who's the cleanest touring car driver.
I mean, how many races did you do? It's just getting off.
It was like 200, I think, something like that.
Yeah, no, you are not the worst driver that I've seen in a touring car. We've had some series on RaceSpotTV that I just go and watch them. And don't worry, Lewis, you are definitely a cleaner driver than some of them. And let's be real, the last time you and I did a charity race together,
I didn't win it.
Yeah, I did. So I have to eat my humble pie. There's no ifs or buts about that. Into the Bell-off S's. This is a section, by the way, in these GT4 cars, or M2 cars rather, that we're in right now. The lack of downforce must make it very wallowy, very scary as we sit on board with the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing team.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, getting a nice view around this final sector of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Of course, we've completed the first pit stops in quite a lot of our categories. It is just the TCRs and the M2s we're awaiting to come onto pit lane, and I don't get the vibe. I wouldn't say it's any time soon. I'm sure it has to be. I just cannot remember how far the TCRs can go around here.
It should be within the next 10 minutes, I'm pretty sure. TCRs... where's the leader? Ross McFarlane in the GeForce Racing and WSR Esports machine. That's a green and blue livery on their car. Oh, there they are. I was just trying to figure out on my track map where they are. Oh, coming up towards YouTube Corner right now. So, will they be in this lap? I think they should be able to go one more. It's on the 9th lap of the stint, though, so they may be stretching the fuel.
Yeah, we'll see if they can go for one longer and take the stint up to slightly longer than 90 minutes, which would be, again, very solid, very helpful for them. But then again, you can see Ross McFarlane here, and you can see the space around. There is a long wait back until the Sherritt Esports TCR car that sits about 8 seconds behind. And in that... normally, I'd say if you've been able to run away from the rest of the field in the way that Ross McFarlane's been doing, that means you've been burning some fuel in trying to run away. Not saying that is 100% the case, but there is the potential likelihood that this car has used maybe a little bit more fuel in pulling away. That said, sometimes the more efficient way of driving around the circuit is actually saving fuel. And I mean that efficient in, obviously, fuel usage, but also in time as well. It's actually... if you are new to iRacing, or you're around that sort of like 1.5, 2K I-rated, right? Promise you, you're doing a GT3 race, doing a little bit of practice in GT3, save a little bit of fuel. Just a little bit, not much, but lift and coast a little bit. Promise you, you'll start going faster. And there is method to that madness. You start focusing on what you're doing a little bit more, but it just gives you that extra little bit to focus on. But you do end up going a little bit quicker.
Well, and the other thing is tires in these TCR machines. You're putting the power and steering through the front, right? So the specific driving styles can be faster, kinder on the tires, put them together, and I'm sure there's plenty of magic that can be found. But there's a reason why I stick with proper race cars and not with front-wheel drive machinery.
You pipe the get what?
I said it. I'm triggering you. I'm triggering Paul Smith.
Fuming right now. I'm fuming. Front-wheel drive is a very important thing to learn in racing, because it will teach you a lot of things that you never thought you needed to know for even rear-wheel drives.
It's taught McFarlane how to save some fuel as well. He is finally about to be lapped by the overall race leader, Alejandro Sanchez, who's almost halfway through his next stint as they finally cross paths for the first time. A little bit further back, Sherritt Esports, we finally got the livery wrapped onto the machine. It only took about an hour and 20-odd minutes, but battle for fourth, Daniel Lafuente looking in the rearview mirror to turn one.
Yeah, you've got the Sherritt Esports car right on the rear end of that Veloce Thrustmaster machine. Currently sits in 4th position. Started this race in 12th, has worked its way up to 4th. Of course, 3 of those positions would have been freebies, courtesy of a donation to the grid from Redline. They've used that well, currently find themselves up the order. But of course, some of that would have come from strategy calls as well.
That new pit stop graphic, by the way, I do quite enjoy that, as Jaden Ladick brings in the race leading machine. Have not seen much of the Maniti Racing number 13, but often that's a good sign when you're at the front of the field and we are not paying attention to you. I will just point out Elliot Veyron has had a slight slip up off the track. Hasn't cost him too much, but those Porsche Cup cars, they are pushing.
Yeah, whilst we'll see this and a lot of weaving happening here on the Datangahoa, Maniti being in the pit lane, this is where we're actually getting some interesting stuff in the strategy in the M2s, because whilst Maniti have been in the pit lane, second in the class, which is obviously now the race leaders, Grid and Go, FTW, they have remained out on the circuit, as has BS Competition as well. Simify and Maniti both into the pit lane, like what we saw then, as things getting very close up through Tiergarten in this top grouping. The 08 team rather, really desperate to retake over the race lead that was stripped of them after the pit stops having a slightly longer stop than the Apex and Grid and Go cars.
Elliot Veyron has competed in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. He's also got plenty of experience in open wheel machinery as well. To the outside, through the chicane, it's awkward on occasion, and fires it up the inside to the Apex Racing machine. Both cars make it past Grid and Go. That's opportunistic. Thank you very much.
First to third in two awkward corners, so a bit of a shame there for Grid and Go, but again, always got to remain calm, as they do also have the new joining of this, a fresh, a different Porsche in the hands of Luke McEwen, also now in this fight. Nearly 2 minutes off of the race lead is the Team Redline number 69, as McEwen will probably lose a little bit more time here in this opening sector trying to work their way past. They've also got a little bit of lap traffic for themselves up ahead in the form of the Maniti BMW M2 that's just out of the pit lane.
This is a great view on board with Luke McEwen as he jumps his way through the traffic. This is the onboard perspective that you could be getting if you were behind the wheel of this Porsche 911 GT3R. New memberships are 40% off if you head to iRacing.com. So you might not be able to jump into this year's iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours presented by Thrustmaster, but next year, 12 months from now, there's always an opportunity, and we are only a couple of weeks away from the iRacing Watkins Glen 6 Hours powered by VCO, the third of our VCO Grand Slams, as McEwen slams his way to the inside, passes yet another machine, now just one more as they work towards the Hudson back. But yeah, that's VCO Grand Slam going to come on the other side of a new tire for the GT3 cars, Lewis, so there's something new for the teams to go and figure out in the next couple of weeks.
Very excited, always, you know, tyre model changes, they're always a bit of a mixed bag. Some drivers will really like it, some drivers will really dislike it. Of course, I remember when recently they changed the tyre model and how it warmed up and stuff for the prototypes. Some drivers that were very experienced in the LMDHs, hypercars, whatever you want to call them, were not very happy about it. Other drivers across the board were like, yeah, this is much better because it's not instantly warmed up. Wow, Coanda were like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. You are not passing into Flugplatz like what we saw earlier on with the BMW M Team Redline car making a move up there on the Apex car. That was aggressive.
He learned the lesson, right? And he kind of forced the respect from Luke McEwen, who, I'll give him his credit as well, could have made a bad situation out of that one. Gets it done out through Schwedenkreuz, in through Arenberg to the inside, and now will depart the scene of the Foxhole with as much momentum as he possibly can bring. This is one of those sections, by the way, that we're about to get to at Anna Forest, where the track has actually been slightly changed in the real world as compared to what you have in the sim. So you'll notice here how they clamber onto the curb onto the left. Can't do that anymore. You touch that curb, you're in for an uncomfortable ride.
Yeah, it's a little bigger and such, but that is the odd change around here. This is the thing, is this circuit, there will be other places where the circuit has also changed even since this scan, which is, I'd say, do you know where this scan's from? Is it 17?
Ooh, you're testing 17, my knowledge 18? Right now.
I
yes.
think it might be like 17 or 18. Something like
maybe 16, 17.
Might actually be 16, 17. I remember the Nordschleife came out on about 3 platforms at the same time, and everyone was like, interesting. And obviously, you know, iRacing, it's been a great mainstay. And of course, there's some people that will sit there and be like, oh, if it's from like I say 2015, 2016, 2017, whatever, they might say that's really out of date, we need to rescan it. For one, I don't believe so. I don't think every track needs rescanning all of the time, because some of the changes to circuits I don't want to see. Also, every circuit will change in some degree every single year. So where do you draw the line on what needs to be rescanned and what doesn't? And so it's kind of it's always going to be moving goalposts. Also, there is the iRacing curse, isn't it? Which is they'll scan a circuit, it'll get onto the platform, and be like, oh my god, that's changed in real life. Always happens.
I mean, technically at the Nordschleife with graffiti, that happens pretty quickly anyway, right? Correct. They scan it and someone comes up and, yeah, so, yeah, no, the iRacing curse is real, but in the case of the Nordschleife, especially devious in the nature of the track, right? It undergoes constant change as GT3 cars making their way past some TCR machinery. There's left sides in the grass, but we're all okay.
It's just not going to be 100% all the time, and it's kind of like up to date all the time. Like also like the process of building it, it's not as simple as you take the laser scanner out there and like, right, okay, it's onto the platform now, off you go. If it was that simple, that'd be great. Alas, all of the artists behind the scenes, you know, all the people that bring this, the modelers and stuff, it's so complicated to get a circuit onto any platform. Of course, you know, here on iRacing we do scan. Like it's not a simple process. It takes a lot of work, meaning that as soon as that scan is done and it's put onto a computer ready to be modeled, and then, you know, having all the trees put in and having all the artwork put in, it's out of date already. It just will be, and so you have to kind of accept that as a driver. And I personally don't think it's a problem. I almost think like it's a good thing where we get all these scans in sim racing, and having those outdated models, I think is great, because then you get that kind of look into the past.
Yes.
In the world of sim racing, which of course, well, yeah, a lot of these places they're lost in reality.
And that, Lewis, it leads me perfectly into what I was going to bring up anyway, which is the new tracks, but also some of the refreshed tracks that are coming to iRacing next week. So the Bend is going to be debuting, which is very exciting. We'll have plenty of configurations, 7 to pick between. But we'll also get some reworks done to Iowa Speedway, Richmond Raceway, Sonoma Raceway, Worldwide Technology Raceway, Charlotte Motor Speedway, North Wilkesboro. And in the case of some of these, Iowa in particular, because it's a pretty drastic change with some repaving that's been done, the old track is still going to exist. So the Indy cars can go and have their fun with the old scan, and NASCAR can go and run on the new scan. And like you say, provides that contextual kind of window into the racing that we want to see.
Yeah, exactly. Like I say, keeping some of those older circuits. I mean, I'm a big fan of circuits like Belle Isle, which of course we don't race at anymore. It doesn't, you know, we're probably never going to race there ever again, right? In any context. The fact that it's on the sim and I can just go, oh, actually, you know what? I want to relive that a second. I can go and take the Dallara DW12 round there and throw it around, have a good time, have a cracking time, take it on the bumps and stuff. The fact that you can do that is so good, as we'll finally see our TCR cars into the pit lane, race leader, and then the long wait back for second place in the category.
It is a long wait indeed. Driver change. Gal Valero jumps into the GeForce Racing and WSR car. This is a replay of the Apex Racing GT3 Cup car, Lewis. They try and go around the outside through traffic, and that just cost them. You can see 1, 2, and then 3 far their way on through.
I mean, I do want to ask a good question there.
Why?
In what universe would that have worked? Going around that TCR car like that, in like that. Is it just me, or was that not a smart move?
No, that's exactly what I thought when I first was looking at it, and I'm glad that you called it out as well.
Yeah, that's. I mean, look, again, you're making mistakes in traffic. That's fine. And you might sit there and be like, "What are your other choices? Sit behind the car and then, you know, wait through." Yes, that's your option. Like, going around the outside is just never going to work. And by trying to throw it in there last minute, you're going to cut their nose off, and more than likely you're going to be sent off into the barrier. So luckily avoided that one at least, and just had to accept the loss of position and nothing more so, as we'll look back at some of our BMW M2s here in this big fight a little bit further down the order.
Well,
we've got the Maniti Racing Red, or is this...
This is actually GT4. Trust me, I've been confused between the BMW.
Right.
No, Lewis, I've made the mistake, so no, I didn't want to call it out, but yes, this is GT4. The M2s and the TCRs are down on pit lane right now, so about 90 plus minutes is their window, something that we will be tracking through the remainder of the race. We're on board with, again, this is the new BMW M4 GT4 Evo, which to me on board, it's just very nondescript. It kind of just made me think it was the M2, but that's neither here nor there. 25 minutes to go until the top of the hour. Lewis, these slower cars, the TCRs, the M2s, they're going to be long stints if you're double stinting for drivers. It's going to be a good 3 hours you're behind the wheel.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's kind of at that point where you don't want to kind of sit behind the wheel for less than 2 hours, but you don't really necessarily want to sit behind the wheel for much longer than sort of 3, unless you're absolutely wild.
2 minutes and 22 seconds. That is an abnormal pit stop for Fabian Siegmann, I would assume. Might be joining the list of those suffering the attrition problems at this point. Sun is starting to set as well. In-sim time is just about to touch 6 p.m. And this is 6 p.m. in the summer, so it's relatively lengthy days. That was an attempted move from Effect Simulations that was never really on. It's not going to cost them too much, though. They're back into line and 4 cars in the choo-choo train.
Yep, indeed. They are all kind of trying to work their way through this without any major dramas. Of course, they are sitting in the slipstream at the moment and just saving those fuel numbers, getting themselves ready for the pit stops, which for this category aren't ridiculously far away. So we'll have to wait and see how this one's going to unfold in this group at the moment. Got to say, whilst we're looking at this, it does bring up one major issue that I have with this battle.
Which is?
The Arctic Sim Sport car. Does it remind you of anything?
Victor Nielsen behind the wheel of the number 9.
Remind you of any livery at all?
Are you going to tell me that it is kind of like a BS competition livery?
For a split second at the start of the race, I was like, oh, that's a nice BS competition livery.
The only thing that I get what you mean, but at least it's not asymmetrical.
It's not asymmetrical, and it is a slightly different shade, blah, 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 blah. Also different materials and stuff. It looks good. It looks really good. But I was caught out for a second then.
Yes. No. Were you commentating on the Production Car Challenge special event at the end of last year with me?
I certainly was at VIR.
Do you remember the livery that we had at the front of the field, the Jenna Ortega fan club livery?
Yeah, I remember.
That was basically a BS competition livery drawn by a cartoon AI.
Yeah, which is banter at the end of the day. I think look, we're gonna get liveries and stuff in sim racing, and quite a lot of them are gonna look the same, right? That's just nature. There is only so many colours, and there's only so many colours that are going to work well with each other. And various times there's going to be patterns, blah blah blah. I am not saying this is them. They've taken a look at the BS competition car and gone, bam, that looks great. We'll steal that. That livery might be around for longer. I don't know. And I don't necessarily have a problem with it, but it's just kind of one of those ones of like, we are always going to get liveries that look pretty much the same. Thankfully, above all else, it's not black and red. So
yes,
at least there's that. The two most popular colours in sim racing to use on a livery.
You can see in the top right, not only is now Fabian Siegmann in pit lane, but Matthew Madigan has taken the flatbed, or required the flatbed to bring the SimCity racing machine to pit lane. That is not the same incident, though. That is Thibaut Prévost in the number 96 having an issue. Oh, Madigan, that's through Schwedenkreuz, isn't it? And he's crunched the front end.
Yeah, that's a bit of an F, unfortunately, in these cars. As much as they are tanky, and they can take an awful lot, especially in wheel-to-wheel combat, that little bit too fast when it comes to the contact. And I will say, from this point all the way around, it would be a very, very long drive and a very long tow as well.
It's a shame. I actually got to see Matthew Madigan. He came out to one of the Prodigy Racing League events to say hi. So now I feel bad for him. But anyway, moving on. That's the iRacing special events, right? You win some, you lose some. The reality is, Lewis, you lose more than you win.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll see this battle here. I'm going to bring it up. We've had one of our stewards in the chat in-game, in the server, talking from race control. They've not said anything, but they have put in some rules as well, which comes from the iRacing sporting code as well. There's Marla and the Scuderia Ferrari HP esports team switching positions. The two that have been posted in there is 8.1.1.4, which is cheating. Members may not cheat or otherwise engage in conduct deemed by iRacing to be in conflict with the spirit or sporting code. And then 8.1.1.9, which is nefarious tactics. Drivers may not use nefarious tactics to gain an advantage in qualifying or racing. iRacing will determine what constitutes an advantage. Now, that can be for one of two reasons. Either number one, they're taking a close look at it, or number two, because a lot of teams have obviously reported what's happened with Team Redline here, and they're like, we'll decide what constitutes as an advantage later on. They'll deal with that after the race. But it is a very interesting thing that race control, at the very least, are keeping an eye on what's happening here in Split 1. Just so you know.
And you can, have no doubt, follow social media to find out more post-race as well. The team will do everything after the results have at least provisionally been finalized across the line, and they will have their chance to finish things off. 20 minutes, Lewis, before you and I say goodbye to the commentary booth. This has flown by in a good way. We haven't had too many retirements. We've had a couple of incidents, yes, in the last 30 or 40 minutes, I'd say, but for the most part, 60 took to the green flag, and we've got most of them out there and running still.
Yeah, which is always a good thing. The endurance spirit, of course, carry on until you absolutely cannot anymore. Obviously, we have had a couple of incidents on the circuit. Of course, most recently there with the TCRs, but obviously Drago racing a little bit earlier on and such. But for the most part, speaking of incidents, this doesn't look like it's going to end well.
Oh no, that's some lawnmower services being offered by Victor Nielsen. Not once, but twice. You'll get away with it, though, because if you never mind. I was going to say, if you straight line it, you can avoid the curb and the bad bounce, but bang, left side's into the wall, and here's the onboard look.
Yeah, indeed. I was going to say there's no way he's saving us. A bit of contact with the Maniti sent over here, and at this point, you're struggling for grip. I'm going to say that is probably about as good as that could have gone right there. When being sent off into the grass, you lose grip so quickly, of course. There is so little out there. You're getting onto the brakes, it's moving the weight onto the front. It's trying to send the rear end around constantly. You're steering the wheel all over the place, but you can't scrub off the speed you need to. Even as soon as you get back onto the tarmac, obviously your tyres are dirty. You don't have the grip required. So difficult there, and yeah, unfortunately, a big whack on the barrier as the TCR race leader is onto the pit lane. So we do have Sebastian Hoven, the fiercely forward grey car, on pit lane, which will pass over the race lead back into the hands of Gar Valero in the GeForce Racing WSR Esports car.
They were the only team to go one lap longer, so either that's impressive fuel numbers or something else has kind of led to that. The race leading TCR, by the way, did get a note from Michael Polasek last night. That is a combo team and a pretty fierce lineup. Ross McFarlane, Gar Valero, Konstantin Stolzenberg, and Mike Polasek. Those are four of the best TCR drivers that iRacing knows nowadays. But Michael is running this race in support of the World Central Kitchen, so I believe there is potentially a live stream somewhere. Michael, if you're watching, send me the link and I'll try and shout it out at some point. But do go and support a good cause and a car that is very much a contender to be at the front at the end of this race, Lewis, I would say.
Look at you, Arjuna, the man of the community.
Man of the people.
Man of the people, just here to support. It's fair, I'll allow it.
You'll allow it?
I'll allow it. That's fine. But either way, we've still got this battling to keep our eyes focused on and allow to happen through this part of the race. The top two in the Cup category have cleared away from this group by quite a margin. They've already gone over the crest at Flugplatz as these cars lift off on the front end. They're maybe, what, 3 seconds, 3 seconds ahead, the top two from this group. But still, It is interesting that the Cup category has begun its separation, as we've seen in all of the other categories thus far.
It is a very strong Cup category, I would say, though. There's no red line, but you've got the Grid and Go and Coanda machines at the front. And Adrian Greiker, who's behind the wheel of the 001 car that sits in second in class, I mean, he often races under Greiker Motorsports, his own team label in the DNLS, the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship. So for him to be paired up with Simona Maria Marcheno and Gunoso Tasdelen, that's a very interesting driver lineup, and it will be very interesting to see how they run. Elliot Veyron's paired up with Xander Reed and Oscar Pai, so we kind of know what to expect from those three. That's three Porsche Esports Super Cup drivers in the Coanda and Sable 018.
Yeah, indeed. In case if you keep forgetting what sim we're on, keep zooming in there on the Ardnau Forst on the
it's a great camera.
Excellently graffitied iRacing logo. It's almost as if it's just. I would have liked if they'd have done it in a graffiti style for that logo. That would have been a very nice touch. But it is just the iRacing logo on the circuit. But it fits in, so fair enough. You were wondering what was being zoomed in on there. It's the iRacing logo. As we get a lovely view over these two marching their way through the forest here. The Coanda car that leads the way in the Cup category. You've got the Grid and Go directly behind as they navigate their way around the twists and turns into Forsython, continuing to drop downhill. It is a great view from up above. It's just love an aerial shot around here. Love an aerial shot.
And I do feel as though, technology at the track has been improving so rapidly in recent years, right? So they've added all sorts of repeater stations around the track to facilitate onboards being transmitted back to the TV, hub a little bit quicker. I feel like they've done a great job of camera shots, heli camera shots, especially down the Dottinger. You think of all those passes in the grasses, Lewis, down the end of that, heading into the final complex of corners. The greatest camera shots of them are the ones in the air where you can see just how crazy the drivers are when they're doing 240-odd kilometers an hour and saying, you know what, let me put two wheels off to the grass.
Seeing a lot more usages of things like drones in the world of motorsport these days, and because they're effectively relatively cost effective, especially compared to a helicopter, and also they don't require the same skills as piloting helicopters. Still obviously a lot of skill behind being a drone pilot. Anyone who's tried flying a drone and getting a cool shot with it will understand it's not plug and play. There is an awful lot of skill in doing it, especially for doing it for live broadcast. And then also, I've always said this with a lot of drones. We get the FPV drones where they're kind of flying right in, and they're almost looks like a camera ripped out of Forza. Right, there's some things that you can only really get on the sim. I do not like those shots, but I do like the drone shots where they're almost mimicking a helicopter in a championship which obviously doesn't have the budget or capabilities to have a helicopter out. That's what I like seeing from drones, and especially around somewhere like here. So much easier to use something like a drone than a helicopter where you've got to think about so much. It's again, I'm a stickler for an aerial shot, but I think part of that comes from the fact that it is rare.
Yes.
No. Aerial shot.
It's getting more common nowadays because, like you say, of drones, and all the drone pilots in the world are thinking Lewis McClade disparaging the skill. No, I know what you mean. It's the level of training required to become a helicopter pilot, and the health and safety that comes with it as well is a lot higher. When NASCAR first introduced the drones, there were rules about they didn't want to fly them over the hot track itself. Now they're a lot more comfortable to do that, and in things like rallycross, they literally fly the drones 2 inches off the back bumper. It's crazy, right? So it's a great thing to see technology evolving. I will just say that, Lewis, we are spoiled in the sim world, as that's an uncomfortable line down to the Belloff S's, maximum commitment from Grid and Go. we sit here in the virtual world and we have so much data, right? Our timing screens, the ability to go and rewind to all different incidents and figure out what happened that maybe in the real world they miss because there's not cameras and stuff. Commentating on a race here in the real world, it seems like a much harder challenge than what we have here in the sim.
Yeah, I mean, real world stuff, it is just from a broadcast perspective, or even like from a race stewarding perspective, for example. A lot of the time, like with an incident, you'll get like a certain amount of cameras, right? If you're trying to adjudicate a certain incident, you will get like onboards, you'll get some TV cameras and maybe some circuit CCTV, which can actually provide surprising amounts of information. But that's it. That's all you get. You can't just make up cameras on the spot like what we got here. You can't see these kind of shots. You can't just go, oh, I want to see that back from whatever angle I'm feeling like. You can't do that in the real world. Whereas obviously in sim, we do have that as luxury. But then sometimes there's the whole too much information can also potentially, because you always, oh, well, what do it look like from this different angle? And how many times have we seen an incident where you'll look at it from one angle and you'll look at it from the other angle and you'll be like, I've got a completely different opinion now.
I'm just going to take an incident that happened this last weekend, I should say, in a certain Formula One race and say it looked very different on board than it did off board. But anyway.
What you could be talking about?
What one could I be talking about? No, when it comes to too much information, sometimes I think that's a problem with sim racing, and Lewis, I run into esports, so I'm used to the challenges, that's the right word to use here, the challenges of adjudicating incidents and making sure that all teams understand that it's an even, the decision process is even and fair and there's no bias or anything, or whatever, right? So that's the challenge that we have. The reality is, in the world of sim racing, you can go and dial up camera angles to try and show it in different lights, right? So yeah, like you say, sometimes too much information is a bad thing, and so sometimes in the world of sim racing, I feel like we use that information for bad rather than for good. And you're someone that's done a bit more real-world commentary than me as well. So we have live timing screens that update as soon as a position change happens on track. That ain't how it is in the real world.
No, normally it's sector by sector or lap by lap. Or normally an update on the line or somewhere around the circuit. Again, I've had a few conversations with people that have done adjudication IRL, only with real live racing, and of course on the sim as well. Ready for the name drop?
Do it.
My mate Eduardo Freitas, of course, race director of the World Endurance Championship and such. I have worked with him a little bit. He was honestly fascinating insights into the differences between sim racing and real, because there's quite a lot of these jobs where you can treat them like the same thing, right? Like commentating, for example, for our point of view, effectively like real life racing versus being here on the sim, it's effectively another sim. It is just like doing another simulator, something else. It is just like expanding it that way. It's not actually that different. But there are things like race control where they have to be completely different. That's why some people that are very good at adjudicating stuff in real life aren't so good at doing it in sim racing. And part of that does come from having an overwhelmingly large amount of information. Because as much as you might say, oh, well, that can remove the benefit of doubt, there will be no doubt about an incident because you can see it from every angle. But sometimes you need to see it, especially if you're experienced, you need to see it from a limited amount of angles and have almost a gut feeling about what happens. I know that sounds like it would be inconsistent and unfair, but you would be surprised how more accurate it would be having that gut feeling.
Yes. Anyway, let's move on from race control decisions, because don't have any of that really happening right now. It's all going to be post-race. 7 minutes left to go, and then we'll be handing it over in the broadcast booth. Arjuna Kankipati alongside Lewis McLeod. Right now, we will be throwing it on over. That is the frantic sound of me scrolling to try and find out who it is. Joe Peak and Justin Prince, yes.
JP times 2.
Ooh, it is JP squared.
Yeah, JP squared. There we go. That's the name of their 2 hour stint.
And then after that, I'll be back alongside Paul Smith. We'll bring you uninterrupted coverage through the 24 hours, hoping that we'll have some decent racing through the night as well, because it's still somewhat close through the classes right now. GT3 has broken up slightly. As much as Lewis and I are going off and talking about all sorts of nonsense that's not always focused on the track, it's not because we've lost too many cars. Just two I see in the pit lane. One of them is a TCR entry. One of them is a GT3 entry.
Yeah, indeed. It's been the start of the race that kind of expected. This is a race which doesn't typically dish up huge amounts of drama in car-to-car combat throughout the day. It will do later on in the race, and it will certainly do in those in the final hour or so. We'll get plenty of some stuff, but at this point, it's because it's such a long waiting game and such large patience, and you know that the run through the night, that's the bit, that's the testing part, and that's why the dramas that we see around here are typically single car. It's typically someone having an instance, someone having a technical issue or something. That's normally what we talk about around here. That's just this style of endurance race. It's not like what we get at, say, Daytona or Spa, where it is always car-to-car constant.
Absolutely. There's bump drafting going on right now up towards Smutkurva. Three-car train with Tristan Iglesias in front of the Apex Racing team machine that at one point was leading in a class, but I think this just shows the pace in that 018, the Coan and Sabot machine. They might be the team to beat. It's only the Grid and Go 001 that's putting some pressure onto them. GT3, let's talk about that quickly, Lewis, because we really haven't since their first pit stop cycle. They are a couple of laps away from coming back down and into the pit lane, but Alejandro Sanchez is now 7 seconds clear. Oh, never mind. Slightly shorter stint this time by 6 laps and done. And here comes the GT3 into the pit lane.
Yeah, just shy of the hour then. The GT3s are heading their way into pit lane. You can see the BS Competition sat second in this race, also onto the lane, as is Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast. We don't suspect any of the GT3s will be remaining out on the circuit to do a bonus lap here. So everyone into the pit lane basically at the same time. But yeah, what a big lead. 5 seconds it's appeared for Apex. They are very much in control. Will it be the case now that Alejandro Sanchez has passed over to the still very, very capable Luca Kita?
Very rapid. Rainer Tauvar in the 89 is going to take over from Felix Quirmbach. I think Sami Matti Trogan might be staying behind the wheel. He's used to driving here, to be fair, so maybe it's just his happy place, although his Williams Gaming Club teammate, Sota Muto, is also staying behind the wheel of the car, so maybe that's a bit of an indication. There were a couple of teams that did driver changes in the first stint, so not expecting all teams to be doing driver changes anyway, but there goes Luca Kita. It's a 40.6 second pit stop, and off and away the Ford Mustang rolls once again.
Yeah, Lafuente also staying behind the wheel of the Veloce Thrustmaster car, both releasing at the same time. The car driven by Lafuente, and of course now the car for Sherritt Esports driven by Julian Reimer, who's taken over from Raphael Renhofer. So that's the Sherritt Esports car that we can see there. The car behind, so that's Lafuente, who's very much fresh. This is one of the largest difficulties with racing around somewhere like the Nürburgring 24-hour. Obviously, you've got a scenario like this where you've got a driver who's been in it for 2 hours and is very comfortable with how the car's feeling around the circuit at the moment. Then you'll have someone like Julian Reimer, who's taken over the Sherritt Esports car, who now has to get up to speed somehow whilst not dropping, which is actually really hard.
Much more difficult than sometimes you'd think, that is for sure. Although cold tires aren't as bad here as they are some other special events and in some other classes, right? At least for the time being. The GTP class, for example, very much both in the real and virtual worlds, with the lack of tire warmers, has become known for tricky conditions when you head out there for the very first time. Redline doing driver changes, I think, and that's why the pit stop time is frozen. So don't fear, they are indeed taking on their service right now. There you can see off and away goes Chris Lullum, so he's actually stuck behind the wheel. Just a graphic that's frozen, unfortunately. And he's got teammates closer to him now, Lewis, so I wonder if they've slightly short-fueled or played around with when they left the pit stalls, just to make sure that they're all with each other, and now with about 2 hours complete.
The 71 has been closing up to the rear end of the BMW M2 red line car. Gustavo Ariel remains behind the wheel, but there has been closing coming in from that Porsche onto the rear end of the BMW. So I think that's the one that's been closing up. The 69 still finds itself a fair way off, having just left pit lane. Sam Coytet's just taken over the wheel from Luke McEwen. Meanwhile, we look at the battle between Veloce Thrustmaster and Sherritt Esports, the battle for 4th position, as it has been for a fair while. Another driver, by the way, who's just joined in the in-game. Not as a driver, I'm pretty sure he's not slated as a driver for Drago Racing, but Formula 2 Championship leader Alex Dunn, keeping a close eye on what's happening here as well.
The Drago Racing team signed a handful of real-world drivers, Hugh Barter as well. Who's the third one that I'm missing right now, off the top of my head?
You're on your own, mate. I don't know.
I'm on my own, apparently. I'll go and look at social media later on. But yeah, no, I was just looking to try and see if Alex was registered as driver, and the answer is no. So we won't be seeing him, and to answer the question as well, because it's come quite a lot. No Max Verstappen as well, unfortunately. He'll be on the Team Redline stream talking, but not out on track racing wheel to wheel.
Certainly not. Well, it's nearly the end of the second hour of this race. It's been very exciting, and we've had a lot of fun here, haven't we, Arjuna?
We have indeed. Well, I think Lewis is going to step aside for a little bit of time. Joe Peak will jump in alongside myself, and we will mix things up as the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing GT4 machine goes around. Caleb McDonald behind the wheel of that number 16, and now having to do a very, very uncomfortable spin around to try and point himself back in the right direction. How's it going, Joe?
Going pretty well, and excited to see how the race pans out for this one. This is definitely one of the more punishing 24-hour races that drivers can run, so this is going to be a true test.
True test indeed. I think it's the hardest and best, one of the best tracks in the world. Lewis does not. He's angrily now saying that he does think it's the second best track in the world, but he can't answer back now that his microphone is muted, so at least there is that.
I still can, it's number 2.
There we go. Joe, the part of the race that we're in right now is also, field starting to stretch out slightly, the sun's starting to set. We're headed into the nighttime hours.
Yeah, and that's going to be its own kettle of fish for sure. I mean, it's hard enough racing around here during the day, but coming into the nighttime is going to be very tricky. It'll very much require you to be aware of the classes and how you're interacting with them. I think that's the big thing. It's such a narrow track here. Just having your wits about you of who you're around and when, and kind of making the smart decisions. It's one thing to be fast here, but being smart will do you so much better over the long run.
It's crazy enough having just the 5 classes, which we have now. Remember, in the real world, for NLS races and the 24-hour as well, there's even more classes, double-digit classes, and often the quote-unquote less powerful classes are more popular just because they're cheaper to run race cars, and so often in years past in the formerly known as the VLN series, now NLS, with the way the point structure works out, the lower power classes often end up bringing out the overall champion of the series. It's just a really interesting way that this track promotes racing, because again, most of the time it's not a racetrack, it's a public road, Joe, that the average Joe, you included, could go around and drive your regular road car if you wanted to.
I have been around it, actually. Not driving, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
But I took a ring taxi, summer of 23. My brother, my dad, and I took a trip to 24 Hours Le Mans, and my brother asked me, is there anything else you want to do while you're over in Europe? Because it was my first time, and I said, I have to go to the Nürburgring. So, and absolutely glad we did. I still have the video, and it's one of my most treasured memories. There really is nothing like it. It doesn't even seem like a racetrack when you're there. It's just so gigantic. The scale of this place, it cannot be grasped. Even when you're there, it just seems like it goes on forever.
I've walked around a few racetracks. I don't want to think about walking around the entirety of this one. Track walk here might as well be a track day, literally.
Really?
The Cup cars, this is still the lead. They've got a GT3 machine coming up behind, and that is Chris Lullum, which is technically, again, for overall position, but he should pass relatively quickly. The thing to just keep an eye on now is lap times between, well, the top two and then third and fourth in the class, because if Tristan Iglesias and the Apex Racing machine can start to close back up, these two will start to feel the pressure. They should be down to pit lane, not this time by, but I would suspect next lap by for the Cup cars.
And pit stops are another thing. You really have to make sure that you get the strategy right. It's so much less variant than other endurance races, but it's not something that you can afford to fail on this one, especially because a tow is so costly around here. I mean, we already think about how long it takes to wait for a tow at places like Le Mans, but at this track, that's pretty much any hopes practically over of some kind of win. You have to be flawless. Probably even a podium is off the question on that one.
And it's why sometimes you will suffer some quite hellacious damage just trying to bring it back to pit lane in the hopes it costs you that little less time to get repaired. Pit stops underway for the GT4 and Was Cooking Racing Adventures, former winners in the GT4 class of this race. Well, Jack Sedgwick's done an oopsie. He's sped on pit entry and he's got a black flag. Chris Lullum still frustrated into Flansgarden behind those Cup cars. You can see the top end speed that they have. Well, that is going to be a costly error on pit lane as Josh Thompson takes over the 969.
And it's not something I feel like you think about as much about here, the top end speed, because it's such a twisty track. But there are so many long flat out sections that if you are lacking top end speed, I mean, that's a death knell. And it's mostly because not just the lap time that you lose, that's really the only place that you want to try and pass here other than on the GP track. So if you're lacking that straight line speed, it's going to make it a very miserable 21 and 54 minutes left.
21 hours and 54 minutes left. That still hasn't seen us hit the night hours. Remember, summerish sort of conditions in the sim means slightly longer days, slightly shorter nights, which is always an interesting talking point comparing to something like a Daytona, which is run on the total opposite end of that spectrum, almost the longest nights you can get, the shortest days that you can get. And thinking about how you pick which drivers run in those night conditions. So the trio of Porsche Cup cars that at one point were all on top of each other for third position, and they've been broken up slightly, although the Additis Racing by WSR, number 38, onto the back of the 199, not going to force the issue into pit lane. And in front of them, the leaders have gone around for at least one more lap, Joe. So not taking their trips down to pit lane this time. At some point in this race, though, I always think it's good to try and do something different from your competitors on track.
Yeah, and you have to remember that these Cup cars don't typically see pit stops in most races. I've got to cover some of the North America Endurance Series where they do, and you have to have the car set up for those fuel stops for the car. So for these drivers, hopefully they've done their research to get used to that. And honestly, I wouldn't be too sad if things got broken up a bit if I was in the car, because you really just want to be focusing on racing the track and not your rivals. That's one extra thing that really you don't want to have to worry about in the mix.
Yeah, no. This is like, I'm trying to think about this, Joe. Is it less stressful to not have to deal with the procedures that they do in the real world, where they have code 60 zones and safety vehicles that are driving around the Nordschleife while the cars are still passing at racing speed? That's an extra cognitive load, right? Remembering that when you see one of those code 60 boards, you've got to be down to the speed limit, the process of slowing down over time, making sure you're not passing. It's very easy to make a mistake like that, and I just wonder, is it harder to sprint like we do in iRacing, or is it harder to be focused on the long game like sometimes they have to be in the real world?
I have to imagine it's a blessing and a curse because, like you said, that's one less thing that you can trip over and get a penalty for out there. But at the same time, there's no relief on the roadside. On iRacing, there's no official full course yellows out there, so you have no break. You're just going and going and going, and that's probably why, you know, the team element of figuring out your schedule ahead of time is so much more important on sim endurance racing, because once you're in the car, that's it. You know, you get no breaks other than the pit stops if you're staying in for multiple stints. So you're just on it from the word go. And especially at this level, Arjuna, where it's basically who can make those least mistakes while sprinting for 24 hours, that is a difficult ask.
I don't envy some of these teams, that's for sure. Safety cars would be, I'm sure, a nice relief for them, or even a Code 60 zone. But at a track like the Nordschleife, there's only so much that really can be done to equalize the race itself. It's a very long pit stop, by the way, for Lewis Woods in the number 44 machine. So that would be the Falcon Sim Racing GT3 entry. So they're in a BMW. Not sure what's happened there. I can also tell you that Gustavo Ariel is currently slip and sliding his way off the track. So hoping that he's not gotten involved with anybody, although I think that might have been an incident that might have tangled up second place in the Porsche Cup class, because suddenly Elliot Veyron's got himself a good 6-second buffer, Joe. Here's the replay.
All right, so let's see. Oh, a little bit of contact. And at Schwadenkreuz, that's not a place you want that to happen. It's so high speed. You can see there is just no runoff to the outside. And they did a good job keeping that from becoming a bigger incident, but just was not expecting him, it looks like, to slow as much as he did.
Remember, Gustavo having to fight his way back after the red line machines dropped off the grid. So that miscalculation, I mean, a grid and go will be frustrating, fuming. No ifs or buts again about that one. Adrian Greiker, so experienced here, a driver that's raced in many a DNLS race in the past. Hoping not to have too much damage. Still in second, albeit now with the Apex Racing 199 and Additus Racing getting closer and closer. They should be down to pit lane, I would suspect this time by, as they are onto the 7th lap of their stint. That's been the fun part of the opening 2 hours as well, Joe. Lewis and I trying to figure out when everyone pits. So GT3 is like every 6 or 7 laps. GT3 Cup is a couple of laps beyond in terms of time. And then TCR and the BMWs, those can go around 90 minutes or so, is what we figured out.
So that's a good amount of time in the car. That's the other thing, is that 90 minutes without a break around here is going to be quite long stints. But then do you really want to ask have a driver get out that quickly or stay in? Although I say that, I have a feeling their pit stops are probably longer than 30 seconds. Let me double check that, actually. Yeah, yes. So it looks like they can get a free driver change if they want. So maybe you would hop them in and out, but you run the risk of also drivers not being as familiar, because that's the other trade-off there, is that if you've been in the car for a while, then you kind of know how it's handling, especially if there's some unique characteristics that have developed, shall we say, over the course of the race. Is Bravery Corner not really where you want to put your tires off there, buddy?
I mean, it's in the name. Be brave. Keep your foot to the floor. Not in those Porsche Cup cars, that's for sure. Lewis McLeod stepped aside about 10 minutes ago. Time for me to do the same. I'll leave you in the very capable voices of Joe Peak, alongside of the joining Paul Smith.
The Hat Crew is out here for this one. Glad to have you here, Paul, and glad that Arjuna can get a break. Not just the drivers needing to get some rest here, Paul. We sometimes got to step aside to let our voices recover. But this Cup race has been fascinating out here. I mean, essentially a spec race that we've got out for this class with the Porsche cars.
It certainly is. I mean, if there's one car that I know, it's the Cup cars, isn't it? From Porsche Category Sport Super Cup. So, and a lot of these drivers know this car like the back of their hands as well. It's absolutely fantastic. The action that they're bringing us here today as well. It's been intriguing to just sit back, listen to the commentary, keep an eye on everything going on. And yeah, for me, this is the class that should have the closest finish, in my opinion.
Yeah, I completely agree. So many drivers with many hours in these cars as the BMW CS machine is just trying to stay out of the way in one of the more difficult parts here, coming up into Flames Garden where they get a little bit of air. But yeah, that is kind of funny that you've got the virtual experience with these Cup cars. I've got the real world experience. So hopefully between us, we can give a good impression of these machines and kind of what's entailed and trying to race with them. But this is getting to be quite a bit of pressure there with the 199, although it doesn't look like it is for position right now. He's trying to chase Garicki in the grid and go car, so this car maybe in front of him being a little bit of a plug in the spigot.
Yeah, but like they're just in front of the WSR car, so this is battling a little bit further, well, I say further down the order. This is for a podium spot, but they're going to have a nice long bit of slipstream from that Grid and Go eSports car above in front of them. Coanda and Seibel, Elliot Veyron, who again, one of those pest drivers, 7.5 seconds, 7.75 seconds ahead of these three cars here. So putting on a good display and surprise, surprise, use the slipstream, pull out alongside underneath the Bilstein Bridge, and thank you very much. That's Apex Racing Team up in third place, sorry.
Yeah, apologies. I was looking at the gap to the leader there on timing and scoring. So yeah, that makes more sense now that they were fighting as hard as they were for that second position. And Elliot Veyron, actually, did he just head into pit lane? Well, it looks like everybody is in pit lane now. 4 scheduled stops. And like you were saying, look at how tight it is this far into the race, multiple hours in, and everybody's still on the same schedule. I guess that is where it starts to get tricky, is if somebody can pull a march and manage to change that pit stop schedule as we get a view of one of our Porsche drivers.
Yeah, just nice and calm, taking off the gloves there. Obviously, job well done, and a change of driver. So Xander Reed getting into that Coanda and Seibel number 018 car, and yeah, their headset off. I can tell you, just from being on commentary, having a headset, over-ear headset for 3-4 hour stints, it gets quite uncomfortable after a while. And when you add in that these guys are putting in a real physical effort in handling these cars throughout this race, through a, say, 2-3 hour stint, yeah, it feels good to take those headsets off and just have a nice bit of a relaxation.
Yeah, I've often heard it described as taxing in a very different way than real endurance racing, because you're essentially having to focus for this whole time. You're not feeling the G-forces. The adrenaline is pumping in such a different way that you get out of that sim seat and your body is pretty darn tired. Your mind is definitely mush by that point. Look at how close it is here with the 38 trying to challenge the 199. Peterson going to come away ahead of that one, down into the hairpin, taking that valuable track position. That was a little bit brave because it's quite narrow coming out of that exit.
It certainly is. We've got a black flag for the Grid and Go Esports 001. So the car there that we see on screen right now, I would believe that's going to be either speeding on pit exit or an unsafe pit exit going over that white line on the pit exit. So that's going to be a stop and hold for them, and that'll take them out of this podium fight in these early stages, because it is very much early stages of this race, isn't it?
It is. I mean, we're not even a quarter of the way through this thing. And I agree with you. My guess is that they may have overstepped that line on the pit exit there. It would explain why they got a black flag. I said it was a risk, and unfortunately they're finding just how much of one is. That will be an unfortunate revisit to pit lane, whichever was the cause for that black flag. They're going to stay on the back of them, at least for now, because you don't know if you can get a mistake out of your rivals, even if they know you've got that penalty. And I'm sure, you know, some of these bigger teams, especially in the top split, they have all kinds of crew, I'm sure, behind the scenes, feeding information, crunching numbers. Somebody surely has told them what's going on as we check in with our BMWs.
GT4 actually. So we've got the Mercedes in front. Then this is 9th and 8th place in GT4. So yeah, Maniti racing red. And they are, I'm trying to find them on my timing screen. There they are. They've got Effect Simulations, Tom Griggs in front of them. Well, were in front of them, now behind them. So change of position there for Maniti down that section towards Schwedenkart. So yeah, they one of the highest speed parts of this track. It's relatively narrow. You can get 2 cars through there, but when you get to that Schwedenkart section of the track, you do want to just back out and give the space and maybe think the long game.
Very much so. Yeah, I was kind of impressed that he was willing to try and force that at this stage of the race, and maybe it was just to get that clear air. You can see that 78 trying to run away now, so it felt like maybe the BMW just a bit stronger through this portion over the Mercedes, and seeing whether or not he could use this clear air to his advantage. You're not going to get another long, straight, flat-out run until you get on the climb up to Kesselchen there. So we'll see them dive back down into the valley now. Things continue to be nice and tight through this portion of the track with a lot of braking zones that can catch you out.
I know. I actually competed in the top split of this very event back in it would have been 2016 or 2017 in a Kia Optima. It was before we had the TCRs, and yeah, you were talking about the physical and mental effects of it. After you've done a stint, you do feel drained around here, and that section. All the way down through Miss and places like that, down towards Adenauer. It's a real challenge for you to keep that consistency lap on lap throughout this race. Fortunately, third in class for me, so the one and only time I've been in top split as a competitor, and we've got a podium in class.
Nice. Yeah, I think you might have a bit of a harder time doing it now.
It was all my teammates' work. It wasn't mine, trust me.
No, I completely get you. And to be fair, though, this, I mean, how often do we hear this is a specialist track? You get the ringmeisters out there, drivers who just are, their whole focus is this place, and they'll drive any car, anytime around this track. It's sort of a reverse of usual where you get a specialist in a car. And it is interesting to see who has shown up in this one to maybe kind of ply their trade and show the newcomers how it's done around the green hell.
Yeah, certainly. You're absolutely right. Even in some leagues that I've raced in, when you come to this place, suddenly somebody who's maybe mid-table will be right there at the front. You're thinking, where have you got this speed from? And it's because of that. They are such a specialist at this venue that you get to know the place. You never fully know this place, I don't think. I think this place will always throw a surprise at you and you think that you know everything about it. But yes, certainly does give you a good challenge. The BMWs, the M2s, it's the first time that we've seen them in this event this year. First year that we've had them, and there's been a lot of talk about them mixing it with the TCRs. They are doing pretty much the same stint length and pretty much the same speed in terms of lap time. It's just where they get that lap time from that is the big difference. And these BMWs are rapid down the straight. Very little drag to these cars.
A lot of oomph underneath them as well, yes. And yeah, there's only one of the TCRs ahead of them right now. This is the battle for third in class straight matter, trying to hold off Duracop. But yeah, Gail Valero and his G-Force Racing 272 currently the only one ahead of these BMWs. There's Gail on screen now, racing one of the TCRs. But yeah, and that kind of touches back to what I was talking to Arjuna about, that you have to be aware of the situation. Like you said, if you're in the M2s and you find yourself kind of around and fighting with one of the TCRs, you have to remember, this is not my battle. I don't need this overall. I just need to run my own race. Unfortunately, if you keep winding up next to each other, that's a little easier said than done, but you have to learn to live together.
Yeah, it's that sort of cooperation, which isn't always necessarily something that a race driver is hardwired to do. Seeing the bigger picture, you'll have an engineer or somebody spotting for them, saying, just run your own race. Don't worry about them. Run your own race, and the driver will just have the red mist suddenly descend upon them, and they're
on my line.
Yes, exactly. They're in my way. Get them out the way. And before you know it, you have an accident, and you think you're feeling a bit silly about yourself. So, in the last hour, yeah, I could understand why you'd be getting annoyed if you're involved in the battle for position in class. But at this stage of the race, you're going to lose some seconds, but you're going to gain them back later on in the race.
Without a doubt, traffic going to be the big factor in this race as we come back to the Cup cars once again. We're going to see another swap around down the Dadenerhoa. Looks like that's a big yes, as the 01 of Tasdelin going to try and get by Tara here. And through Antonius Beach, he is up ahead now and into third position in class. This is, again, all happening for second place. They're about 9 seconds behind Xander Reed with the 18 car of Coanda Sabelt leading this race. Apex Racing Team leading this train with Nikolai Peterson currently in that car. And are we going to see another swap as Peterson could be overtaken by the 01? He doesn't fight it too hard, although he gives him a hello coming out of the hairpin.
I think the Apex Racing Team will be a little bit annoyed here, though, because Tasdalen has got that black flag hanging over them. And that Apex Racing Team car will be there thinking, you've got a black flag, just serve it, get out of our way so we can get on with trying to close down on that race lead in place, because these two swapping positions and fighting as hard as they were into that turn one is slowing them down, and it's costing them time. And the Apex Racing Team last lap over the line was an 8:24.0. Compare that to Xander Reed in that Coanda car in the lead of the Porsche Cup class, 8:22.3. So they're losing a lot of time fighting this way.
And that makes me wonder, and it might be a fool's errand to try and do so, but if you were, the Apex car, would you, or the Apex team, would you tell them, you know what, just sit behind them and use that slipstream on the long straights, just save a little bit of fuel and see where that gets us? Because if they're going to hang out like that, then you might as well use them to your advantage.
Yeah. Absolutely. Don't fight them. Try and keep the pace up as I get so close to that pit wall on the exit of that cut through there. But yeah, it's you can use that advantage of getting that slipstream, using that little bit of fuel saving. You can lift and coast into corners and be able to get yourself some fuel saving done that way. So yeah, definitely an opportunity for them to do that. Think that big picture again and don't fight tooth and nail for position.
Well, it sounds like we've got another friend joining us, Justin Prince, hopping in and allowing Paul to take off for a bit. Thank you for joining us, Paul. Justin, 21 hours, 32 minutes left to go. It is still so early days in this race, and already we're seeing some drivers falling afoul of simple things like black flags.
Yeah, this is the type of racetrack where a lot of incidents can come into play, where you can have things stack up as time goes on, to say the very least. So it's not a surprise to see things pick up in terms of getting black flags, but also there's the opportunity for a lot of drivers to pick up penalties here if they end up building up too much here in regards to that. So this is the type of racetrack where I'm not surprised that black flags can absolutely become an issue here as time has gone on here in this race.
Of those just joining us, the Grid and Go Esports 001 of the Cup cars has gotten that black flag. We think, we haven't gotten this confirmed, from going over the pit exit line because they were too wide coming out of there. Otherwise, it likely was a speeding penalty, but they have not served it yet, as they continue to have to weave their way through some of the traffic here. Let's see if they continue to try and swap back and forth behind that 001, the 199 team. Again, their fight is not with them now that car has a black flag, and they will be out of their way soonish, but obviously they don't want to lose too much time because they're trying to chase the leader, the 18, with Xander Reed currently behind the wheel, about 9.3 seconds up the road. In fact, there is Xander Reed right now, looking mercifully lonely, Justin, with no traffic even to speak of around them.
Yeah, so far, just looking very dominant, looking very consistent, and that's what could happen, of course, in an endurance race. But around here, 12 seconds is almost an eternity in terms of distance. It's going to be tricky for him to close up. There's mistakes. Gavin Montoro, meanwhile, speaking of which, hit a little bit of the curbing, got too much of the bumps on the suspension, slams into the Armco barrier, and ends up demolishing the race car, the 14 machine, being sent for a ride as a result.
I was trying to figure out where on the track that was. Couldn't quite pick out a marker, but it definitely looked like definitely a spot where it bites hard as they tumble down the order now, taking that tow into pit lane, waiting for repairs. Meanwhile, back to some of our GT4 cars here. 15 in a nice little fight coming back into the GP section, where they've got at least a little bit of runoff. Looks like one of the TCR cars just in front of them. This is the battle for 4th place in this class. So this is TC Esports versus Door Esports.
Just one of those battle packs that have formed up here on the racetrack for now. And still, for a lot of these competitors, an opportunity on a track like this to at least size things up, but better yet, strategize for the fuel, because that's the major thing. Sure, Esport you're seen on board with, for example, just riding on, just trying to save a bit, because there's not a lot of opportunities to pass per se yet, if they want to, but there's plenty of chances to just be able to work with somebody, be able to try and get to your strategy window until, I'd say, about a few hours from now. So there's an opportunity to at least game plan from here, Joe, to be able to plan for the future if you stay together like this in this respective grouping, and then try and leapfrog once you're ready.
Exactly. Also, apologies, this is a GT3 fight, actually. So for overall top 4, La Fuente just ahead of us as we ride on board with Julian Reimer. Now back onto the Nordschleife section of the track where things tighten up once again. And you can see how perfect you have to be hitting your marks down through here. So we watch from on top of the BMW, chasing on the number 25 just up ahead. Now we hit one of the more flat out sections out of High Oaks into Flugplatz.
Just a little bit of ground for the time being in the course. But speaking of drivers losing some ground, Tio Lombardi, that was a bit of a rough moment. Trying to make the pass side by side, a bit of a squeeze. Make contact with the door, watch from here. Just tries to build up the run to be able to make the pass after getting alongside. You see the break there. Trying to go in the middle, just timed it up, mistimed it, and hit the door. And it's upsetting this Grid and Go machine to the wall.
Yeah, that's right at the end of the lap. It looks like after the Dottinger Hoa, a very difficult place to go in side by side, and both of them pay the price. This is, I have a feeling that's going to be a common theme throughout this race, Justin. Just staying out of trouble is one of the major jobs that you try and achieve just to get to the finish of this thing.
Yeah, especially since it's one of the more difficult tracks, in fact, one of the most difficult tracks in all the world to be able to handle in the first place. There's so many chances for attrition to pop up. There's so many chances for things to go wrong here. So you have to be so careful when it comes to the footsteps around here, where we've seen many times drivers put just a little bumper on even, and it causes a magic stack up. How about a stack up right there? We've seen a bit of contact. There's all the traffic as some of the other drivers try and get on the battle bus, it looks like, to try and sort themselves out here.
Yep, this is Adam State being chased, or actually being overtaken by Michael Janney and the Coanda number 8 machine in the GP section of the track down into turn 1, it looked like. So managing to get that track position away. That was for 4th in class that those two were fighting. Paul and I were discussing a little bit earlier. This has got to be one of the more competitive classes that we've got out there, just because of how much experience the drivers in these cars have. And we saw right there an aggressive move to try and take that track position away.
Yeah, just trying to make that move as efficient as possible. And we know that the Coanda machines, the Porsche Coanda, should say, have a ton of speed as competitors in general. They're one of the top organizations in the world for a reason. So we know the speed's there. It's just a matter of being able to actually fulfill a lot of those moves for them. I believe it's 4 seconds separation. This is actually Sean Terry that we're on board with in particular, in terms of the Coanda cars, rather. But it's still, in terms of this, about trying to execute to get alongside, be able to make a pass, be able to make things smooth in terms of that move here, to be able to get things done without losing too much time on the racetrack.
Yeah, look at the names that we've got, and there's no surprises who's here in top split. Obviously, Coanda, a big name. Redline out here. Williams Esports is out here. You've got Apex Racing, who are a regular up at the top. So, yeah, this is definitely your typical who's who in sim racing, and especially in sports car racing on the sim side. As we go over fluid plots, Sean Terra in the 81 trying to size up this GT4 car and just kind of dodge off to the side so that he can be on his merry way. Thankfully, a good spot here coming through Cottonborn and up to the Swedish Cross.
Yeah, nicely done. And I was about to say, too, I haven't seen much of Sean in particular in this style of racing, this level. It's an opportunity, too, for the big organizations that we've seen in the past do so as well here, to be able to develop talent. Because how do you develop talent in the first place? You have to put them in the best of the best situations to be able to race against some of the best, or against some of the more difficult tracks in all of the world, and test, can they handle an endurance race like this if you put them in this situation before you put them in major competitions. And so far, the Coanda machines doing pretty solid so far. Obviously, we expect a lot higher usually from their standards, but we'll have to keep an eye and see how they perform as we look at the TCR battle.
It's a little bit farther down the order. This is for second in TCRs with, so the GT3 just barging on in, sees an opportunity, but gets balked as Daniel Roberts, chasing Cade Middleton, has to deal with a lot, both of them having to deal with a lot down through the mini carousel. So this must be a bulk of our GT3 cars having to interrupt this battle. This is getting spicy, Justin.
Yeah, just a little bit as a result of some of this traffic trying to get on through. Oh, and both the cars going a bit wide as they go down the straightaway. That was a little bit of a mistake, and just carrying each other momentum forward. One driver makes the mistake, you just arrow wash almost with the other end. Sets up the opportunity, if they so want, to make the move. Here they go.
So going to be a bit side by side here One of the slowest straight line cars. In fact, I think it is the slowest straight line class that we've got out here. So going to be a huge slipstream down the Dottinger Hoa. But they swap once. I don't know if they're going to be swapping again, and it does not look like it. So they'll stay as they are in this battle for P2 and the TCRs with Roberts ahead of Middleton. Great job dealing with all the unexpected friends joining them. And also Sebastian Hove behind them. There's also 4th position there in the 97 that you could see in this train. Very similar to what we have with the Cup class, where it's a battle for best of the rest right now in the TCRs. So back into the Grand Prix course we go once again. Oh, very, very wide, though, by Roberts there coming into the hairpin.
It's pretty clear that the aggression level already high here amongst this pack as a result. Just have to be careful with the traffic. How about the traffic being used to split them up a little bit? As a result, they try to get the overlap. The Delta Sport machine still trying to find a way to get right back around Cade Middleton, losing some ground here as a result of that traffic now to break them on up. And that's the tough thing. Traffic, give it traffic, take it away in terms of how things form up. And now they have Fiercely Forward Gray all over the rear end, ready to try and pounce as well in this fight.
And you made a good point a little bit earlier, Justin, that I think we need to emphasize is that this is for pride, essentially. So for a lot of these teams, a lot of these top teams, there's no prize money on the line. There's no championship on the line. This is just to say you won the top split of the iRacing 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. And for that makes a very good excuse to say, all right, we've got a chance where at worst, we just lose a race we wanted to win. We don't lose a bigger picture on this one. So yeah, you can stick those newcomers in and say, all right, sharpen yourself, be ready for a huge fight out there, but let's see what you can do throwing you in the deep end.
Yeah, exactly. And if you want to beat the best, you have to race against the best. That's one of the main mindsets that drivers have and teams have, after all, because how are you really going to be able to dictate how well someone's going to race unless you are able to stack yourself up against equal competition or better competition? Graham Sanders, looking right now at the 16 machine, for example, is amongst those drivers that is looking to keep himself forward here, and is amongst the drivers that we've seen be one of those standards of some of the best you have to be able to beat. For Heinz Race Genetic Racing, he has become one of the major names for that organization. So in many cases, it's can you be able to develop? Can you get the practice down? Can you set yourself up for the future by racing well against the best of the best in an event such as this to be able to compete for your future in your career?
Unfortunately, though, they are a bit down the order at this time. Gareth Higgins, big incident here. Again, getting tangled with it looks like lap traffic. And I have to imagine that is probably tough, Justin, trying to remember how each of the different classes might take all the different parts of this track. There, especially when you come upon those TCR cars, which the only front-wheel drive class we've got here has to be very unique in the way it approaches some of the corners.
Yeah, it's extremely tricky as a result of how much navigation you have to go. So many areas, too, where you have non-passing sections that you end up having all that overlap build up around here for these drivers. And it's basically making sure, can you be aware of the situation on what your surroundings look like, but also how you're supposed to attack the corner of the TCRs with the front wheel drive. Have that rotation that plays out a lot more differently compared to a GT3, and also in terms of how much corner speed they're able to maintain in general around here, where you're going to have a lot more speed for the higher up you go in the class levels. And so at some point, you're going to just start holding up the competitors unintentionally, because you have to have that racing line. So it's so tactical in how you have to approach things and how much you have to know. You know you're going to lose some time at some of the faster traffic at some points because of overlap, because of the nature of the racetrack. It's just a matter of how well do you approach it to be able to get a pass done without losing too much time.
So a little bit of a wide moment, I think, from Roberts there at the lead of this train, coming through miss, hit, miss. And thankfully, front-wheel drive definitely helping the situation. Mash the gas and pull yourself out of the grass for at least a little bit there. Can't save you from every situation. And once again, we hit the long uphill climb up Kesselchen towards Gesamtstrecke, where these cars, no doubt, going to be very foot to the floor along here. But then they'll approach Bravery Corner, which we've already seen scare at least a few drivers since we've hopped on the coverage of this one. Let's see, Justin, what it looks like with these three coming up through that left-hander right now.
Yeah, very closely overlapped right now, these TCRs. Right now, it's pretty clear. The Fiercely Forward machine wants to go forward and make some passes right now, especially with the separations that have built up in class. Right now, they're trying to just showcase the raw speed, and from what I've seen, it's going to be pretty tricky to be able to break away from the toe a little bit as these laps go on in the pack, as they run their way through the track. It's just going to be the matter of how far, or rather how they approach a pass attempt right now, especially knowing it's going to be tough to get to Galvoyo. It's still going to be, for them, about setting up an opportunity to make some moves to be able to try and break away for the rest of their competitors while some of the air class members start to join the pack.
Ooh, yeah, and this is another very awkward place. Great job giving him some space down through Vipperman, and then it continues, and thankfully they have passed all three of our TCR competitors. That was aggressive, but of course they've got their own race to run. Maybe they're trying to play catch up. We didn't quite see who that was that barged their way through. Really, honestly, there have been situations like that have been pressed me here, Justin. It is top split, but not everybody always plays nice in top split, especially in multi-class and unique multi-class compared to what many other endurance racing that is part of the special event schedule here in iRacing. That they've played very well together most times, considering how many dangerous situations they've had to be put in. Yeah, and that's part of the mindset of how you attack the track, but better yet, just some of the requirements of racing is you have to be able to respectfully compete against your competitors. You can't just say, time to make a pass, I'm going to use the door, move you across the track. How about you hit the grass? That's not good. Your competitor's forced to scramble as a result. Big mistake in the corner, big slide, and it looks like all the TCR survive. Whew, great heads up by all involved. So Hove comes out ahead of the group now. Roberts goes to the tail. Middleton stuck in the middle appropriately. But Hove moves up into P2. Everybody going to have to calm themselves down, and they'll have the dotting their Hoa straight to try and do it. Let's watch Daniel Roberts here to see what kicked this off. Just gets a little loose coming through Swallowtail, and it's that curb. Cars, I mean, these curbs here are, look at how tall they are. Not surprised that this car bottomed out there.
Yeah, also kicked up a little bit of sand. Doesn't help the issue either. Very lucky that they were able to get a lot of checkup from the drivers behind who were able to respond in time and be able to avoid contact. That worked well for Fiercely Forward in terms of the overall positioning. Now, overall time, not so much.
Back onto the main straight into the GP course once again. Getting close to the 3-hour mark into this race. Get a little cloud cover. So we'll see the drivers just try to use that to their advantage, taking some of the cooled track to pick up a little bit of pace here. In fact, almost pick up the rear end of that Elantra up ahead as Daniel Roberts wants that position back after his mistake.
I mean, may as well try and go for a battle. They've lost so much ground as a result of that slide, at least 6 seconds lost fiercely forward from that situation. Now, the tough thing's going to be actually making the move. Roberts had been a bit on the back foot previously with some of the slides, and now the tough thing is, seems pretty equal in terms of the momentum now. Just cannot seem to find a way to poke, but it's better yet, able to at least be able to get back into a rhythm, at least to be able to keep up, stay in drafting distance, and try and go forward from there. It's hard to be able to recover from a massive slide like that in some cases, where if you make the mistake, it can end up snowballing. It's about making sure it doesn't turn into an avalanche.
For sure. And coming around onto the run up to the last chicane. Already, look at how far back that car behind them is already flashing its lights. So they want to make sure they are well aware they are going to be trying to lap them, as Roberts is going to get that position. Nice move into the chicane, just as the Cup car says, excuse me, pardon me, coming through.
Bob Baez, that's red line. It's running right now 14th, surprisingly for them. But they're still not done yet, battling with the TCRs. Again, more overlap to the outside. Not going to stick to the outside groove. Stealth Sport Machine continues to play defense so far. That's the tough thing. It's pretty clear that the car behind wants to go. But the problem's going to be actually making the move, as the Hyundai is making things stick right now.
Yeah, but let's watch and see what happens when they get onto the long run here. This is up towards Flugplatz. Should be flat out through this section. Should again get a lot of draft. Will we see Roberts try and go back through once again? Middleton has done a good job getting that position right back and making them work for it. This is going to be a risky spot to try and make an overtake up into the Swedish cross, but we have seen drivers go side by side through there successfully, or at least make an attempt into there without wrecking one another. But there's going to be no pass this time. Roberts will have to wait another day.
Yeah, well, if you wait another days, if you're taking the literal sense, then miss an opportunity. If you take the opportunity right now, well, it's still a little bit of an overlap opportunity to make some moves, but your contact, it looks like, trying to make the send. Roberts still not able to find a poke. He seems to have the speed down these straightaways to be able to at least equal, if not be a little bit quicker than Delta Sport entry. The tough thing right now is actually getting alongside in an area where it's not a single file section, and there's a lot of those right now where they're out of the racetrack right now, where you have to wait for passing sections for a good couple minutes.
Yeah, patience is so important in this race, and drivers will be trying to exercise that as best they can, but sometimes the red mist can come over you in races, even such as this, where you know coming in you're going to have these sort of things unfold where you just have to sit and wait and let the race come to you. Back to the Cup cars once again. Battle for P2. Michael Janney versus Nikolai Peterson. And the 08 holds the advantage with that second. Checking in with his webcam. Very powerful cars. You can see just a little leap over Flugplatz. I'm sure these things get scary as they get light over that crest.
Yeah, especially with the weight change that you feel in the car, that can cause you to just snap around if you aren't prepared or have the skill set to be able to know how that car's going to feel, how that car's going to grip up once you land in some of these areas where you absolutely jump up on the racetrack. It takes a lot of practice to be able to know how this car is going to feel in those exact areas for that reason, to be able to handle the bumps efficiently and know what line you need to take best to be able to make sure you maximize the time here at the racetrack. Yanni doing a good job right now in this battle for position with Apex at the moment. Just being able to maintain a small buffer in front. You know, Yanni, for many years now, has been a driver that's been very good in these endurance races to be able to make his way through traffic and be smart on when you make some moves. He's been a gold star driver for a reason for organizations as they reach the traffic.
Oh, this is going to be interesting, especially on this part of the track. Oh, it's a very short spurt down into here, and the BMW does not want to give way. The 01 says more important things to do now. He gets the launch, and he'll be able to leave that M2 car behind him and actually use it as a great separation, a nice little buffer, at least for the moment, keeping him away from Apex's Peterson.
Just trying to slip on through without any problems right now. There's that traffic separation building up. And now this is going to be important in terms of this fight long term. Got to plot and plan as things go on, as there is a pit window open, by the way. GT3s on the other side of the racetrack have started peeling on in, so should see a wave of cars start to come on in pretty soon.
Yeah, it looks, oh, and there you go. There's your wave of cars. They're all barreling down towards their pit stalls. Naturally, everybody taking tires and fuel. Some, those disappearing cars that you see, if you're new to iRacing, that is drivers hopping out and their teammates hopping in. So the car just disappears temporarily. It hasn't changed. It's still the same car, but as a new driver gets into the car, they'll have all of the bells and whistles that their teammate did. They virtually strap in, and then they're on their way, as you can see, already exiting. Now, it does take 30 seconds at minimum if you change drivers, but each of these classes do have more than 30 seconds for a standard full stop. So I think the only time that's going to be an issue, Justin, is if we get to the end and anybody needs a splash and dash.
And that's part of the strategizing in a race like this, I think, here, because when it comes to fuel mileage, it's about trying to stretch out as far as you can, try and get someone to save that extra gallon and a half maybe per run, have the fuel mileage stack up over the course of a run. Now, if you're forced to come in like a lot of these drivers just did a little bit earlier than the hour mark, then that's a little bit of a problem for the equation for drivers later on, as it looks like there's the overlap for the TCRs to be able to go side by side here to make that pass easily down the straightaway. Now, the tough thing is going to be for those cars is, will they be able to get to that hour mark, at least equalize for later on in the race? That's going to be where their teammates going to have to work very hard to be able to get to that mark and save that extra minute or two per run, you would have to say, to be able to stretch forward here and get to the equalization point at the hour mark, make it a lot more comfortable for the rest of your teammates as things stack up by the time you get to hour 24.
But side by side down into turn one. Audi gets it right back. That's what he's been wanting for quite some time in this TCR battle for P2. So that is going to allow Roberts to finally move ahead. Actually, battle for P3 now, I should say, as looks like Sebastian Hove has moved ahead of them and started to run away since we had that incident for Roberts. Got to remember, he's down a couple spots from that one, and they've lost touch with Hove, who's about 3 seconds up the road. So he's got some work to do to try to run him down at this stage. Back to Tom Hooper in the Cup class. This is the battle for for third place, it looks like. No, it says P3. Oh, that's number 3. Hooper up 1. This is the 199. Oh, that's not a... I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, that is for second place. That's Michael Gianni. There we go. Nikolai Peterson in that car. I was going to say, I didn't see Nikolai in that machine at this time, so confusion cleared up. And as they break down into the hairpin, oh, there's more traffic in front. A little bit of contact, Justin. Clearly, Peterson not afraid to get his elbows out.
Yeah, just a little bit more deeper into the corner than I think the car was expecting in terms of the send from behind. Peterson now is going to have the tough thing, though, in trying to make passes on traffic from the outside and getting squeezed by the looks of one of the TCRs. Yes, so that's going to cost them all that ground they had picked up just like that for now. More overlap for them to deal with, though. It's going to make things tricky right here. Apex Racing Team seems to have a decent amount of pace right now. It's just a matter of actually making something work to go side by side in these sections as they keep on staying grouped together.
And it's done a good job keeping with him here, Peterson. Not letting Michael Gianni get away. Definitely a warning shot across the bow there. That little touch coming through the opening hairpin. And yes, we have now hit the 3-hour mark into this race. 3 hours into 24 hours. There is so much still left to go. If you're just joining us here on RaceSpotTV, it's early stages of the Nürburgring, the iRacing Nürburgring 24 special event presented by Thrustmaster. And some more traffic coming in just as they hit the Nordschleife. And while Gianni does get by, that was great job by Peterson, who manages to sneak through. I thought he was going to be held up here.
Yeah, thought so potentially as well, but to slip on through this kind of emphasizes just how tricky it is to drive the racetrack once again with some of the traffic, once again, as we touched upon. Why it's so important to get it just right in terms of making sure you get through before. Get some of that side-by-side that builds up, and some of these areas where you get single file as a result. A bit of the area going light right there we're talking about for the Apex machine. Lost a fair bit of ground as a result. Near 2 seconds lost to Coanda as a result of traffic. But they still have raw speed, I think, to be able to try and go, and they have traffic that can flow them back their way potentially to close things back up.
Well, for now, there's at least a little bit of separation between the pair. That gives us a chance to check in on 11th down in the TCRs. Excuse me, this is 4th with Cade Middleton, who we were watching a little bit earlier, was tussling with Daniel Roberts, still ahead. So this is the battle for P3. And in fact, I'm looking at the gap. They've closed into Hove by half a second or more. So Roberts getting ahead of Middleton did prove to be an important one here. It seems like they're gaining a bit of time on that 97.
Yeah, right now, a little bit, but not a lot. I think right now we already know that the Audi was able to make the pass last time to be able to get the overlap easily, to be able to make the move. Now my main concern is, will there be an error mistake from that Audi in Roberts to be able to open things up again? Because you should get one mulligan at best in a race like this if you make a major mistake. And in this type of a situation, it's also going to be, what do you want to do in this case? Delta Sport, I think, is going to just have to say, we just have to push and ride and try and figure out where can we go again if we were able to get a run, and then be able to think long term to be able to help set things up for your next runs for your team.
Yep, big picture is always important in this style of racing. So Yeah, I feel like maybe just kind of riding behind what looks like to be a very fast Daniel Roberts for Luke Mansky Racing Esports, continuing to hunt down Sebastian Hove after he made a mistake just a couple laps ago coming into the mini carousel. The bigger carousel, was successful this time by heading up towards one of the highest parts on the track. And got to say, Middleton doing a good job just keeping tabs on that Audi just in front. So cool to see as well, Justin, all the different types of cars that they have involved in this. That we now have multiple classes in the race itself that have multiple makes of cars that you can choose from to compete in. I mean, think about just 5 years ago or so, how much more limited it was compared to what we have now, and just an incredible variety that any team can pick what suits them, what they think is their best attack for this event.
Yeah, be able to find which car might have the best advantages in terms of the balance between corner and straight line speed, which car feels best in terms of the downforce levels, what also might be what the team obligations may be, or what the team usually would run in the first place. And so it opens up some chances for organizations, if they have some of the ability to transfer to a test, which car would be best in terms of those levels, which car would end up battling itself to where it needs to be for your setup overall. A lot of these teams, mind you, have to remember too, there's the BOP adjustment that come into play for a lot of these competitors, and for a lot of these teams, say in the GT3s, they ended up having a little bit less total on the balance on the fuel percentage, and some power adjustments as high as 2% with the Mercedes AMG. So it's about trying to calculate off those BOP adjustments that are supposed to equalize things as well, and figure out what's going to get the advantage overall, as we see Galvoyo, who's been dominating TCR, make the driver change.
That's our leader in, and it looks like they are swapping out with Michael Polisek. So driver change now for G-Force Racing, and should be back out easily into the lead as we wait for Sebastian Hove to play catch up. It's about 30 some odd seconds, I think, the difference between them right now. So yeah, they are well behind. Likely going to come out, if not still in second, only barely up in the lead, unless they take their stop. Let's watch and see whether or not we get the 97 in. This is the 11 of Cade Middleton, though. A little bit farther down, coming up through Tiergarten and Hohenring and into the pit. So yeah, our top runners all still very much on the same pit schedule. Not too surprising at the ring, Justin.
Yeah, and this gets them clear, very clearly. If you do the calculations, it looks like in that range to be able to make those marks without a top off, as long as things go. But it's going to make sure these drivers make their way through. So far, though, G-Force Racing, WSR Esports, outright dominant pace so far. WSR, we've seen race in a fair amount of series here on RaceSpot and on iRacing in general. They seem to have figured things out in the Honda to be able to get an advantage of the way this is on the racetrack, and be able to control things on the circuit, to be able to build up this buffer and then some, just with some of the raw pace. And you'll see that sometimes where some of the organizations that in our classes might not be the rising stars, but today WSR putting themselves up on the banner and saying, we are lightning fast in this car today, and looking very comfortable as an organization that's been able to find everything possible in this car to put the name forward and put themselves on top of the headlines. They were dominant, mind you, in the 4 hours of Druxton last week. So there's some crossover too from some of the endurance races that come on in when it comes to this style of racing.
Yeah, so like you were saying, definitely allows these teams to really pick what they're comfortable in. It seems like that Honda suits that WSR team to a T. Yet more of our drivers in. This looks like most of our M2 class taking their pit stops, while we have a GT4 Cayman in the background also pitting in this stage, and emerging back out, one of our GT4 Aston Martins as well, done with their stop and able to carry on with 20 hours and 51 minutes left to go in this race. Most of the teams on between 2 and 4 stops at this stage, and 23 laps in as we head over to the Cup cars. Carlos Fenalosa in the 169 trying to play catch up with Adam State there in that 38 just in front of him. Battle for 4th.
Just a ways behind right now for them. Already completed some of the stints right now, 6 laps through, I believe, on the stint marks per the timing screens right now for them. And Drago Racing has been an organization that has now established itself after being the rising stars through 2024. They have a lot of talent in that running order that we've seen compete in open wheel competition, the World Championships. Shows some speed there. See right there, just electing to lift. Remain patient, save a little bit of fuel down the straightaways in this pack, and then wait for the right opportunity to strike to be able to properly make the pass if they so choose. As here they go, they will make the move.
Going to be brave up into the Swedish cross, and as they cut across, they are going to get that position. Like I said, we've seen that a few times, but I think it takes a little bit of cooperation. State decided discretion was the better part of valor, gave up that 4th spot up into the braking zone. So down the hill through the foxhole and compression for these two. The battle will carry on. Certainly not going to get rid of them that easily. I have to imagine for pretty much all the classes, if you can hang on through the twisty bits, surely the long straights here, Justin, will give you chances to cling to the driver you're battling with.
Yeah, absolutely here. That draft going to be the equalizing factor, I think, since there's a decent amount of straightaways, but it's not a saving grace, the draft, in my opinion, because, yeah, you can keep up per se once you have some long straightaways. There are a whole bunch of areas that come to mind where you can set up passes if you so choose for slipstream. But you have to be able to attack these technical areas. You have to be able to attack the corners themselves because there's so many chances to lose ground. There's a reason Drago Racing has built up a couple car lanes on the track here in these sections. You have to have raw speed in the tight braking areas to really take advantage of the drafting sections in the first place as a team. And that's one of the main things as a competitor. That's where the practice really comes in to make sure you know and find that speed needed to keep up once you get to a drafting area like this area here that can close you back up a little bit and make up some of the ground if you do lose some.
For sure. You can see the trees waving a bit as there is a little wind out here, it seems, today. Shouldn't affect many of these cars too much. But definitely those that need that aero a bit more will have to keep an eye on that if it does start gusting around and changing. I mentioned the clouds a bit earlier. Have no predictions for rain yet on our forecast, thankfully. But if we do get that, especially if it comes at night, that will throw the cat amongst the pigeons, no doubt. As it does look like the sun is continuing to get rather low in the sky at this stage. I believe it is looks like about 7:30 at night, well, in the evening, currently virtual standard time. So we'll probably be getting that sunset sooner or later here.
Yeah, just the next little while, I think, in a few hours at least. It's still early in the race, mind you, when you fully think about the timing of things right now, but for the most part here, visibility is going to be at a premium once you get about 4 or 5 hours from now. In particular, you can see how the sun's shining brightly over top the clouds right now across the vast greenery around this racetrack. But for these competitors for now, take advantage of the visibility as you can and will to be able to make sure you see your marks. Once it gets to nighttime, that's where it's going to be so much more difficult, Joe, in terms of the visibility markers, in terms of being able to see where you need to hit the brakes, where everything's going to flow in terms of how you hit the racetrack, in terms of how much you're able to hit your marks. But better yet, if there's any attrition points, you may see things go bump in the night and you go bump into them.
Certainly. And well, that nighttime is coming in about 2 hours, it looks like. My research is showing that on this date, the sun should go below the horizon at about 9:49 p.m. virtual standard time. So at just past 7:30 here in the sim, we have at least a little bit of time. That said, one of the things about this track is with all the trees, with all the hills around, the sun's probably going to go behind a lot of those before that. So it'll probably get darker earlier in a number of sections.
Just shows the vastness when it comes to the Nürburgring in terms of how much spread there is in terms of the racetrack in of itself. Miles upon miles of separation around here, where one area is going to be in the trees and other areas you're going to be still in the openness around, say, the GP section. You see some of that on the flyover right now in terms of some of the differentials. For a lot of these competitors, it's going to be, can they handle that? And that's going to also impact how some of the temperatures are going to feel across the racetrack in terms of the track conditions, in terms of those average temperature reads as well around this facility, as looks like Drago Racing, even with the tow, has been able to separate fairly significantly as the TCR leader separates them now with a cushion.
Yeah, so that will help out his rival here, the 169 of Carlos Fenalosa. Separation between them up to a full second. You're talking about really needing to try and keep up in the twisty bits to get that slipstream. He does not want to lose him here through the GP course now. So he'll try and maybe get a little bit closer to that rear wing if they've got a bit more speed and where they can afford to push without paying too great of a price if they go just a bit over the limit in a part where they have some runoff, some gravel to help save them before they run into Armco. Watching that 38 down the hill towards the Dunlop hairpin, and the gap between them is actually up to 1.2 now, so not doing well in the first few corners as we jump back to our M2 class.
ADAC Racing Purple doing a solid job on the close-up right now. It doesn't look like a purple race car, but hey, the primer gray making things work right now in terms of this run to the inside. Looking like they got the boost to be able to try and make this move and make the overlap. ADAC Racing in this event has shown a lot of experience in general to be able to come away with the race victories here at the Nürburgring, to be in competition for race wins. Seen them in a couple different league scenes do well as well. That time able to slip on by the 17 machine, no issue, to make that pass, the overlap work with no problems over FTW.
Segment of the number 12 taking their pit stop while these two race on. Yeah, when you pointed it out, it struck me that they've got that very unassuming primer gray on that car, but the 13 doesn't have to look pretty, it just has to be fast, and so far they're doing that quite well, having taken that second place away from FTW Motorsport. So we had something happen with Schneider. Yes, we have. The 5 loops it. Thankfully doesn't hit anything, and with a clear bit of track they're able to carry on.
Just a little bit of trouble with the GP section, able to get itself turned around at least before anyone else came on through. That's the lucky thing in situation there. So now we'll say it's been interesting seeing the M2, a newer class, believe, in terms of this year, in terms of the groupings here add some extra bit of diversity. And you have to say there's been a lot of improvement in terms of adding more ability for additional cars to be able to battle on the surface here, Joe. 5 different classes here. It sees a lot of growth in terms of the amount of opportunities for different classes in general on the platform that we've seen build up in these types of events, to be able to add so much diversity in terms of choices for the drivers to be able to race, not just in terms of performance, but also choices in being able to choose what class they even want to run. 5 different classes and a lot of classes.
It is, and I mean, you think about the real one, they have even more classes. So yeah, they're doing a really good job, iRacing, of getting closer and closer to what the real Nürburgring 24. Now, unfortunately, I don't think they'll ever be able to achieve, at least in the way computers are now, the real thing where it's something like 160 teams all competing at once out there. We're still stuck at 60 max for each of our split. But the variety of cars and variety of classes, as you said, has just widened and opened up over the years, really displaying what this race is like, which is basically almost a run what you brung. You find something, it'll stick in a class, and you get out there and you try and race it for 24 hours around one of the most demanding circuits in the world. Let's ride on board with Thur here, having been demoted down to 3rd place, and see what it's like from the perspective of the M2 cars.
Just keeping it smooth in terms of the ride through this racetrack. No major issues in terms of the bumps. You can see how much too. Just they have to play with the throttle in general. Seeming like they're running a fair bit up in the higher gears right now. Some of these areas. Or having to roll back down to the lower gears, like 3rd gear. To have enough quartering speed to get the power down and be able to try and maintain with Maniti here. Just a good balance through the gears and a lot of higher gear sections for them to have to run with how much speed you have to carry around the racetrack. You see them, just how much the suspension is able to hold as they hit a lot of these rumble strips and hit a lot of these curbing.
Yeah, this is a notoriously bumpy track, which understandable. It's in the mountains. It goes through some seasons, and there's a lot of track for them to try and maintain. So it's going to be a little bit rough around the edges, if you will. And down into Metzgerfelds here, braking hard at the left-hander. They're having a bit of a tough time, it looks like, trying to keep up with the Maniti racing car of Hooper, at least through this portion of the circuit. He doesn't want to lose too much here. It's already grown to about 0.8 of a second. If he gets over a second, probably has lost that slipstream up the hill.
Yeah, they need to close up to want to keep up on the slipstream, just an extra couple of car lengths at least to be able to maintain by the time they get to Darahoa in terms of distance. Problem is, looks like there just doesn't seem to have as much of the corner exit speed compared to the Maniti right now. Maniti Racing just seems a lot more smoother on some of their corner exit speed right now. But Thor right here, you see, keeps on having to make corrections over and over. That one there already cost him a little bit of ground yet again on the bubbles.
Yeah, he is now well too far away. So that was an important pass by Hooper to try and get the clear track, run away. And now he should hopefully be able to really focus forward to try and see and chase down Grid and Go with Johan Royer currently in that 003 at the top of the M2s. Let's see, what is that gap between them at the moment? That is looking somewhere around the realm of about 14 seconds or so, it looks like. So they got a ways to go, but nothing that you couldn't make up over 20 hours and some.
Yeah, that's the thing people sometimes forget, is if you don't run these endurance races, you don't realize that, hey, if you do make a mistake, raw speed can carry you back there over the course of time if you make small mistakes. If you make big mistakes, you're going to have a catastrophic results for your team, or it's going to be recovered drive the rest of the way, or you spend the rest of the event in pit road. But for if you make those little track mistakes, there is time to potentially gain that time back on the racetrack, make the moves that you end up losing, and go from there. So it's a lot in terms of strategization. Once you do make a mistake like that in this situation, or in any situation, to be able to close back up here. By the way, looks like the Cup cars now down pit road for their service here as they continue to try and stretch their runs further and further, already nearly to the hour and at the half-hour mark.
Yeah, everybody just kind of cruising into their spot here. We see drivers getting ready to swap out. Maybe we're just relaxing for a moment. There's a bit of hydration, a bit of energy drink to help you out, get you through the evening. Obviously, those based over in Europe a little bit later in the day. Not quite nighttime for those folks yet, although if you're down under, it is well into the night. This is Michael Yanni, who I believe is based over across the pond from me. And looks very relaxed, I have to say, Justin. Just like he is on that Saturday afternoon cruise around the German Eifel Mountains.
Yeah, keeping it nice and calm as the team makes sure he stays hydrated, of course, and also focused is the big thing. Always important to be able to take the hydration where you can at this point early on in this one, but good pit stop sequence for the top team in the class right now, as right now Reed joined things there overall by a sizable margin. Looking comfortable in the purple and black machine.
Very comfortable at this stage with 12.3 seconds over their nearest rival. Of course, you got Ganonso Tazdalin there and the 001. A nice little fight. This is for the 4th position, Carlos Fenolosa and the Drago Racing Machine trying to give chase. Now, I believe they were swapped around last we looked at these. The red car in front of the yellow and black machine. So see if they change that once again. But the other thing we haven't talked about, Justin, is while I'm sure there's small margins between drivers at this level in the top split and iRacing special events, there is always a difference in pace between teammates when you get in the car. And that also can change the complexion of this one.
Yeah, there's a lot of chances for things to change over time, but better yet, in general, it's about the strategization as an organization in general, I think, in a race like this too. Sees how things go about on things. By the way, we'll say, there's one thing in terms of the leaderboard, Buck Polsek, one of the top drivers in terms of the TCRs, now have jumped into the TCRs, part of some of the driver changes recently, as some of these organizations start to reach that point where it's time to make those swaps, follow that strategy, be able to keep your drivers fresh, and be able to set them up for a couple hours of racing before you make an error swap, etc. Be able to rotate things out and try and plan things out around the driver change times, potentially, depending on your class.
Once again, up towards Flugplatz, approaching some of our TCR. In fact, our TCR leader, I believe. This might be a good place, actually, to catch that car. You could see the front getting a little bit airborne. That tells you how much speed, how much oomph these Porsche Cup cars have, and easily blows by the TCR car at a spot where, thankfully, it's a lot easier to try and overtake. Down to the 11 now, 2nd place in that TCR class. James Cullen trying to hold off Daniel Roberts, who has run him down impressively after a half spin down at the mini carousel. Lost about 3.5 to 4 seconds up to his rival, and has shown that he's not going to let that make him give up. So battle is on back once again, and after a brief wander through the woods, it looks like Roberts is ready to try and get back to P2.
I think Roberts in general just wants to be able to try and help out the team as much as he can, gain spots on track, be able to go from there, and the tough thing is going to be Delta Sport just has a decent amount of momentum. The Honda's fairly agile when it comes to the track from what I've seen over the years in terms of some of the battling on track. Tough thing is for the Audi, just cannot seem to close up the gap, be able to try and close things up as you see them go line to line and try and match up here with this machine and try and figure out, can they close back up with the buffer that Delta Sport has been able to build up with James Cohen.
Certainly looking like he's almost within striking distance. Ooh, they got a couple cars behind them. I think one of them might still be Robert Sharp back there, about 3 seconds back, but the other one looked like they might be a different class car, and that could get interesting. Yeah, it's one of our GT4s, it looks like, so not going to catch them super fast, but certainly quick enough that eventually they're going to want to try and get by. Maybe this will be what Roberts is looking for, is when that car comes through, it could open opportunities.
Yeah, and the opportunities, you have to be able to figure out where they may present themselves in terms of traffic, potentially, when it comes to things. There's an opportunity, depending on how things go, to take advantage of the traffic, to open up the door for you to be able to gain some ground, to be able to do anything along those lines to close back up. It's an art form to be able to do so, to be able to make sure you gain time with some of the traffic. You see right there, trying to take the defensive line on some of the traffic, actually. Luke Bensky Racing Esports machine not making it easy for the closing in car behind to be able to sort themselves out here. Just trying to run their own line before things open up for the car behind here to make sure they don't lose time. Had to let them go there. That was a little bit nerve-wracking.
Defense Valley is such a difficult place for braking. You can see it's downhill, it's crooked, and yet still that Aston Martin tried to stick his nose in, and again offers chances as the 11 is held up, but it looks like Roberts will not be able to capitalize. Up through Exmula, they climb the hill once again, so tantalizingly close.
Yeah, and that's going to be the major thing around here. There's so many moments where they're going to be near door to door in terms of contact, in terms of closeness around the racetrack. And that's the tough thing, is there's not a lot of separation racing lines. It's basically too wide at most in a lot of places in terms of the overall width. But realistically, it's one wide because of how the curvature of some of these corners and some of these bumps take you around the track. So it's not like you can say, well, let's run side by side like a pace lap. No. In a lot of cases, that's going to cost you a lot of time and or your race car.
Yeah, and I mean, the last thing you want to be cost is the race car. You got to keep it together. Got to make sure that you preserve the machinery all the way to the checkered flag. It is a sprint race for 24 hours, but it is still a 24-hour race. And so you got to try and get to the end of it. How this style of racing has changed so much, even in the virtual world. Such a different beast nowadays. Very difficult to try and take these wins. Ooh, Roberts with a great exit coming out of the carousel, but no place to go. There is just not really a passing spot coming up to Hedwig Heights.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I was just talking about. You can have all the runs you can in some of these areas, but if you end up trying to make a move in some of these dangerous areas, guess what? You're going to have people yelling at you on the radio saying, why'd you try to attempt this? What are you doing? As you crash into the wall. And that's now seen Roberts lose a ton of time as a result, because he had to back up some of these corners, to be able to make sure it didn't carry tight off the racetrack. Now it's going to take the whole rest of the lap, if not a little longer, to close back up the buffer yet again, all because they reached the run of the wrong point, backed at the corner, then lost ground as the Honda just had a lot better launch off in the Delta Sport machine compared to them in the Audi.
Certainly did a great job in this section, doing everything they need to do. Passing can be so tough at times at the ring. Run your race, keep your line. Hopefully that'll do most of the job right there. So we head out of Flansgarden, now to the Beloff S's, very fast part of the track here, named after the driver that used to, well, holds the track record here, and Roberts has to take to the grass to let another of our GT4 cars, I think GT4 cars, go by.
Yeah, just a little bit of a dangerous moment yet again. GT4s, some of them just do not want to play ball where they don't want to lose a lot of ground. They just want to make moves fast. That's a tough thing in terms of separation. And that's the major thing is, you know, there's going to be some potential to lose ground, as we touched upon. It's just, can you handle it once you come up to those moments as they make their way up Dunderhoa?
68, definitely a little bit too far away here. You can see the difference that it makes. Normally these cars so powerful in the slipstream, just not making any inroads on that Hyundai. So the Audi will have to wait until later. No doubt not helped by the traffic overtaking them. Coming up through the Beloff S's. Maybe just a little bit later, their pit stop could help them out. So we haven't seen them in a little bit, I think. I'll have to double check. Unfortunately, my timing and scoring seems to have failed me for the moment. So I'll check that last time in a little bit. But they complete yet another lap. Sun still going down here as I think we're just hitting 8 p.m. in the Eifel Mountains.
Yeah, nicely colored in terms of the sunshine right now around the racetrack. But the tough thing's going to be, I think, as the night goes on too, is being able to stay focused up as the race goes on, as your drivers get tired. We've seen a lot of times where fatigue has struck and destroyed people's races because they haven't been able to keep themselves up and be able to keep themselves focused. This sort of a race, it's going to be difficult, I think, for these competitors now to make sure they don't lose sight on the big picture in general. Get to the end, turn all the laps. This is about fun in this type of event, but it's also about, can you develop as an organization to be able to plot for the rest of your year and plan things out to where you need to execute. You see that sunshine one more time, the clouds starting to hit over parts of the racetrack. That's where we're starting to see shade kick up in some areas because of how much cloud cover there is in front of the sun right now. But you have to be able to execute once you get to the nighttime.
Certainly. And I love, saying it's all about fun. And it always amuses me how often, you hear sim racers talk about doing endurance racing and how everybody's tired, everybody's frustrated. There's nerves and it's difficult. People get annoyed and upset. And then afterwards, almost everybody I've ever heard, take part in one says, when's the next one? When can we do this again? It's fun, but it always seems like in the moment we're not necessarily having as much fun. But that's I don't know. It's its own brand of self-torture that for some reason we just love to do, sim racers. I guess we're a different breed, Justin.
Yeah, I've met people who have said, okay, we're planning our entire weekend based on this in terms of who's driving what, and they feel so excited at people I've worked with at real world events, such as when I was doing work with Delaware Speedway, a short track here in Canada. some of the announcers that I work with were part of a team of drivers in one of the lower splits for some of the events, including like Daytona example, and said, we're all grouped together here looking to have some fun. And they were hyped up like crazy about being able to run the race together and plan things out for when they were done after the racetrack, then jump into the race car once they got home. So for many people, it's something they look forward to be able to work together as a team, but better yet, just be able to race and be able to drive on a racetrack for a lengthy amount of time and be able to have something to speak of as a team.
Yeah, and I think that's the big part of it, you know, that everybody loves. It's that camaraderie. It's the challenge. You're trying to climb that mountain as we ride on board with Duzcek here, climbing the Eifel Mountains through the Nürburgring. And the Mini Racing Red, sister car to the Mini Purple that was in second, still is in second in class down in the M2 cars, but this is GT4. They're running in seventh right now. That car in front of him, that's Frederic Schwartz with a fiercely forward pink car. So this is 4-6 position, but he's got to have to get a little bit closer than this. And I think we're starting to see some hints of that darkness that we've been alluding to coming. This looks a lot harder to make out details than it was before as we ride on board.
I think that's just down to the shade. We were talking about some areas will get darker than others quicker. I think this is one of those areas being hit by the shade significantly right now at the moment. And mind you, there's not going to be a lot of lights around parts of this racetrack to be able to visually see without the use of your headlights. Once we get to the darker parts of the racetrack in a couple hours in the nighttime, it's going to be a lot more challenging. That was a bit of a squeeze, believe, on the BMW there. Pushed them a little bit wide. Mini Racing Red had to snap a little bit to be able to hold on to their cars. Now they get overlapped.
You said earlier, traffic giveth and traffic taketh. Yeah, if you're one of the classes that's not the fastest or slowest, you have to both overtake cars and be overtaken and deal with both at the same time. That was a beautiful example right there. It's one of our Cup cars quickly approaching on the 78 now. So they're going to want to try and get by and not lose too much time. There we go. Good chance coming out of Ex-Mula just before Lauda Links. Good thing they didn't have to go side by side through there. You can see it has a very fast kink, that left-hander. And then, of course, Birdworks leading you up through Kesselchen as the Porsche Cup car continues to leave behind these slower class vehicles. And now it's all about the grunt underneath the hood, trying to climb steeply uphill. This is all uphill for probably more than a mile and a half or thereabouts. I'd have to check to see how far up it goes.
Yeah, a lot of elevation general here, but so far, seeing how things have played out in a race like this, it's been interesting in general over the years to see some of the progression as these drivers have made their way through an event like this, to be able to handle the racetrack, to be able to handle its crevices, to be able to survive these types of circuits here. It takes years of dedication just to be able to showcase what you have at the top. What you see here, a lot of rubbing against the chassis from Niti Racing Red alone in one section. It's because you have to be able to pick up on what's that going to feel in the race car. What's that going to be like once you go to the crevices? How much speed can you carry? If you're a little bit off of the racing line, you're in trouble. If you're a little bit off to the left, you lose some ground. If you lose off to the right, well, you're carried off into the wall. So there's a lot of practice that comes in to be able to handle all these elevation changes over time.
Well, and that makes me wonder, Justin, if you've done, you know, a number of laps around the ring, do you have a favorite car to take onto here?
To be honest, I haven't run as much as some others should, because I'm one of those people that, well, I have a hard time turning right, as some may say. I'm the stereotype in that where I usually tend to crash if I try the track. I think the longest I've been able to make it, though, is like in one of the MX-5s, actually, around here.
Those are a lot of fun, for sure. In fact, I believe they used to put them as one of the classes for the 24. They were at least part of the series. I think it's VLN. Is that the name of it? It's been so long since I competed in it. But yeah, that races around here, and definitely is a good time. Look at that. Really good heads up by Ducek to just get out of the way, as that is a car that is in a hurry. Without a doubt, helps them catch up to the Aston Martin. So the Maniti Red now has a good chance, because they're coming up to the Dottinger Hoa to try and maybe use that slipstream. As for me, I know, some people are going to say I'm crazy. I love the Lotus 49 around this track. It is an absolute blast.
It's a classic car, right? In terms of the racing style that you'll see in an event like, in general, around this racetrack. Especially since those elevation changes, you'll take them 4 wheels completely off the racetrack we've seen for the Lotus 49s with how much they just launch around here.
Speaking of preferring the circle tracks, here's some bump drafting going on, as Marlon, not interested in overtaking, is actually just going to sit behind patiently and maybe save a little bit, maybe work together to get some more speed down that long straight. GT4's not as powerful as the GT3s and the Cup cars, so could use that two heads are better than one mentality to find some more pace during those long straightaways. Another lap done for our GT4 battlers, and still remaining together as they have to overtake some TCR cars down into the hairpin.
Just a little bit of trouble with the traffic right now. Here was a big crash for Robert Sharp. What happened to Sharp here? Oh, that little bit of a snap caught them in the grass. Huge into the barrier, across the track, upside down nearly.
Massive accident. That was 4th in class as well. So that means that they're going to have to take some extensive repairs. That's the second time we've seen an incident coming into Tiergarten. And there you go. They might have some tire bundles there, but when you're coming in at that speed, it is not going to help you as much as you would want. So off into the pit lane they go. And Agason, yeah, you can see a long pit stop time already. At least, I guess, the small consolation, Justin, is they were close to the pit lane, so the tow should be mercifully short.
I've seen tow times go as high as about 7, 8, 9 minutes around a track like this before. So it's still going to be a lot of time. The tough thing is, I don't know if that car is going to make its way out even then with the mandatory repairs for a good 40 minutes to an hour if they let you, because here's the thing too. If your car has too much damage now, depending on how bad the damage is, I've seen it where the sim will say, no, you're not going back on the racetrack. It really depends in a situation like that on how much damage there is and how much time they are allotted to be able to then repair that car to at least be able to salvage something out of the finish.
Yeah, and that's where you find out who's in it for the long haul. I always, admittedly, admire the teams and drivers that even when their car is damaged, even when they get many laps down, they take it back out on the track to try to finish. Now, if the car is a danger, I don't like to see that. Even in the sim world, you can make a lot of angry sim racers if you're not driving a car that can be safely run around the track. But to me, the spirit of these endurance races is to get to that checkered flag. It doesn't matter if you're the last one. If you're running at the end, to me, that's a success.
Yeah, to me, at the very least, success is a mix of, did you make it? and how high are you up in the running order. It's a mix of the both to me. In terms of, it's just the competitiveness coming, I think, out for me is you want to finish as high as possible. But for some teams, it's you made it to the end. It's a success. We made friends along the way kind of an effort. In terms of performance, especially for those that are in the lower splits, it's about did we make all the laps and get ourselves a solid finish in general. And for other teams, it's can we get a great finish while making all the laps and get ourselves some experience for the future.
Yes, and that experience counts so much out here. I touched a little bit earlier, Justin, on the fact that this is a bit of a unique class mix compared to most endurance races that we do for iRacing special events. You think about Road Atlanta for the Petit Le Mans, as well as the Daytona 24, ones that use IMSA, ones that use WEC, and whatnot. This is nothing like that combination of classes. So I have to imagine having the experience in these cars pays big dividends as riding on board with Marlon there. I thought we were going to witness a huge wreck for a second.
Yeah, that looked like that purple car didn't realize there was another car coming to the hole and just about slammed the door shut there. Marlon's very lucky that wasn't a massive crash in that situation. Good response time to avoid the contact.
Thankfully, we get away with it. One of the Ferraris in the GT3 class heading on by. Speaking of which, iRacing has now teased some screenshots of the new Ferrari Challenge. Really looking forward to that coming in, because that is obviously very popular in the real world. A highly attended series on various continents, Justin.
Yeah, the car looks beautiful from what I've seen on the screenshots in terms of the development. I know that's been very highly hyped to be able to see another new Ferrari build up on the platform. Some people already working to give it away. Oh, this is a little bit diciness yet again in terms of the traffic.
Two wheels in the grass and then a car jumping the curb through Bravery Corner. Did we get away without an accident there? How in the world did we not have an accident with one car, two wheels in the dirt on the way up, another car jumping the curb, and the battle is not over here between, I think this is in our M2 class, and somehow we carry on up into the carousel. This was something to behold. Guys, we still have 20 hours left. We're not at the end of the race. What is going on?
We're having a motor race. What else can you say?
Quite a one.
Yes. Sometimes people end up forgetting, hey, it's 20 hours, not 2 minutes left on the clock in terms of the reverse ordering of things. But, I mean, if car, why not battle? Some of these people very lucky we didn't just have an incident pop up here. And a lot of these teams have to be able to remember, if you want to finish, you have to have the car there. There's a lot of time for aggression and battling. Sometimes those opportunities might not present themselves for a couple hours, but the opportunity to make a pass like that might pop up later.
So that was the 78 who was in that fun we saw there. And I was just trying to make out who that was, actually, in our timing and scoring. I can't find them on here for some reason. Oh, well, we'll try and get back to that a little bit later. But very, very scary moments coming up through Bravery Corner. Instead, we're going to switch back over to our TCR cars. Isvan Desi, apologies if I've got that one wrong, Spin and Tow Motorsports, fighting for 5th position down in these TCRs.
Hoping not to spin and have to use that tow right now for them, but just seeing some of these areas, how some of the shades kicking up with some of the treetops covering some of the sunshine. Just keeping themselves in the flow rhythm to be able to try and make a move at this point later on in the run. And that's going to be about keeping yourself laser locked on that car in front. For one of these cases, just using the car in front to close on by And mind you, you might see some of these drivers move around some of the racing lines a little bit, not locking methods or ways to break up drafts. It's just ways to avoid some of the bumps and be able to maximize the amount of grip on the racetrack. Track like Sebring comes to mind, for example, where you may see drivers move around down the straightaway. Learn that with the rear-wheel development, where you see people start to move around to be able to go around some of the bumps that you have to respect there, to be able to really properly get a run and get a line set up for when you hit a straightaway in general.
Yeah, and you know, as long as these straights are, it can make a huge difference. Just getting a tenth or two out of there. You can be a long ways down the road with another Ferrari going by us. Desi versus his rival up through Antonia's Beach, side by side. I hope we get this sorted out by the time we get into Tiergarten, and we thankfully do. So that is going to be 5th place for Isvan over Ericsson Reutemann in the 500 machine. Just not fighting it too hard. Not much you can do when it is an easy draft pass.
Meanwhile, with the 20. Oh, no. Went wide, takes the bumps, takes some spinning. Hold on to the car. Yeah, that's a great job to be able to make sure they didn't wreck the car. And they are very lucky no one else was around to be able to do the flex spin, to be able to turn it around without any major issues there.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. They are extremely lucky. Need to go get a lottery ticket at this point, because having a big enough gap in there really saved their bacon. If any other cars had been coming along, they could have been either stuck for a long time or easily run into. There's just so little space here at the Nürburgring to try and avoid accidents. So we are actually now at 20 hours left to go. So we've hit another hour. Just a quick rundown for you. If you want an update on where we sit, the GT3 class sees Apex Racing leading. Alejandro Sanchez currently in that number 99 car, while the Porsche Cup car sees Coanda with Xander Reed in the 18 car leading in that class. Down to the GT4s, Williams Sim Racing play seat with Jaden Munoz in the number 6 machine leading for them. From there, you get down to the TCR cars with G-Force Racing WSR and Michael Polasek currently leading that class. And the last of the classes, the M2s, has Grid and Go with Johan Royer currently leading there. So there's your quick update of your leaders in each of the classes. Back on board with Reutemann, who still wants that spot back, Justin.
I mean, everyone wants those spots. Well, especially as the passers say, but there's still time to be able to get it done. But I will say, the 500 machine seems to be on the back foot right now in terms of what's going on. Still a +4 in the race. That's the bright side, to be able to take advantage of some of the attrition that's built up in this race. Seems to be having a hard time with some of these curves right now, just losing a lot of ground as they try and see, can they get the car to even stick?
Yeah, getting it to rotate how you want. I'm sure that's a lot more difficult on these front-wheel drive machines. The TCR cars being unique in that aspect. Rear-wheel drive, you can try to make it a little bit looser or tighter. These, it's always going to be a little bit tight and have that understeer with it pulling itself along like that. But it does make it easier to avoid spins usually in these cars. You can power out of those, but the 500 losing a little bit of touch to the 18 through this portion. So we're going to jump over to a couple of our GT4s now. Ducek still in a fight.
Still hasn't backed down quite yet. Now it's time for blinky lights saying, hey, I'm here. I'd like to eventually go, maybe. They had opportunities before, but elected to just bump draft, save a little bit of fuel, because you can't save a fair bit by doing what they did, take the energy to the back bumper, then be able to just ride on the throttle, be able to save some gas that way. So eventually, You have to think there's going to be a chance for the leapfrog once they feel I'm comfortable with my fuel mark. Going to be good to go from there. So we'll have to see when they eventually press the go button to be able to make this pass here when they feel that fuel mark is just right for them.
And you make a good point about how they were bump drafting before. That's some mixed messages right there. They get in and they bump draft. So you think, okay, they're working together. They're not going to pass us. And then suddenly they're behind you flashing their lights. What are they trying to say at that point? I don't know if maybe Marlin's, who has a big correction there coming through X-Mula. Wonder if Marlin's just trying to work together, but then also see if he can distract that car, thinking, if I can get the clear air, all the better here, because I don't want to be stuck behind them, but I'm just kind of sticking around for the time being.
It is a thing we've seen in the rear world too pop up, where you might have people see the blinking lights just to be able to try and distract them, the braking marks, when you're looking up in the mirror wondering what's going on while trying to focus on the braking marks. You also have to consider, if you're trying to send a signal, sometimes signals aren't accepted. Take a go-karting example where you have drivers give hand signals on work with me or let me pass or anything along those lines. Many of the times I've noticed people respond to a signal with, I'm just going to pass you right now instead of work with you. If you really think you're the fastest, I'm faster than you, I'm going to make the move. So it really depends situation to situation.
Yeah, I can think of a hand signal that would be a negatory if they wanted to say, don't think so, bud. But regardless, and as we watch them come up through the carousel once again, still keeping that pressure on, we're getting close to where Justin and I are going to be hopping off here shortly, and we'll return with Arjuna Kekapati and Paul Smith to take us through the next 2 hours. In fact, I do believe that Arjuna has joined us. Arjuna, it is still a Nürburgring race if there ever was one. We've had some crashes take a few contenders out. We've had drivers get into some tricky situations and a few lucky escapes.
It's typical iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour race in many ways, albeit with a sheen of sun now starting to bake the track. Thanks, Joe and Justin, as we cross 4 hours complete, 20 hours still left to go in this iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours, presented by Thrustmaster. Great to be back alongside Paul Smith. My name's Arjuna Kekapati. Paul, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right, thank you very much. It's a lovely evening. I've been busy watching British touring cars qualifying in a thunderstorm. I've been watching the Rugby League Cup final today in a thunderstorm. It's been a great day of sport for me.
And now a couple of hours on commentary. You'll be back at the end as well to bring us to the checkered flag. So I'm sure as we head into the night hours, this is one of those phases of the race that definitely holds a little bit of intrigue. There was a moment there running in towards the Stefan Belloff S's over the top of Flansgarden 2, where I think one of the M2s got a little bit scared, but for the most part, this race, 60 machines started, and we've only had 3 confirmed retirees. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC in the Porsche Cup class, TSRC in the touring car category, and Drago Racing in, well, the GT3s. And we look at the fight for second, where Alessandro Bico, hot on the heels of BMW M Team BS Plus competition. There are plenty of BMWs in the field, but these two are the best of the crop so far.
I cannot believe, by the way, that the 97 TCR is back out of pit road after the huge crash that they had at Tiergarten about a quarter of an hour ago. So great job from them that they didn't have too much to repair on that car, but I'm sure it'll handle like a dog. Yeah, these two at the front of your GT3s in terms of BMW machinery. And yeah, it's great to see that BMW M Team BS competition car right up there in second place overall. Reina Talva. Do you know what? I've not commentated on Reina for quite a while now. Probably the last special event that BS competition took part in, really, I would imagine.
Which was the last one before this? Probably would have been Sebring.
Yeah.
So I don't even remember if we had Rainer in that race, to be honest. It does feel as though BS Competition have just continued to get bigger and bigger, which is a good thing, of course, as they not only focus on iRacing, but expand to some other platforms as well. But we've seen some of their drivers cross over into iRacing from the likes of the Gran Turismo World Series. Thomas Laboudelet, we saw him in the iRacing Roar in the LMP3 category. That was a really fun drive to see him in his very first iRacing special event. Paul, you have raced in this top split iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours before, so as the man with wisdom, the man...
Podium finisher in class.
I was going to let you say it, not me. But as
the I haven't forgot, I'll be honest.
No, I mean, I'm bringing it up for a reason. As the man with the experience, the man with the flat cap as well, you know, we're in that phase of the race, right, where just don't bin it at the end of the day. It's so easy at the Nordschleife to make a silly mistake, especially as we head off into the night.
I think from my experience, I think our entire race was don't bin it. Let alone this phase of it, the entire race for us, it was all about surviving, because back then, for anybody who doesn't remember, we didn't have the TCRs, we had the Kia Optima, which was a GTS car in America from the Pirelli World Challenge, I think it was. It used to run in.
I think you're right.
And it was the only front-wheel drive car in a field of GT machinery. Yeah, get that. And it was a really good car. It was really fun at that time. And to be honest, a lot of it was just not getting hit by some other cars from GT3 or the Porsche Cup cars when they're coming through in that sort of twisty stuff, because in the straight line that Kia could outpace a GT3 car. Down the Dottinger we were overtaking GT3s, which was hilarious to us. But yeah, it's a lot of this race. Yes, you're racing against competition, but you're racing against the circuit, the venue, the Eifel Mountains. That is the biggest contender that you've got to face here.
And obviously a slightly different experience as compared to the real world when, you know, we have 60 cars take to the green, which is plenty. It's still a busy track, but not as busy as the 140, 180 sometimes that take to the grid of a Nürburgring Endurance Series race. That is a wonderful sight, the rolling hills surrounding the track itself as well. People always seem to forget just how hilly the track is. If you were going to do a track walk, A, it would take you a while, but B, you'd also be having to deal with a lot of climbing up hills, which is not my forte, that's for sure. I prefer the engine on the machines.
But if you climb up hills, you get to go down them. So it works out either way. You speak to somebody who enjoys going up hills on hikes, so, you know.
See, but unless you're going to roll down the hill, you still got to walk down the hill, right? So that's, you know...
Yeah, but it's a lot easier.
Well, it depends on how steep it is, you know? Like, when I was walking the corkscrew, I had to be careful not to fall over because it was so steep. Hugo is our producer, by the way, is just showing off right now with his fancy camera work.
Yeah, that's... I think we've woken Hugo up, I think, actually. He must have had a bit of a nap or something like that. A nap would be a fine thing for Hugo. To be fair, he's got the short end of the stick here today for this event. But yeah, this venue is just. I mean, it's a cliche, but it's true. There is nothing like the Nürburgring, and there never will be again. Absolutely not.
Yes, that's the most important thing, right? Because you can't replicate this sort of a track with the modern safety culture. That's what makes it so unique. So, yeah. And I brought this up with Lewis, but we've got 3 consecutive weekends of real-world 24-hour racing bouncing across of Le Mans, the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and of course the Spa 24. So it's going to be a busy period for some drivers. There are plenty doing 2, not many that are doing all 3 of, as far as I'm aware. But it does mean that the first week of July there is another round of the Nürburgring Landstracken series scheduled, but without GT3 cars and without Porsche Cup cars. It's a very, very unique sort of a concept. NLS race where GT4s become the top class in effect, but it's in a way letting the GT3 teams have a bit of a break, Paul, because 3 consecutive weeks for the crew is pretty rough as well, right? But it also allows the more lower power classes to take center stage for the entire weekend, which I think is going to be a really cool thing.
I am still waiting for a Dacia Logan to be brought into iRacing.
iRacing? Yes, please.
Yes, please. Now, to be fair, if we think this is bad enough with the mix of classes that we have now, imagine throwing a class of Dacia Logans in. That would just be asking for trouble. But anyway, I know it's got a cult following. It's like the old Foxtail Manta. The old Opel Manta, the Foxtail that used to compete. It still does the Nürburgring Classic now, but it doesn't do the 24 hours now anymore. Not after the many fires that they've had, unfortunately.
Spare parts became too hard to find for that one. Just got a message from Ricardo Edelman, who said that he's once walked from the arena all the way to the carousel the opposite way, so not the traditional way that you go in the
wrong direction.
Wrong direction, yeah, there you go. That took him 6 hours apparently. Yes.
Take a tent with you. You can make it like a 2-day hike.
Well, if anyone watches like Mark Urban or Jamie Price, you know, some of these motorsports photographers and videographers that have now started sharing some content of their life, they often have little scooters, electric scooters and stuff, especially for like Le Mans, blasting down the Mulsanne. You'd probably want one, I think, here at the Nordschleife. Question here, as we've just been keeping an eye on this fight in the GT3 class, Alessandro Pico, is he content to just sit behind? He did spend a little bit shorter in the pit stall, and all 4 wheels go off onto the grass there. That's a 1X. He loses some momentum, but at least he's still safe.
Yeah, keeping it safe, that's an important thing, but to be honest, it's one of those tracks where, yes, there is the instant point limit of 100 incidents before you get a drive-through penalty, and then you're going to end up with 20 incidents before your next one. It's not a track that you're going to accumulate too many instant points around, say, compared to Spa before they changed the track limits around that venue. You know, that one used to literally break the sim with how many incident points you could accumulate.
See, you say that, Paul, but I'm very capable of getting an off-track every lap at the chicane at the end of the Grand Prix part of the lap. So, yeah, I am guilty of... yes, my safety rating goes up when I do races at the Nordschleife, but I also get too many incident points. Matteo Kuzner's brought the Williams Sim Racing play seat number 6 out of pit lane, or he will do in a couple of moments' time, in the lead of the class. Agustin Canapino is just trundled down into pit lane, and this was something else Lewis and I were talking about in those first 2 hours. Paul, TC Esports are competing in this race with just 2 drivers across of 24 hours.
Well, I mean, if you think back to the history of endurance racing like Le Mans, it was quite regular to have just 2 drivers across a car. And in fact, I believe that when Graham Hill won Le Mans, he actually did 12 hours in the main car that he won in, but then also did some hours in the other team, the other car that the team ran. So, you know, okay, safety standards have changed a bit since then, as have driver regulations in terms of how long people are allowed to drive for in these real races. But this track is brutal. It is absolutely brutal. You found it out a couple of months ago, didn't you? Just doing one of the Nürburgring Endurance Series races. No, but it is brutal though, isn't it?
No, it is. I mentioned it in the first 2 hours as well. I did one of the 4-hour races, and I decided to do it solo. I have my fair share of experience doing the race solo, but it's been a while, as many will know, since I've done an actual race in the sim for that amount of length. And Paul, I made a basic mistake at the start of the race, and then it just kind of compounded from there. And 20 minutes left, I was physically, mentally broken to the point where I pulled it off the track and said, you know what, the Nordschleife beat me today, but I will be back and I will beat it whenever I can.
So what you're saying is that we need to put a PESC commentators team together for an NES race.
Yeah, see, my goal is I need to try and do the 4-hour solo, because now it's beaten me once, right? So it's the ego in me. But there's a 6-hour one coming up, isn't there? So I definitely think, you know.
I used to do those races 4 hours solo in TCR.
Right.
And you are just spent at the end of it. Absolutely. So yeah, and there is a 6-hour race, isn't there? So yeah. Oh dear, this is the 50, and that's a huge incident there. That's the Scuderia Ferrari HP Sport car,
and that's on the exit of the Hudson back. That's a weird place to have a crash like that.
Yeah, but if you hit a curb wrong, and if your car isn't good at dealing with those curbs, it'll spit you out.
Well, that was a moment where I thought Alessandro Bico's teammate in the Williams Gaming Club entry, it's David Sobrero tucked up behind Nicholas Hyde. Cherry Esports actually defending race winners in the 992 category, but they've taken the step up into the GT3 class for this year. Our own Will Chadwick, RaceSpotTV, was part of that lineup that took the checkered flag last year. Stuck behind the race-leading TCR machine, the GeForce Racing with WSR Esports. Michael Polasek, sees the drama behind because turn on the nose. Williams Gaming Club go on forward, but that's one that Nicholas Hyde won't be too happy about.
And this is where you've got to show that patience in traffic. And he was showing that patience in traffic, was Nicholas. He held back. He was trying to then get the cut back on the inside on corner exit, because that's where those GT3s are a lot stronger than that TCR car. On corner exit, the problem is that the car behind had already stuck the nose in there. 2 into 1 does not go, I'm afraid.
It does not. I was about to say, by the way, about Michael Polasek. He did send me the link for where you can donate. He's doing this race as part of the World Central Kitchen fundraising efforts. There's a look at the replay, by the way. Head to donate.wck.org/N24. He's part of a blockbuster lineup that already has built up a... How big is that lead? Bigger than my eyes can calculate right now on the timing screen. I think it's going on to close to 90-something seconds.
It is 1 minute 45 seconds.
Even larger than I could calculate. Red line in pit lane, by the way.
Yep, getting their service. Oh, now that's an early service for me.
They've been in there for a while as well, so this might be potentially them done for the day. We'll see if we can get a confirmation on that one. Back to Michael Polasek. He's already raised $7,711. That is very, very cool. So whatever you can do to play your part, he's aiming for 10,000, and we're not even 4.5 hours in, Paul. So I'm betting he's going to hit his target.
And do you know what? I've said this time and time again whenever I've done charity streams on my own Twitch channel. The sim racing community, when there's something to help support a charity and to help encourage money to be raised, they come together. I mean, you just have to look at Jimmy B's Race for Mental Health, how that's grown over the years. It is absolutely sensational how the sim racing community can come together and help support people who maybe aren't as fortunate as we are in what we do. So yeah, it's great to see that Michael is doing that fundraising and has already raised a great amount of money.
And so we'll plug it a little bit more through the rest of the race, through the long night time that we're about to get to as well. I say long, it's one of the shorter night times of any 24-hour race, given that we are in the summer as compared to Daytona, which is in the winter, slightly longer nighttime as compared to the day. Curious exactly how many hours we will have under the nighttime conditions. Another little slip off the track there in the chasing Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast machine. These two are pushing. Lap times are not really falling off by any means, Paul. We are seeing drivers within a second and a half pretty consistently of their best lap times, even when they're stuck through some relatively heavy traffic.
Yeah, it's knowing how to work your way through traffic in this event is going to win you it, or at least get you a really good result if you've not been at the absolute front of the field. It helps a lot knowing where and when is the sensible places to make those moves and to lose as little time as possible. I mean, you look at the lap times that the leader Alejandro Sanchez has been pulling out. He's just been methodical. Same with these two as well. They've been right there matching his pace. So it's great that we've got a bit of a fight. If you sat at home thinking, well, there's 12, 13 seconds between the leader and second and third place, that's nothing in this race. That can change at a moment's notice.
Especially when we often talk about, it's not one corner, it's a sequence of corners when you slow and sit behind traffic, right? So it's very easy just to lose a couple of seconds through the Hatzenbach if you are behind a GT4 as an example. So yeah, this is still very close. And I've seen Alejandro Sanchez in Mercedes machinery usually. Here at the Nordschleife just running some ridiculous pace. He has very much been impressive through some of the previous DNLS Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship seasons that we've had here on iRacing, hosted by the great team at the Nürburgring. But it's interesting that they've, of course, gone for the Ford Mustang. They've elected to go slightly different from the majority of the field. iRacing puts a BOP across of the entirety of the GT3 class. Most of these teams are always trying to figure out what's best for them and their strategy, and they're leading with the unpreferred option, Paul, if you will.
What we've seen with that Mustang is it's taken teams a little time to get to grips with that car, I think, and just like they have done in Full Metal Racing, it's taken a little while to get used to what can you get out of this car and how do you get it out of this car. The BMW has been a favoured car because it's really good over those curbs, which through Hatzenbach, through the Foxhole, through many parts of this track, using those curbs, I'm thinking sort of like towards Flanskauten and through the Beloff S and things like that. Having that pliability in the car is really, really useful in this particular event. And I think that those majority of teams have gone for it for that reason. Apex Racing Team have obviously seen something in that Mustang that's just that little edge over the BMW, and they've gone for it, and it's so far working for them.
And in that car, we've already seen Kita alongside of Sanchez. We'll have Alex Gall, Maxence Godino jumping in at some point. I think Godino might be next in the queue whenever Sanchez does give up the race-leading machine. It was interesting as well how that car debuted last year at the 24 Hours of Daytona. And, you know, it's fair to say it was a bit of a struggle. They had issues with the rear deck, or the rear boot lid, whatever you want to call it, effectively with all that negative pressure almost compromising the aerodynamic stability of the car. And so a remarkable turnaround that 12 months on from that, they are now championship contenders in the GTD Pro category in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. And both the two Ford Mustangs that they are running have been up at the top of the pack for the majority of the season, and even the one that's in the hands of Gradient Racing has been doing pretty well. Past some traffic come the drivers fighting for second and third. If you're wondering what other fights are happening out on track, there's not too many, to be completely honest. There's Mahler Racing and the Drago Racing GT3 cars. They're fighting for sixth, but with around a second and a half splitting the two of them. There are some fights in TCR as well, Paul. I know you love a good TCR fight. They're toward the end of their stint, though, so they're also getting to the point where the front tires are probably, and I'm sure, going to be screaming out in pain. Delta Sport and Luke Mansky Racing Esports, 6-10 split them in the fight for second.
It's the TCRs. I mean, I remember the many series that I've run in TCRs. I've also commentated on them. One of our fellow commentators all used to dub it the totally chaotic racing. In sprint races, you can get that real chaotic racing, but in events like this, it is actually a really fun car. Around this track as well, it's a really fun car. to drive. So if you can get it hooked up, you are in for a really good time all the way through. And because the aerodynamics of these cars don't necessarily make you lose grip by being in the slipstream, it means you can be a lot closer to each other. You do feel a little bit of an effect being in that wake of the car in front. Every car will. But it's not to the extent that, say, the GT3 machinery will be. So, yeah, it always gets you some really close racing, and we'll see these TCRs ebb and flow throughout this race and give us a tremendous show.
Now, Paul, you know that I've given front-wheel drive racing a bit of a hard time in the past.
No, really?
A bit of a hard time. I was very, very impressed. Seeing them in person for the first time at Laguna Seca, actually racing up close. I'd seen them at Daytona, obviously, but it's different when you get to be there and see all the chaos. It is wild. Oh, it's wild, Paul. And I don't even know if TV was able to capture all the chaos on the restart because there was so much of it. But yeah, no. Opinions, I've got to ask you, what's your opinion on the verbiage or the common saying that racing's not a contact sport, but it's acceptable in front-wheel drive touring cars?
So, my opinion on it is that if it's a little bit of rubbing door handle to door handle and it's nothing too egregious, yeah, that's fine. Just flat out punting somebody out the way, no, that's not at all.
Okay.
It's not on, and I will stand by that. The amount of times that I've seen events, I mean, I grew up watching, as it was back then, the British Saloon Car Championship before it turned into the British Touring Car Championship. And you'd see people just punting out the way, and that was more acceptable then. They're actually a lot more strict on it nowadays in British touring cars and in TCR as well. I think Rallycross is that exception where contact is more accepted, but even then it's a bit of a sort of grey area. It's a bit of the dark arts of racing.
Now, I do miss our days in the iRacing Rallycross World Championship booth. But yeah, no, one of the reasons why we don't entirely miss that championship is there was too much contact by the end, right? We got past that sort of line that you're trying to find between good, hard, aggressive racing, and now it's just chaos and whatnot. So, yeah, I agree with you. It's always interesting that people talk about touring cars being a contact sport, but like you say, there's limits to what is acceptable. Obviously, this is the iRacing special event, so we'll have competitors who may not have done too much endurance racing. They may come from the NASCAR side of iRacing, and so, you know, they might be a little bit more used to the bump and run as being sort of, what's the right word for this? Legal, maybe, or appropriate. Definitely not something that you could do in most sort of major championships on the road. Daniel Roberts sets out wide as they head up towards the Lauda Links and towards one of the most important corners on the track, in towards Bergwerk.
I have seen, by the way, in the iRacing Twitch chat, somebody has said, Paul and Arjuna, when will you start your career as an F1 caster? When somebody pays us.
See, Paul, I'm pretty sure that's our good friend that joins us every week that we are on or in the booth for the Porsche Esports Super Cup. So it's great to see him joining us for this event.
Absolutely. Great to see everybody, by the way. Good to have you all along and joining us and getting involved in the chat. But yes, no, when somebody pays me, that's when when we'll be come on, I'm not going to do it for free. I'm a Yorkshireman.
It's not just the pay us, right? It's someone has to offer us the opportunity as well.
Yes, it's minor facts, minor details.
Minor details that we'll work our way through. But yeah, no, it is great. I mean, Paul, you posted a clip of your rugby league commentary going on, how many years ago now?
That was 2010. So that was 15 years ago. Yes, I used to commentate for the Bradford Bulls for their match DVDs. It was a one-camera setup. I didn't get to see what the camera was showing, so I was commentating live what I could see with my eyes. It was recorded as live. It was my first year of commentary, and I was terrible compared to what I am now. I didn't have a clue what I was doing then, but it's there all for posterity on the Bradford Bulls YouTube channel. So if you can hunt that one out, you can hear a younger sounding Paul Smith as well.
Yeah, and let's not forget your dalliance as a kung fu fighter on TV as well.
I mean, yeah. How many people? This is somebody mentioned this at work because I've changed role at work and I've been in training, and somebody, it got brought up when people they're doing the whole sort of creeping death, meet and greet sort of thing. And they were saying about tell us, two truths and a lie. And I told one of the truths as being me being on ITV4 for 9.5 years every day.
Right.
And everyone was like, wait, what? So we brought it up on YouTube and showed it. And yes, every single day for 9.5 years I was on national television. And nobody ever stopped me to say, hey, are you the kung fu guy?
When I run into you, Paul, that's how I'm going to introduce myself to you.
When you come to pick me up from the airport when we go to Daytona.
Let's do it. Oh. I'll have a sign up and everything. Right. I'm going to focus on one storyline just for a second as well. Just confirmation that Redline, one of their drivers, did have a meat bolt. You can see it there. Their cars are done for the day. Confirmation that they will not see the checkered flag. It leaves, count the numbers, 11 GT3 cars still remaining, Paul. So our level of attrition has doubled. We went from 3 retirements up to 6.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it has doubled that indeed, and it's a shame to see, but now I'm seeing yellow flags on my track map for the number 44 down at Schwedenkreuz, so at Swedish Cross. I think we might be having issues for the Falcon Sim Racing team. And
I will correct myself because I didn't count one of the numbers. The 12th GT3 car still out there and running is the Falcon Sim Racing BMW. It's always weird to me seeing those colors not on a Porsche. That is not ideal. That's the 3rd time I think Shazza Esports M2 has been involved in an incident.
That's on the GT3 car. I mean, where do you expect that M2 to go? You can't try and half-hearted make that attempt to make that move past the M2. Yeah, no, that's not on at all in my opinion.
I wonder if, I'm not defending, I'm just trying to explain, maybe go through what was going through the driver's mind. Wonder if he thought the M2 was going to be tighter to the inside, but that's where having experience of driving all the different cars comes in handy. And often, Paul, we're talking in the VCO Grand Slams, for example, right? The 4 IMSA sort of special events that mirror Daytona, Sebring, Watkins Glen, and Petit Le Mans. GTP, LMP2, and GTD, most of the drivers in Top Split have raced a prototype and a sports car before, so they kind of understand what they need to do. Here in this race, where GT3 is the fastest, I think it's fair to say most of them probably have never driven a TCR, never driven the M2, and don't understand how those cars make their speed.
And here's the thing as well. One thing that gets brought up time and again from experienced multi-class racers is slower teams, slower cars, just race your normal line. We will go around you. I wouldn't, as a faster class car, expect another car to move out of my way in this race, because we all know blue flags are advisory in this race. They're just purely there to say, watch out, there's a faster car coming up. That just wakes up that driver to let them know, right, just race your line, the other car will go past. You can't expect another car to take a tighter line just for you, in my opinion.
pit stop is busy, and traffic management, something that you don't really learn in a classroom. You learn through experience, and that's why the Nordschleife has a very strict permitting process to get drivers up to the fastest class. You're not just allowed to jump into a GT3. Off and away. That is Mitchell de Jong in the second place Coanda Esports 08. Oscar Pies in the Coanda Seybold entry. And so rejoining or directly alongside the grid and go 001. Taz Dellin slightly off strategy. Tires already up to temperature. Less fuel on board as well. And he'll hold on for the time being. Did see on social media, Mitchell completed an Ironman. So not only is he faster than us, he's also proving to us just how much better than us he is physically as well.
It doesn't take much to prove that you're better physically than me at the moment. I'm a 41-year-old man with some dodgy ankles, knees, hips, you name it. I know a friend of mine did an Ironman years ago up in Scotland. Had to swim across the Firth of Forth, Firth of the Forth. Then cycle to the bottom of Ben Nevis, and then run up Ben Nevis and back down. And that was the finish, and it was brutal. I didn't like the sound of doing an Ironman then, and Mitchell doing that. Hey, if you find that fun, that's all great for you. I'll stick to just sitting here chatting about motorsport.
He says that he did on social media that he did it in under 5 hours as well. Which, for those that don't know what an Ironman is, it's a 2.4 mile swim. I'm already done 0.01 miles into that. 112 mile bike ride. Again, I'm done about 0.01 into that. And then 26.2 miles. So anyone who does this is crazy. But Mitchell's the good kind of crazy, and we love him for it. So, you know, good for him. Congratulations, Mitchell.
And you know what? Mitchell, absolutely great guy. I've all the time in the world for Mitchell. I've met his dad. In fact, I think I've met both of his parents. Lovely family. Great. It's just, he's a really humble guy. And you can see it from his parents, where he gets that from. And yeah, I've all the time in the world. In fact, I'll tell you what happened. In 2019, we were broadcasting an event from the BMW Welt in Munich. And I was helping setting up the event, and Mitchell messages on Messenger and goes, "Oh, we're in the museum having a look at some of the old cars. If you want to come and say hello." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm helping set up. I've been here since 7 a.m." And he's like, "Oh shoot, sorry, my bad."
Just a good guy. Wants to hang out, does Mitchell. Kai Kashuba has been passed by Vlad Kimichev in the Drago number 96. That happened down at the final corner. Saw the number 10 look to try and maybe think about fighting back into turn 1, but it did not happen. This is the car that, of course, won the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours and run by BS Competition, a team that's won this race in the GT3 class on 2 occasions, if memory serves. And they've got some work to do if this machine wants to fight its way forward. They are now 45 seconds off the lead, which, Paul, I know we were saying earlier that 13 seconds is not a lot, but counter to that, in the world of iRacing where there's no safety cars to bring you back into the mix, you're relying on a mistake once you get this far back to be brought back into the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where I heard you mention it earlier with Lewis. I kind of wish that we could have code 60s in places, because it depends on where you are on track as to when they fall, as to whether you benefit or lose out on it as well. So that can have an effect on the race. We've not had the biblical hail or rainstorms that you tend to have around this place, or indeed the fog. This place is notorious for fog. The last last 3 years, 2 of the races have been stopped short because of fog, if I'm remembering that correctly. I will say, Kai, great to see him out here still competing at the top level of sim racing. I commentated on, I think it was possibly the closest finish in the VRS GT World Championship Series back in the day. When it was, I believe it was Course. No, it wasn't Course Sim Racing. It was the other core car that was, the purple one. Can't remember exactly now. And
you've lost me, unfortunately.
Came across the line hundredths of a second between first and second place, and it was Kai who won. It was incredible. It was at Monza. What do you expect?
Right, I was thinking it had to be
Motorsport.
Monza.
Thank you very much, our producer Hugo Luis. Core Motorsports.
And they were purple, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. See, this is slightly before I got seriously into the competitive side of iRacing, so slightly before my time.
Back in my day, I'm going to sound like an old man.
Ross McFarlane, I think, is going to jump into the GeForce Racing with WSR Esports 272, the class-leading TCR entry. They do seem to be doing a driver change basically every stint, Paul. So the stints in TCR are about 90 minutes. A double stint takes you to 3 hours. And this team with 4 drivers electing that let's just switch it every time that we can.
I wonder if they're doing that now, and then when it gets to the night stints, if they've got nobody based out in North America or in Australia to drive in that car, that's when they're going to be double stinting drivers, perhaps. So just save their energy here and just rotate through the drivers now, and then when it gets to the night stints, it means that your drivers have more chance to get some rest.
I agree with you. It's just I'm very puzzled by the fact that Michael Polishek is their only driver based in the US, and Konstantin Stolzenberg has not jumped into the car yet. So, if anything,
maybe
there's going to be
Yeah,
they're going to have maybe Stolzenberg do a lot of that night running with Polishek potentially. But this is where, again, sim racing has the benefit of, if you have drivers from around the world, you can divvy yourself up. Whereas if you're in person, in the real world, there's no question. If you're driving at 2 a.m., you have to wake up for your 2 a.m. stint. You can't shuffle the time zone around so that you're actually racing at 11 in the morning or whatever.
Yeah, it's I've slept through alarms. I'll be honest. I'll hold my hand up. I have slept through alarms before. In that, and literally had missed calls on my phone because of that. It's not good when that happens. I can tell you. So years ago, I was doing, back when we used to do 6-hour stints on commentary on these events. So this was 2017, I think it was. I was on commentary in the night shift. It was like 2:30 until whatever, 6 hours later, it's 8:30. And 2 of our commentators didn't turn up on time because they'd slept through their alarm. Oh boy, did we have fun punishing them on broadcast.
Johan Roy has brought the Grid and Go 003, the leading BMW M2, into pit lane and left as well. So he's staying behind the wheel. You can see our new pit stop graphic on the right, just continuing to update as pit lane is a busy place right now. I remember some of the punishments. I also remember some of the things that you did to try and keep yourself entertained while you waited, which included, and we're not going to do this, at least I hope not, because there's enough action on track, going through every single car on the grid and talking about the livery and how much you rated it out of 10.
Yep. Oh yeah, we've done all sorts. I mean, it got to the point where there was literally nothing happening on track, and that was in the days before we had the day-night cycle as well. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we were. Oh, now there's I've had a notification of a slow-moving car out on track. I'll see if I can find out some details. But yeah, it was in the days of before the day-night cycle. in iRacing, so it was 24 hours of daylight, and that messed with you after a while.
Yeah.
Here we go. I think our producers found it.
Yeah, it was a BMW, I was just going to say, and that's the third time it's been in the wall and lost the front clip, I do believe. This time it's Tano Orumets behind the wheel of the GDC Racing number 93, but they're going to show the endurance racing spirit. I can almost guarantee you that. They've got the meatball, they'll bring it down to pit lane, get it fixed up, and head back out onto track.
I do believe they've got a bit of assistance in that as well from our fifth-place driver, the Williams Gaming Club car, and yeah, that again, it's. I go back to the, and this is part of the reason why they have the rule in the full metal racing at the Nürburgring. You can't compete in GT3 in your first year, can you?
Yeah,
and 24 hours.
Well, I'm trying to figure out if there would be a timeline by which you could. So technically, I guess you could get your Nordschleife permit, which would allow you to run GT4, and you could do the first round of the NLS season. You'd have to do every single lap of the race and finish on the lead lap, I think, to get your permit to then run the next round of the NLS in a GT3 car, at which point I think you would then meet the requirements, but don't quote me on this one. Anyway, that's why Max Verstappen's
it's extremely difficult to do.
Yeah, Max Verstappen's not just jumping straight into a GT3 car. There's no way.
No, absolutely not. And that's where I feel that when it comes to an event like this, even if teams and drivers only spend an hour in each of the other cars just to see what they're like and where they are going. Like the TCR, I can tell you every corner, every tight corner, the car is going to understeer on power onto corner exit. So you know, if you're in a GT3 car on corner exit, don't try and go around the outside. You cut back on the inside and get on the throttle that way. You learn how these other cars work so that then you can deal with that traffic in a better, cleaner manner.
This is the fight for second in TCR, by the way. Pedro Martins in the Delta Sport Sim Shop number 11 in front of the Luke Mansky Racing number 68 with Ballas Erdele behind the wheel. Cambered in left-hander. Don't want to use as much curve as I think the 68 did there, but it works all right. A blinding sun as you head down through Callanhard and then into the chicane that carries you towards miss hit miss, which tells you, as the name suggests, how to approach the corner, which apexes to hit, and to the slowest point on the track to Wursiphon, where some cars you will go all the way down through the gears into first. Is it first in the TCR's pool or is it second?
Not in the Audi. You're going to be third.
Third?
Yes, it's a DSG box.
Oh, that's right. It's not the better gearbox.
Yeah. So you only really use 3 gears in this Audi. It's great to see the Audi, by the way, up there competing in the podium spots of TCR. But yeah, the Hyundai and the Honda, I think it'll be driver and team preference whether they use first or second place. So yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, it is good to see that the venerable old Audi, right, which was the very first TCR to debut and for so long was left by itself without any brothers or sisters to go and play with. But now we've got not 1 but 2 Hyundais, although I think just the Elantra for this particular event in our top split, and of course the Honda Civic Type R, which is what our current class leaders are running. The BMWs and TCRs, they are somewhat mixed up in terms of their speed. This is the look to the outside from early in the 68. The run to the inside through the Mutt curve and chopping back underneath comes Pedro Martins. It's a great run out of the Mutt curve, but it doesn't really give him a chance to fight back up towards the next right-hand hairpin.
I said the other day for the Thruxton 4 hours, I would love to see the more up-to-date Audi come into iRacing.
Please.
I mean, it's still a really good car as this one, but I would love to see the more up-to-date Audi. I think it's got a more mean front, you know, it's a bit more aggressive looking front end to it. than this one, but still, I would love to see the up-to-date version than what we've got right now. I would love to see some other manufacturers as well. I would have loved to have seen the Alfa Romeo that we used to see in the IMSA Pilot Challenge out in America. I would have loved to have seen that.
I'd have to go and get my booklet out from Laguna, but the Cupra, I forget some of the stats around it. I thought that sounded really good as well. Like, it was a really... There's only one team that's running it right now in the Pilot Challenge series, but that was a pretty cool car. I did think the RS3, the new one, definitely does look more aggressive, but of course there's just less support from Audi nowadays in the world of sports car racing, which is definitely a bit of an issue. Back to the Cup cars for the first time in a while. Mitchell de Jong's got the tyres up to temperature now and expecting Taz Dillon into pit lane in the next lap or two, but he's got a light car as a result of that, so he's going to be a rocket ship in certain points on the track. And so de Jong's got a task at hand. Does he want to try and make the move? Does he sit behind and save his fuel?
And if somebody's got experience in one of these Porsche Cup cars, it's Mitchell de Jong. In fact, it's pretty much the entirety of the Commander Esports team, isn't it? From their exploits in the Porsche Tagore Esports Super Cup. De Jong, he is on it. I mean, he was getting air going in towards the Belloff S. So, yeah, Mitchell's got the bit between his teeth onto the Dottinger Hohe after coming out of Galgenkopf. And now, just full throttle. Now, because of my dodgy ankles, I actually have to push down my leg to make sure I'm getting full throttle.
Saw a video on social media this morning where someone was actually zip tying the top of their foot to the throttle pedal so that they didn't have chatter, I guess, as they tried to pin it to the floor. You still climb actually over the top of, until the top of that crest into Tiergarten. So it is important to use the draft. We've seen on occasion cars when they're just running in a group of two, bump drafting each other, but that's the sign that I think Mitchell thinks he's just that little bit faster and potentially could gap the car behind. The car behind, whose sister car, by the way, Grid and Go's 002, has had an issue on the last lap. Marcus Dex lost a little bit of time, so maybe the balance of that car not as nice at this point of the race compared to the 001. Into pit lane comes the number 12 machine. That is the Shera Esports TCR entry. That is unfortunately a little bit adrift of the rest of its class, so hoping just to try and recover later on. Mitchell's not really been able to gap the car behind just yet, but we're still only on the Grand Prix loop.
Yeah, plenty of time for him to maybe get a little bit of a gap. Grid and Go are a quick team, though. Let's not forget about that. You know, they are a very capable outfit, a Grid and Go in that yellow and black car. We have had somebody ask, by the way, in the iRacing YouTube chat, is this an actual 24-hour race? That can't be right. Yes. Yes, it is a 24-hour race.
I certainly hope it is, because Paul's scheduled to be here in about 19 hours' time, calling the end of this race.
I'm scheduled to be here in about 12 hours as well.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so we certainly hope that clock's ticking down appropriately. So, yes, no. And great to have Thrustmaster come on board this year for the iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours. Paul, you know, we'll get back to actually story time in a little bit, because race leader into pit lane, Alejandro Sanchez. Here is the moment for Marcus Deck. Oh my goodness, that's a high-speed moment to have, and I think he's gotten away with that about as best as he can on the entry into the Belloff S's. That's a precarious place to be, 90 degrees perpendicular to the track. No, it's not the Belloff S's entry, at least. Phew.
No, that was heading more towards sort of
Brunchen and stuff.
Brunchen, yeah. Yeah, it's heart and mouth moment. Change of underpants needed as well, I think, in that moment as well. Now, Sanchez, Apex Racing Team, onto pit road from the race lead. So the GT3s or the SP9s. I agree with you, Arjuna. For me, it's the SP9 class. It always has been at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, I struggle. mainly because I've also had to commentate with them as the SP9, right? So I had to drill it in my brain to not call them GT3s, and now it's hard to flip it the other way around. Sanchez off and away, as expected for him. It's going to be a double stint before he hands the car back over to one of his teammates. Rest of the class in. Biko, he's off and away as well. This is the third of the stints, if my notebook is correct. Felix Quirmbach takes over from Rainer Talvar, who's put in a monster run. That's a 20-lap effort from Talvar. And then just waiting now for the rest of the pit stops to finish up, because there's driver change galore, including Norby Kish getting into the Sheza Esports number 90. He is not just a multiple-time European truck racing champion in the real world, he's also a multiple-time DNLS champion here in the sim.
Yeah, knows what he's doing behind the wheel of a vehicle. I know one of our commentary colleagues, Chaz Draycott, has commentated on him as well in truck racing in the European Truck Championship. So, yeah, he is somebody who's well versed to the Nürburgring, very experienced, and great to have him out there. And he's got to get another stint in, because he's actually stayed in the car. So he brought the car onto pit road, did Norby.
So David Toss been doing some single stints in the 90. Balish Pala did a double, and Norby Kish also doing a double. Different drivers maybe electing for different things as well. That's a nice thing for us to maybe talk to the drivers about. If any of them in this top split are just watching right now and maybe not paying attention too much to what their teammates are actually doing in the voice chat, come and have a chat with Paul Smith and myself. We're here in the RaceSpotTV Discord, and we'll be for about an hour and 6 minutes before we hand it over to, I believe it's Ewan O'Leary and Dara Thacker. So the action, at least in the commentary booth, will continue.
Yeah, me and Ewan back-to-back special events here, so yeah, it's certainly been a busy time for us in the commentary booth as well, as the drivers out there. But now you've got the 009 Grid and Go GT4 leader on screen there, and behind them is the Williams Sim Racing playseat car, Matteo Kunze behind the wheel. So getting that slipstream. 2 Aston Martins. It's a little bit more of a varied field in GT4, I would say, compared to the GT3s. But it is mainly, well, it's a mix of the BMWs and the Aston Martins, but there are a couple of Porsches and Mercedes as well.
I do enjoy the Aston Martin, and if anyone from iRacing is listening, I'll make the public plea right now. Please bring the Aston Martin Valkyrie to iRacing. Pretty please, with a bow on top.
Are you glad that you had headphones blocking out the sound of that car when you were working at Laguna?
So what I will say is that whenever the Aston Martin drove down the main straight, and I was trying to listen to what was happening. For those that don't know, I was pit reporting with IMSA for the last round at Laguna. I could not hear what they were saying. I had no idea what was going on. And so it was very interesting trying to hear instructions in my ear and stuff. But Paul, I've got to say, what a sound. And it's crazy that often we talk about race car drivers being super small and whatnot, especially nowadays, I feel. Ross Gunn and Roman De Angelis, who raced that car in IMSA, they're both like 6'2", 6'3". I don't know how they fit themselves into what is the most uniquely proportioned of the cars in the GTP class, just by virtue of running on the LMH rule set rather than the LMDH rule set. But boy, it must not be comfy for them, that's for sure.
It almost reminds me a little bit of going back to my rallying days of seeing in historic rallying the Lancia Stratos. Steve Perez would rally the Lancia Stratos, and his co-driver literally would have his head up against the roll cage with his head to about 45 degrees reading the pace notes, because it was a tight fit in that car. It kind of reminds me of that to a degree.
Just because you're bringing up rally, I want to give a big shout out to our RaceSpot colleague Peter Mackay, who in many ways is our resident Nordschleife expert, and so many will be wondering, where is Peter? Well, Peter is living the dream right now, quite literally. He is stage end reporting with the WRC in what has been a wild rally this weekend as well. So we're missing Peter, but we're also very much enjoying watching him with a big smile on his face and our face as well, I think.
Oh, it's a very hard life getting to travel to Sardinia and getting to report on that. You know, it's and do you know what? Next week he gets to travel to Le Mans to commentate.
I know.
4 hours of Le Mans. You know, so it's such a hard life that Peter leads.
Is he off to the Nordschleife for the week after?
I can't remember. So
Okay.
I'm not going to say yes or no because I can't remember.
Hedging your bets. Hedging your bets. It's fair enough. Matteo Kuzner on board, by the way. See the sun continuing to set. That is a nasty amount of glare in the eyes. Always an interesting challenge given the different sight lines that make up the Nordschleife. Taz Dillon into pit lane, by the way, from third in the Porsche Cup class. He joins Lorenzo Manfredotti, who has been sitting there for about 5 minutes and counting, so I wonder if Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team might join the pile of attrition that is starting to build up as we near the top of another hour, about 5 hours complete. Radnar Forrest, very, very smooth on the input for the Williams Sim Racing, place seat number 6.
Keeping the pressure on. Great to see from Matteo. And it's great to see so close racing all the way through the field, not just focusing purely on the GT3 class, keeping an eye on what's happening throughout the field. And I know that sometimes us commentators can get fixated with what's happening in the overall race lead, but there's races aplenty all the way through. And yeah, looking at the lap times, I mean, they're a tenth of a second between the two of them right now at the lead of GT4. That's impressive what they're doing, those two.
And GT4, as I mentioned earlier, in a month's time, first weekend of July, will be taking center stage for NLS Light. No GT3s, no GT3 Cup cars taking part in a 4-hour race. It's all focused on the lower powered classes, which often have the best racing, often have the most numbers in terms of entries as well. So still expecting a bumper entry list. That's going to be a lot of fun, that is for sure. Kuzner lost out slightly there on the run up towards the Lauda links, but that's the nature of traffic. You'll lose, you'll gain on occasion. Still in the draft, that is the most important thing. As onto the power, out of Bergwerk, the climb up the hill begins. Not expecting this car to get into 6th gear either. I would suspect ping it off the limiter in 5th, although that's working its way through the gearbox relatively quickly. Oh, there we go. Finally chooses 6th gear.
Yeah, but you hear it really struggle though. I wouldn't be surprised if he changed down. Definitely changed down for the next corner.
There you go, yeah.
There you go. It's just a brutal, relentless hill. Anybody watching Jimmy Breeze or Super GTs or Misha's videos of their exploits around the Green Hell will certainly know from the onboards that the GT4 BMW, they just hold it in that 5th gear. They don't bother trying to change gear. So even in full metal racing, that hill is steep, and it can tell, that car can tell that it's struggling.
I think the BMW GT4 car is not dissimilar to the Audi when you talked about it not needing it, only using 3 gears. I think the BMW, based on I think Misha's last video, is a similar sort of thing. So it's got plenty of torque in 3rd gear, I guess. You don't need to go much lower than that. 5 hours officially complete, by the way. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Paul Smith in the booth, Ewan O'Leary and Dara Thacker to take over from us in 59 minutes time, when I suspect we will be that much closer to the full darkness that will envelop the track for a little bit as we work our way through the 9th portion. Patience for Kuzner as he sits behind the Sheza M2. Does open up the door and lets Kuzner through, albeit he after having already lost that little bit of time. And the draft has almost been broken here. It's hovering at 1.7 seconds as they descend down towards Pflanzgarten. Usually, it would be a break right around here. I thought Kuzner might be a bit more aggressive, trying to close the delta before they get onto the back straightaway on the run to the final corner, but no, into the Beloff S's. It's now grown even larger, almost 2 seconds between the top two.
Now, Williams do have a lap extra, a lap better stint length. So the Grid and Go car pitted 1 lap earlier than the Williams car, so it is a little bit lighter. So let's take that into account as well to a degree. It will be a little bit lighter on its feet, and therefore can maybe just get away that little bit better than the car behind. And you know, most tracks you'd think a 1 lap advantage is, oh well, it's not that much. But when you're talking an 8 and 3/4 minute lap in these GT4 cars, it's a massive difference. Is that 1 lap difference in the pit stints, in pit stop time that they actually came down pit road. It'll be interesting to see how it falls towards the end of the race as to when it comes to pit stops at the end. And well, that's our favourite topic, isn't it, in these endurance events, is strategy and who's worked it out best for the short fill.
I think my math has it at between 5 and about 6.5 seconds per lap of fuel that you need to sit in pit lane, right? So that's 6.5 seconds longer, hypothetically, that now you would think the car in front in that GT4 battle has got to make up.
There you go.
And there exactly is what Paul was talking about. Paul, it's like you knew what was going to happen there.
It's almost like we've commentated on races around the Nordschleife in the past. It's just how it goes. You can't get... If you get 8 laps out of that GT4, then you are the absolute throttle whisperer. You know, you are developing magic feet and being able to have the deftest of touches. But no, it's... the thing is, you get into 7 laps, you're going to pit. We're seeing that with the GT3s as well. They get into that 7-8 lap stint length. As you were discussing earlier with Lewis, you can't really extend and save yourself a full lap, but what you can do is you save yourself stationary time.
And so, it's a long stationary hold right now. The tires have been done. It's just fuel being packed into the 009. The engine finally fires up and off and away after 54.5 seconds. David Bosga hits pit lane. I saw Agustin Canapino slide his way on forward, now technically to second in the Thibaut Courtois Esports 01. Jack Sedgwick's now third for Was Cooking Racing Adventures, fourth for Bosga as he rejoins the track.
Have you seen the lineup for Was Cooking Racing Adventures, by the way? It's quite the lineup that they've got. Jack Sedgwick, Josh Thompson, Fraser Williamson, a certain Will Chadwick as well, Mike Spangler, and there's also Tyler Avias in there as well. They've got quite the mix of drivers there, haven't they, in that lineup? And you think Jack Sedgwick, former World Championship quality driver, you know, used to have the World Championship license. Josh Thompson, World Championship license. As same with Will Chadwick as well. They've got some real quality in that team.
It's a team that's won in that class before, albeit with a slightly different driver lineup. Will Chadwick, defending race winner in the 992 class in this race. And I will just correct something, albeit at the risk of my career being destroyed. Mike Spangler's not a driver. He doesn't have a high enough I rating for that. Instead, he is just the... What are we calling him? No. It's Was Cooking. No, it's got a much more creative name. Head chef, that's what we're going to call him.
Yeah.
I'm trying to... Is that...
No, he's not a head chef, he's a sous chef.
No, you're going to get me in trouble. You are going to get me in trouble here. He's... I want to say something, but it will get me in trouble. I'll say it anyway. He's the rat in Ratatouille, you know? He's controlling all the chaos is what he's doing.
chaos is what they bring, but I tell you what, they bring some really quick drivers as well, though. You know, a lot of people sort of think of them as a bit of a joke team, but no, they can move. And speaking of moving, good grief, our leader cutting across the grass to get around the TCRs that were battling away.
That's a risky time sometimes, trying to carve your way through battling traffic, but Alejandro Sanchez is now almost 15 seconds clear. Pedro Martin still behind the number 68 with Ballas Erdolai behind the wheel. Oh, that Cup car cut it close. And that's one of the points on the track, Paul, where especially on the tighter inside line, the lack of downforce for the Porsche Cup car, the Audi had to concede a bit of its mid-corner speed to avoid running into the rear gearbox.
Not just the gearbox, but the whole engine as well, it must be said. But yeah, that Audi compromise, it's looked good for that position though, as the Audi now that it's up in second place. And yeah, certainly they're doing a good job with that car, although look at the Hyundai under the slipstream, trying to catch up. Does catch up a little bit, but not enough. Now, there's people a lot more experienced than me will know the differences in the different cars in terms of top speed and which are better through the corners, because I'm a little bit out of the loop with the TCRs, I'll be honest. And plus, to be honest, the balance of performance adjustment as well it raised a couple of eyebrows on my head. Did the balance performance adjustment with the TCRs, in my opinion.
Hey, don't get me involved in BOP. I have to deal with it enough for IMSA Esports, all right? I'm not getting anywhere near that. Although I will say this, as now I've had that experience of trying to understand a bit more BOP for the IMSA series in the real world. BOP sucks. It's a necessary evil in some ways, yes, but there's no good way to do what you're trying to do at the end of the day. And so it's a moving target. It was a bit better at Detroit for IMSA, at least, I felt, in a lot of ways. But Porsche aren't just winning because they've got the best car. Porsche are winning because they've been executing to perfection. That fight for second, almost interrupted by a BMW, but it exits the scene of the fight pretty quickly as they exit up now towards the Schumacher S.
And that was the battle for second place in GT3 just going through. So the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car and the BMW M Team BS competition car working their way through this TCR battle for second place in class themselves. They've got an M2 as well for good measure, loitering around in all of this as well. And it's been interesting to see how those M2s, the BMW M2s, have been pretty much matching lap time wise with the TCRs. It's just that they go about it in a very different way, don't they? It's more about that top speed for the BMW M2s.
And that's what makes the racing at the Nordschleife so great in my mind, because in the real world, they'd be actually starting in the same starting group. So often, you know, actually gridded up in terms of qualifying times rather than by class as they did at the start of this race. And so the run down to turn one is always so interesting at the beginning of an NLS race. Starting groups, a very unique thing as well, because it adds a couple more minutes between each of the drivers and teams that start the race. Traffic is a factor effectively at the end of lap one, whereas for us it took almost the entirety of the first hour before the GT3s caught up to the tail end of the slower machinery. So just one of those nuances to the real world and the racing here. One of the nuances that the drivers probably are glad, Paul, that they don't have to deal with is the full formation lap, which I bring it up because you commentated on a series that I used to run where we did have a full formation lap here at the Green Hell.
Yeah, and we thanked you for that.
Hey, the drivers wanted to do it, not me, just for the record.
No, to be fair, it gives you time to be able to go through the grid. It gives you time to give to sort of set the table for the stories that you're going to be telling in that sporting event. And yeah, I think the drivers are glad. But I would love to see, and I'm saying this officially on broadcast, Paul Smith's opinion, the flat cap truth is that we need individual class starts in iRacing.
Ooh. Yes, no, I agree with that one.
Too many times have I been racing in say a GT4 class and or GT3 class, it's an IMSA series, for example, and we are starting halfway through the last corner.
Yes.
And it just leads to incidents. I would love to have separated starts for the different classes.
I think that would be cool. Hopefully something that maybe down the line iRacing could add, and maybe that would also lead to the starting groups here at the Nürburgring Landstracken series, right? Just add a little bit more of a beat between them. If you're watching on YouTube, by the way, we're switching over to part 2 on the iRacing YouTube channel, on the RaceSpot YouTube channel. You shouldn't have to do anything. Hopefully it will automatically switch you over, but if you do